Hello. Let me make that more not so loud. Hello. Hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Hello, hello. Hi, Anime Fan. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Oh, Frog, wait a minute. Oh, really? You're already starting with this? Even on stream, woman. Anyways, we got this. We got this. We are live. Hello. Wait a minute. I need to adjust a few things. More soon college starts. I'm not excited for that. Ayo, peak. Okay, now it's better. I like that more. Okay, that works. Okay. Yeah. How are we doing, kids? We have the first big one, right? The first big one. The big one. We will start with the shoe on head one. Obviously, we will. Obviously, we'll start with the shoe on head one. It makes sense. Quickly, let me do something. Right. Real quick. Okay. Need to set some shit up here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Okay. How we doing, fellow kids? How are we doing? I need to set up a few things, but then we're ready. Hi, Shine Duck. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Okay. Yeah, we've got a few things. We need to talk about a few, obviously drama, right? Makes sense. We need to talk about a few other things, right? The new shoe on head video, right, is out there. That's gonna be our first one. We've got some other stuff. We're gonna look through some things. Yeah, that's pretty much the plan of today. Not a big deal, right? Not a big deal today. Wait a second, I need to grab some things. Okay, got it. Woo. Perfect. But yeah, how we doing? Hello. We're gonna have some fun around here. Let me still check a few things. So chat seems to work, right? That's a big one. That's an important one. Let me check everything else. The female gooners are right. Yep. The female gooner video is fine. Audio here is fine. This is fine. Everything seems to be okay. I don't know what to draw. That's rough. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. That's rough. Yeah. I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow. I have no idea. It depends on how I'm feeling, because, you know, I guess having a day off right before college starts again would be nice, but I don't know. Maybe we'll stream. Though currently I am essentially what's the word? I'm bargaining with my teachers on if I could not stay at home and we do this online for me, so I don't have to drive around and waste 3 hours of my day. Just an idea, right? Just an idea. We're talking about it. We're in talks, so maybe depending on what answer I get, probably later today. I'm gonna decide on if I stream tomorrow or not. Also, it's funny. I sit here, the cat comes, the big boy lays down next to me for the next 6 hours. That's just what he does. That's just what he does. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I think we'll immediately jump into this hellscape, right? I don't know if Anime Fan is back yet. So I don't know, but yeah. I don't know yet. We'll see. Generally, I don't know. Maybe I got hit by something. I don't know what the result is, but numbers are not doing so well currently. It's really odd. Even stream numbers aren't doing that well. I wonder where that's coming from. I don't know. Did I get blacklisted? Blacklisted or something? Anything? Shadow banned? It's just weird. The numbers past few streams are odd, and just videos are also odd. What is going on? It's just a weird behavior. It's just weird YouTube behavior. Also, thank you for 2.3. 2.3, 200 left, and 2.5. Isn't that nice? Thank you. We're gonna reach for the stars, so to speak. Yeah, I think we start with this hellhole, with this awful video, I guess. There's no getting around it, I guess. But yeah. Here's some water. I got some nice water. It's also a pretty normal Saturday. It's a nice Saturday, by the way. Sun is shining. It's just really, you can get some rays of sunshine today. It's really good. Yeah. We need to see. I need to real quick text somebody. Because my older brother got a dog. Which you may think is great, but it's not really, because he's not really good at taking care of pets. At least not like I am. So it's a rough one. It's a rough one. It is rough. But yeah, I think we'll just jump over. There's not much to say. I think we'll just jump over. Easy. No, not a biggie, not an issue here. I will quiet the music because we do not need it anymore. And yeah, then we'll just jump over. We'll switch the scene. Yoink. Now we're over here. I was like, wait a minute, is the chat weirdly placed? Hold up, wait a minute. That's not normal. But yeah. Again, I need to make sure that I record the right stuff, because, you know, I don't want to get trouble here, logically speaking. Also, you know what's crazy? I now need to get a address on where to send things. So now I need to waste $5 a month for a service, so I don't have to put my actual address into my channel description, because they're gonna absolutely fucking violate me legally. Isn't that insane? Isn't that crazy? How I'm now at this point where I have to do that, otherwise they're gonna get my ass. Crazy work. Crazy. That's why Germany sucks, by the way. Another reason not to stay here. Maybe moving to the US is a smart thing. The shit ass here. Probably not better than the US, who cares? Alright. Here we go. This one, we're talking gooners today. The goonery. Anyways. Female gooners must be stopped by Shoe on Head. Yep. 30 minutes of absolute pain and atrocities. We're ready. We're ready. We're going in. We're going in. It's gonna be horrid. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. Thank you so much. If you see this outside of the stream, obviously, we'll go in. I don't know if I want to go in.
Oh, I didn't see you there. What am I reading, you ask? Well, just one of the best-selling books on Amazon right now, with millions of sales and almost 20
best-selling books on Amazon. That cannot be true. That can't be true. Best-selling book on Amazon. That can't, logically, that can't be true. Or is it? I mean, it'd be horrible if it was. Please don't.
3,000 5-star reviews. This book has been absolutely blowing up, especially on TikTok.
Why is my screen even frozen? The fuck? Wait a minute, that's weird. So odd. What was that? Weird.
Or book talk, as the kids call it. Thousands and thousands of women in particular have been raving about this piece of literature. What piece of literature is it, you may ask? Well, Morning Glory Milking Farm, of course. A popular romance novel.
Popular romance novel, huh? Popular romance novel. Oh boy. This cannot be good. This cannot be good. This cannot be great.
About a young woman down on her luck who does what every young woman does when facing financial struggle. She starts an OnlyFans. No, I'm just kidding. She wouldn't degrade herself like that. She gets a job jerking off monsters.
That's right, the Morning Glory Milking Farm.
I have been reading Morning.
While we here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Why are we here? Why are we doing this to ourselves? Why? Why are we? Why? No. No. To be fair, I feel like all women in some way, shape, or capacity get the monster fucker permit. I'm sorry.
Glory Milking Farm since last night, and I'm obsessed.
This was a good time. It did not disappoint.
If this book is trash, then I am a fucking raccoon. Give me all of the garbage.
Get your eyeballs on this because it is so good.
The female gooner epidemic. Yeah, I'm getting the girls the monster fucker permit at this point.
I regret to inform you that there is a new epidemic. An epidemic that many have yet to discuss. And that epidemic is female gooners.
I'm reading what I read.
Now, for those of you unaware, gooner is internet.
Gooner, it's just people that jerk off. That's literally it. Hi Nightmare, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. That's literally it.
Slang for someone addicted to porn. And smut.
Yep, it's really just a corn addict. That's really what it is. It really is. It really is. That video's demonetized. She said the P word.
Is slang for dark romance novels, otherwise known as porn. Many correct about the dangers of porn addiction with men, how it can destroy their lives and their relationships, and most men know the material they consume is weird. That is why they are ashamed of it. That is why they delete their browser history. That is why they go incognito mode. But these bitches freaks out here. They display their smut openly in
True. There are, as far as I'm aware, nowadays at least, there are no corn aisles of like CDs and shit. That doesn't really exist anymore. So yeah, sure. For women, it's now out in the open.
bookstores. They proudly pose in front of their smut collections. They discuss their smut openly on TikTok. They go to smut conventions and get choked out by 9-foot-tall shirtless wendigos. Now, I know what you are thinking. Shoo, isn't this the pot calling the kettle degenerate? Yes. Yes, it is. But have you considered it takes one to truly know one? You see, women are strange.
No. I'm gonna. My view of Shunit is gonna be eradicated in a few seconds. I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Yeah. Though I would say that men also wear their corn on their sleeves. I don't know. How do you put this? How do you put this? A lot of anime fans are like proud to be like crazy gooners. So at this point, sure.
Fascinating creatures. For centuries, men have tried to figure us out. Our mood is affected by the tides and the moon. We bleed for 5 days and don't die. By painting my face, I can instantly shapeshift from a 4 to a 6. We are truly mysterious, magical creatures. But one of the most mysterious aspects of women to men is our sexuality. You see, us women are not like those disgusting moids. No, we are sophisticated. We are
I rarely hear moids. I hear foids a lot, but moids, I never hear that. Nobody's using that.
evolved. We don't watch videos of strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together. No, we read about strangers slapping their sweaty bodies together. It's different, okay? You don't understand. It's okay when we do it. So, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the rapidly growing popularity of dark romance on TikTok.
Dark romance, the billionaire, the billionaire who is a little bit of a freak here, the billionaire. Ha. A classic. I mean, hentai, doujin, etc. Yeah, exactly, that type of shit.
And the recent dark romance convention that ended in disaster. Let's take a break.
There's conventions for this shit? There's conventions. Yeah, I've never heard of a corn convention. I mean, there are conventions for by corn stars. Sure, okay, never mind.
From all this depressing political news and talk about something silly. Not that those political things aren't important, trust me, they are. You should be keeping up with politics and the news when you can. I know it can be difficult to do, but fear not. I have an app for that. So before we get into this video, let's quickly give a shout out to our sponsor, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers an easy way to read news from all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features on Ground News is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the political aisle and ignored by the other. For example, here's a story about how Gavin Newsom is signing a bill to give 800,000 Uber and Lyft drivers in California the right to unionize. Pretty cool. Rare Newsom W. 12 news sources covered this, 7 were left-wing and 0 were right-wing, because the right is covering a far more important topic. Harvard hires drag performer Lahore Vagistan as
Bro, what? That's a crazy name. That is a crazy name. Wow. Not to mention etchy that are super close to being corn. Yeah, wow. Crazy name.
as a visiting professor. 21 news sources covered this, 20 were right-wing, 1 was left-wing. A country divided, truly. Ground News also makes it very easy to compare headlines, so you can see how political bias completely reframes a story. For example, talking about how Trump has been posting a bunch of those sombrero memes, and the New York Post says, White House official behind Trump's hilarious meme war on Dems revealed. And then a left-wing outlet covers the same story, like, as the shutdown continues, a checked-out Trump posts childish memes. Wildly different vibes going on here. I've been using Ground News since 2021. It is one of my favorite apps. Like, it is my go-to, like, when I wake up. I, like, check Twitter, and then I check Ground News, like, immediately. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed.
I literally just open Twitter in the morning. Literally, that's my literal reaction. I open Twitter. Cause like the drama, I'm here for the drama. Only a lie, let me make that too, thank you.
Avoid echo chambers and expand your worldview. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. And it's only $5 a month, which is like basically the price of a coffee nowadays. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code here on screen, or use the link in the video description. So thank you to Ground News for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer, for not skipping the ad.
I have not done it. I have not done it. I'm a good boy. I have not done it. I never do it. I'm a good boy. She's always threatening me. She's always threatening us. But sorry, I cannot get Ground News. I gotta pay for a like a virtual bureau so I can so I don't get sued by my country. Yay.
Right. So let's get back to the video. Book Talk is a very interesting place, and any book fans out there know how it has absolutely destroyed the hobby of literature and just flooded it with absolute slop. Spicy slop. You see,
slop for the piggies, as one might say. It's always the slop for the piggies.
Books on TikTok are not rated by how well they are written or how good the characters are. No, they are rated by the spice. And what does spice mean? Porn. It means porn. Spice level is very important to book talkers. How much spice does a book have? What are the spiciest books they have ever read? How spicy is the book they're currently reading? Spice, spice, spice. And the spiciest book going viral on Book Talk lately is none other than Morning Glory Milking Farm by C.
Why? Women, why? I know I have a 15% female audience. I have a question. Women, why? Why are you reading, if you are reading this, why? What's the purpose? Why are you doing that? This is pain.
E.M. Nascosta. Violet is a typical down-on-her-luck millennial, mid-20s, overeducated, and drowning in debt. Oh my god! She's just like me! On the verge of moving into her parents' basement, when a lifeline appears in the form of a very unconventional...
I think she might be more than just drowning in debt at this point. She might be drowning in, you know...
job in the neighboring Cambric Creek. She has no choice but to grab it with both hands.
I know what you are. I know what you're foreshadowing. No. I know what you're foreshadowing, and I don't like it.
Morning Glory Farm offers full-time hours, full benefits, and generous pay with no experience needed. There's only one catch. The clientele is grade A certified prime beef.
This is horrible. What is this the back of, that's the back of the book. No.
Oh god. With the manly meaty endowments to okay.
Yeah, read this. Are you continue to read this? I will continue to read this then. You are not escaping. I'll continue to read it for you. Meaty endowments to match milking minotaurs isn't something Violet ever considered as a career option, but she's determined to turn the opportunity into a reversal of fortune. Yay!
Grade A certified prime beef. Oh god. With the manly meaty endowments to okay.
Morning Glory Milking Farm is actually a profound critique of late-stage capitalism and toxic masculinity.
Yes, jerking off minotaurs is clearly a criticism of capitalism, right? It's clearly very, very communist to jerk off minotaurs. It is so anti-misogyny, anti-capitalism. I can't do this.
Masculinity. In this text, we see that the tingling sensation in her coochie is actually the tingling sensation of a Marxist revolution.
Anything but getting a real job. Anything but getting a real job at this point.
This is every fucking BreadTube video to me, dude. This is every Jack Saint video. So I actually read the book myself, and I'm not gonna lie, the 19th Amendment needs to be abolished. So, like,
let's stop talking about women's rights. Let's talk about women's wrongs.
I said, the story is basically this millennial named Violet, and she gets a job basically working at Big Pharma in Narnia, where they harvest minotaur milk to make Viagra for human males. And I read the whole thing. Probably gonna be put on some kind of watch list. But listen, this is my job, okay? I'm not out here, like, selling feet pics or something. What I do is far more dignified and normal. Now, let's take a look at some of these notes I wrote. Let's see. Big dick and balls. At one point, she says the term, and I quote, the seam of his sack. So I'm
Ew! No! I record by any chance. I've seen your videos. You clip your reactions. Yes, I do. She taking a bullet for everyone? She's taking a bullet for all of us. Yeah, bro. Ugh, bro. Nah, dude. Nasty.
reading this, and the whole time I'm thinking, like, okay, he probably has, like, a human head, right? He probably, like, looks something like this. Like, you know, just a dude with, like...
No, no. But, I mean, the cover literally says it. He does not have a human head. He has a... He's a cow, bro.
horns. Then I see the official artwork. That's a cow.
Yeah, that's borderline. That's borderline. That is borderline. That is borderline. That is borderline zoophilia. I'm sorry. At this point, hide every. Bro, that's a cow. Hide every single bull out there from women. This is at that point. That's hard. That's difficult.
Bro is a cow. Bro is a straight up cow. In a few parts, they're being intimate, and it will be like, his hooves clip-clopped. My hooves will tear up your sheets. And it's like...
I wish my model was way more expressive. The faces I am making here could get me like an Oscar at this point.
I'm sorry, his what? At one point, she describes kissing him, and I swear to God it was more disgusting than anything else described in this book. She's like describing how big and wide his mouth is and how big and like slimy his tongue is. She's like describing the shit and you're just like, that's a cow. I mean, we are at a solid 5.
The Barbara scale. Non-human character. These characters are not human. Do not look like humans and have few humanoid features. I would classify him still as humanoid, because, well, he has human hands and a human body. It's just that the head is not human. I don't know. Am I accurate? Oh, that's horrible.
0.5 on the Barbeau scale here. This is dangerous territory, folks. She also... f***ers his ass.
Huh? Nah, bro, that's not what women. There is women who read this and get off to. Yeah, I'm too innocent for this, actually.
He f***ers the cow's ass. By the way, if you want an uncensored version of this video and all my videos, Patreon. Go to Patreon, become a member. All members get the uncensored version of every video, so you can hear me talking about s***ing and f***ing and f***ing a cow's ass. Is that what you freaks want? Anyway, I like how in this fantasy world, student loans still exist. Like, we can imagine a world with minotaurs and humans in a relationship, but we can't imagine a world without student loans. Sad. Oh, and he has one of those bull rings, like the nose ring theory septum rings. And in this world, that means, like, you're married, but apparently...
Oh.
He's divorced. The man is divorced. This is a divorced cow with a cow ex-wife. The lore is deep, folks. The funniest part, though, has to be when they go on a date. I need to just read this to you. When the bill arrived, she attempted to pull a handful of carefully folded bills from her wristlet before he stopped her. No, that's absolutely not happening. Put that away. She'd not thought about it until the day after their first dinner together, realizing that in mortification that she ought to have attempted to pay her half. What kind of feminist are you? She asked herself. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been out and hadn't paid for her half, including her coffee date with Carson Tinsley. She had come prepared that night, several weeks of her tips smoothed and tucked into her wristlet. But I didn't even offer to pay half the other night and shouldn't have Violet. If the commanding rumble of his voice hadn't silenced her. The heat of his hand dropping to her knee would've. I don't want you to feel that you don't have any agency here. I might be the one giving all the orders, but you hold all the cards. Your comfort is the only thing that counts right now. And if I overstep, I want you to know you can tell me so. But that's not happening. Don't think I'm unaware we're at different points in our careers. You can say no, you can say you don't want to see me again, you can tell me to stop coming to the farm when you're working. It's dinner, not a down payment of your time, but I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone. So when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story. She was a good feminist, she told herself, and she definitely couldn't be bought. But if he had suggested at that moment that he would have appreciated a blowjob, she would have fallen face first on his cock with an open mouth without a shred of hesitation.
Maybe the Austrian painter was onto something. Maybe he was onto something. It's just the wrong demographic. Maybe Thanos was onto something. Maybe Ultron was onto something. Maybe they were all onto something. What? No! No! What the heck, bro? This is horrible. What the heck? I want to stop. I want to put a stop to this. Wow. She's such a good feminist that if you said what, so she would drop to her knees. Goodness gracious. Hi GT, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm crying tears. Oh, bro. This is horrible. Bro, it's crazy.
Inside every woman, there are two wolves. Or two bulls. The strong, independent
There's two wolves, strong, independent woman. Monster fuck.
girl boss and the submissive, doting housewife. And in the presence of a masculine man, or a farm animal, she will fold like a lawn chair and instantly return to factory settings.
It's dinner, not a down payment for your time. But I'm in a position to comfortably spoil someone, so when you're with me, I'm spoiling you. End of story. I said, okay, I highlighted that paragraph for myself.
Clean up aisle 5. So that's what I thought of it. But what did other people think of it? What are the reviews on this book? This book has a 4.1.
This shit has a 4.1? Best of hashtag book talk? Book 1 out of book 1 of 5? This is part 1. Oh my goodness. What's going on? Simple. Woman takes job of milking minotaurs and it gets steamy. Though I wouldn't use that word.
On Amazon with 21,000 ratings and a 3.6 on Goodreads with nearly 60,000.
60,000. 60,000. There's
1,000 ratings. Let's just read some random ones here. Hear me out. Hear me out. A milking good time. Sweet and creamy.
Nah, do not censor the names. I want these names out there. They need to be put on a list. That so like the cows are safe. The bulls are safe, bro. The bulls' balls are safe. Goodness.
Spice is spicing. I was very leery of starting this because I thought it was just gonna be porn. The plot is pretty good. The plot? Please. This is
I can sim corn for a more nuanced and more sophisticated reason. My beating is more moral than yours. I'm a better gooner. What the heck? The plot, yeah, sure, the plot.
like the new, I read Playboy for the articles, like, sure you do. This book could kill a Victorian child. 5 stars.
Accurate.
I'll never look at a jug of milk the same. I think I'm lactose intolerant now. So that happened. Our eyes will never see the gates of heaven. 1 star, not a helpful guide. This book failed to teach me how to milk a cow and now my family has no food for the winter. 1 star, accidentally ordered while on pain medication after an operation. Gave this to my mom as a joke gift for Christmas. You what? Lesai, why can't human males be
Okay. No? At this point, you're just asking for... At this point, like, if you say, why can't human males be like this? At this point, you're just asking for a furry husband. At this point. At this point, you're just asking for a furry husband. Like, we've reached that point now.
More like this? Tall, rich, and handsome are no longer enough, boys. Now you have to be a 9-foot tall creature from Greek mythology with a 13-inch dick. I never want to hear from another person about how they read 100 books in a year if this is the kind of slop they are consuming. Well, Ronald, man detected, this isn't for you. This is for women. So take your ass back to Barely Legal Babysitter 5 or whatever the f you watch that is so morally superior than this. Let him who is without sin cast the first stone, okay? God bless America. It's great.
I've quit corn. I can not just cast the first stone. I can cast an entire meteor at this point. I have become a wizard. No.
To live in a country where I can casually enjoy cozy erotica about a young woman who milks her way to financial security and true love with a minotaur. This is what freedom looks like, and I intend to fully enjoy it before the Supreme Court takes this right away next. If this is what freedom
like I said, let's talk about women's wrongs, because this is wrong. Bro, what the fuck? This is crazy. I don't know which one. See, the problem is, I don't even know which one is worse. Is it the tentacle stuff? Or is it this? I don't know.
Freedom looks like. I'm really rethinking my stance on freedom, not gonna lie. Maybe we should have less of it. All I know is if Donald Trump takes the monster porn, we are going to make 2020 look like a picnic, okay? Bullcock matters. Oh my god. Edit that out. Editor. Edit.
It's in there. Like on the shirt, hashtag gooning matters. Hashtag monster fuckers matter.
Edit that out. Women are gonna be picking up Animal Farm now, like, where's the horse cock? Some of you people owe a certain streamer an apology because this book has way too many.
Alan, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Many 5 stars. Some of you are lying. So after buying this book, Amazon has given me a few interesting recommendations.
Oh nah, they must all be at least in the same category of degeneracy. They have to be. They literally have to be.
Would you like to see them? I accidentally summoned a demon boyfriend. That time I got drunk and saved a demon. Gentling the beast. Cupcakes for my orc enemy. Main of my existence. The gargoyle and the spinster. The widow and the orcs. Hoarded by the dragon. There's something about dragons. Getting it on with gargoyles. Gotten by the gator. Mated to the mountain.
Wait, an entire they're fucking mountains? A bear shifter romance. I was like, what? Mountain bear, bro.
There's something about dragons. Getting it on with gargoyles. Gotten.
Not even the alligators are safe. Not even the fucking alligators is nothing safe. These women fuck everything. Nothing is safe. Nothing is safe. Nothing. Even alligators are not safe.
By the gator. Mated to the mountain bear. Oh, so this is why they chose the bear. The billionaire orc. Moth manager. Wolves and
why they're always fat? Why? Even if they self-insert, they can't seem to make themselves hot.
Whipped cream. The wolf in my tavern. Pounded by produce.
Yeah, nah. I'm shutting the stream off. Nah, bro. Nah, I can never. If I read this, I can never eat vegetables. Like, if you read this, I can never eat vegetables. Is the reaction queue long? There is no queue. Again, Bryson, there is no queue. I just react to what I feel like. And I'm not feeling this anymore. But how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. We don't want these women in hell. Bro, you're gonna share some warm, moist place with those. Dude, even food is not safe. There's literally food corn.
What? Are these the books the Nazis burned?
My husband only reads finance and sci-fi books.
Usually I would say burning books is bad, but maybe we should turn it around. We need to burn the authors, because they're just gonna write more books like this.
And so I think it's about time that I introduce him to some real literature. So the first book that I would like to introduce you to is called Morning Glory Milking Farm. And it's not a normal milking farm like with cows. What it is it's big, bulky minotaurs, and it's a special type of milking.
BBM. Big, bulky minotaurs. That's horrible. I want to see your reaction to my new song. Yeah, we can do that. BBM chat. That's horrible. New category on the hub.
See, honey, she's his stepsister, and she got stuck in the washer machine again. Women on TikTok are openly, proudly talking about the porn they consume and getting mad at people when they make fun of it. I hereby ban men from reacting to romantasy on TikTok. Best-selling romantasy books like A Court of Thorns and Roses and A Fourth Wing contain descriptions of hot sex. I feel like that's common knowledge, if not their primary purpose.
Women's romance. BBM, bulky minotaurs. Okay. Men's romance. Men's romance. For example, in my case, right? Building a pillow fortress so you can have dinner under a pillow fortress, like in a pillow fortress or blanket fortress or whatever. We are cooked if, like, the worlds are very different here. There's worlds colliding that should not be colliding. There's more than worlds colliding here. Hooked on saving, like Koto bra. Okay.
Purposes. But in recent months, book talk has become full of men clutching their pearls while reacting to steamy scenes from these popular female-centered books. Obviously, this is all a massive performance. We live in the age of OnlyFans. The odds are that these men have seen actual porn that defies the laws of physics and God. Over 90% of men between the ages 16 and 73 watch porn in any random month. There's statistically no way all
I'm in those 10%. I do not know how I've been doing that, but I'm in those 10%. I am in those 10%. I'm proud to say that I'm in those 10%.
of these guys are shocked by the sex itself. What they are gawking at is sex from the perspective of female desire, scenes that depict women coming first and frequently. And what they are surprised by is the women they know love these scenes. In one video, a guy declares, "Now I know why women enjoy book clubs and wine." But his astonishment in itself is astonishing. Like, what do you think adult women were into? Not having sex and drinking wine? Gross.
But there's a big fucking difference between a 900-inch minotaur cock and a frickin' I don't know, and there's regular corn videos of I don't know, of something. I don't know. There's a big difference. There's a big difference between those two. One is way more abnormal than the other. Men's romance lady treats you with high level of respect. Peak, true and real. For you specifically, it would be frogs, wouldn't it? Or one frog in particular. We are not at that point yet, so I don't know what are you getting on about.
Oh wow. Imagine a group of men sitting around drinking wine, discussing the porn they watch. That is what you guys are essentially doing. It's just funny, okay? Like, it's funny. Are we really going to pretend that a story about a young woman getting a job milking mythical creatures to pay off her student debt is not funny? It's funny. If that makes me a sexist or misogynist, you got me. To act like you are so different and above the other gooners is just, it's silly. I'm sorry, but
what is not only cringe is like those books, right? Right? It's also that, like, you're acting like you're superior to everyone else. Like, remember Love in Deep Space? When that was a big talk about, you know, right, like when I was talking about, like, Love in Deep Space, and, there was, like, this crash out of women saying, "Oh, it's not a Gooner game. Oh, yeah, by the way, the game has a period tracker, but it's not a Gooner game. Oh yeah, there's literally, in a character reveal, the female MC receives backshots. Ah, sure, buddy. Sure. Not a Gooner game at all. Men's romance, threesome with big titty elves. I don't know if I would consider that romance. I wouldn't consider that romance. Men's romance is more so, I don't know, stuff like... The fragrant flower blooms with dignity. Women aren't watching that. Men are watching that. Stuff like that. I wouldn't consider that romance. That's not even romance. That's just also just corn.
you are no different than Joe Schmo jorking it to fat booty Latinas in Space 12. You're sitting there all high and mighty, one hand on the book, acting like you're so superior because you can perfectly envision a horse cock spinning 360 degrees in your mind. I'm not impressed. The scenes these men are reading, to many people, myself included, are insanely sexy, but purely
No, no, no.
In terms of the acts being described, they aren't all that lurid. And as many of the comments on these videos point out, there's much wilder stuff out there. For example, these men have clearly not yet discovered nodding, a popular term in romantic.
That by the way, that's just that is at this point, we're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked.
To see right now that involves werewolves whose penises get so swollen after sex they have to stay inside their partners until the swelling subsides. Oh, honey, that's not a popular trend in romantasy. That's just a thing real dogs do. Oh, you just—
Yeah. 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 Oh no. Men, we cannot compete. We cannot no longer compete. At this point, we have leg lengthening surgeries. I think the great pee-pee surgery trend is gonna start soon. So, I don't know. You start. What's the word? You can't do that too. The 300-incher. I pray my future daughter doesn't read slop books like this. At this point, the question is, horrible. At this point, the question is like, thought daughter or gooner daughter? Pick.
just don't get it. You don't know what nodding is. What are these women reading, bro? What happened to that, like, stupid fucking corny Hallmark thing? Going home for Christmas to your hometown and falling in love with the cute farmer boy. What happened to that? We used to make fun of that. We truly did not know what we had until it was gone. Now women out here fantasizing about getting their asses clapped by demons and werewolves and goblins and ghouls. I remember when 50 Shades of Grey came out and people were like, oh my god, this is so crazy. Women are crazy. 50 Shades of Grey.
Can we go back to 50 Shades of Grey? Can we go back? Hi, Ty. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. 1,000-page Cinder Docky. I read that entire thing. I read that. Don't worry. I read that entire thing. I don't know. At this point, I'm like, at a point where I can say, I don't like any of those people anymore.
Looks like missionary sex through a bedsheet for the sole purpose of procreation compared to the shit the average woman on TikTok is reading. At least Christian Grey was a human man and not a fucking dog. You fantasize about dating the quiet, shy, nerdy girl. You know, she's innocent, she's pure, she's not like those other girls, like going out clubbing and hooking up with random men. No, she's at home, curled up by the fire in a blanket, reading a book, except that book is about f***ing a half-man, half-bull. Let me let you in on a little secret. The quiet, nerdy girl is way more of a freak than the average hoe. Are you kidding me? It's not even close. The average hoe might have a body count of like 15 or so, but the quiet, nerdy girl is fantasizing about getting back shots from Cthulhu. That is at—
Oh, God had incredible mercy that he sent me a Christian woman. Oh my goodness. I don't have those issues. I don't have those issues. Oh, goodness. For God, goodness gracious. Help.
least 100 bodies. Now listen, there's nothing inherently wrong with fantasizing, okay? There's nothing wrong with roleplay. You know, fiction is fiction, right? You know, you're not actually going to bang your stepsister, right? These women are not—
Depends. That depends. Are you royalty? If you are royalty, then, well, sure.
actually going to bang a cow. Or at least I hope not.
If it's people like Bonnie Blue, if those people are Bonnie Blue, then it gets hard.
Not. We all know there is a difference between fantasy and reality. Well, what happens when they try to bring fantasy into reality? Well, you get Sinners and Stardust. What in the eyes wide shut is going on here?
I'm destroying the planet. Sorry, guys. I'm resetting. I need that reset button. Hi, Cocos. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I need that reset button. Where is it? Give me the fucking red. Donald, give me the red button. I need it. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. We're cooked. We're absolutely cooked.
Sinners in Stardust was supposed to be a dark romance ball for romantasy authors and fans alike. So what's the big deal? Seems like a fun, sexy time, right? Maybe, if you're a woman. If you're a man, the night may have gone a little differently for you. Alright y'all, it appears I have to make a post that I'm frankly pretty goddamn upset I have to make. This post is for the readers who don't understand consent and boundaries only. A lot of you may know my good friend Animus. He's attended a signing of mine in the past and obviously is a musical artist. This past weekend he attended Sinners in Stardust and probably had one of the most heartbreaking experiences. So listen, he's a man, right? But do we think that means it's okay to put your hands all over him without consent? Or to put your hands in his waistband or down his pants or touch his dick? Hello? Do we think—
Lady, you need to realize, you need to realize that this is incredibly common in clubs and bars. Wow, you just realized it at that in like this weirdo convention? It is incredibly common to be inappropriately touched in bars and clubs by women. The problem is that men usually don't see that as SA or sexual harassment. That's the problem. And without you pointing it out, the fact that she has to say it, right? The fact that she herself has to say it, just makes it clear that he would have never said a word. He would have never said a word. Fun fact, some people consider black men more taboo than werewolves, minotaurs, and orc. Always room for race. Hey, at this point, if you're going for the orc, you might as well go for the black man. At this point, like, at this point, right? Because, like, remember, somehow orcs are black coded. I don't know how some retards got to that conclusion, but let's go.
It's okay to quite literally back him into a corner and touch all over him to the point that he literally cannot tell how many hands are on him and whose are whose? Do we think it's okay to send him into an actual panic attack because of this? Furthermore, do we think it's okay to interrogate him and insist he detail how he'd kidnap a woman, despite him repeatedly saying he wouldn't do that and, you know, that shit is fiction, and then attempt to follow him when he tries to get away? And if that was—
We have a problem though, my dear. We have a problem. There's many people who cannot differentiate between fiction and reality. Like, there's many people who do not understand the difference between fiction and reality, and they will have a mental breakdown if you show them the difference. At this point, no.
Wasn't enough. During the time of this mob, him and another author received notification that an air tag was tracking him, which showed on his person all the way to his hotel room. They molested this guy.
They molested this dude and then started stalking him. Is crazy. That is crazy, saying orcs are black coded than the person who made the orcs themselves. Yeah, I don't know. For some retarded fiction people, this was really popular around when the Rings of Power released, right? That trash Lord of the Rings show, where they were like, you shouldn't treat orcs bad. They're black coded. And I'm like, what the fuck? What are you talking about? They're orcs. They're a fictional race. The idea that you think that orcs are black coded is racist in itself. It's like, what? What is more racist than the person who made the orcs? Yeah, it's just like weird. It is just weird. Or people looking at goblins and then saying they're Jews. It's like, what the fuck?
Until he passed out from anxiety. And then they put a f***ing tracker on him in order to stalk him back to his hotel. This poor guy dressed like a character in one of the romantasy books at this romantasy convention full of women. That is like throwing roast beef into a pit of wolves. Or in this case, throwing a wolf into a pit of roast beef. I remember years ago, there was this thing called cosplay is not consent. Basically, it was a campaign to bring attention to the fact that people—
I have my certain problems with the cosplay community. Like, it's supposed to be a cosplay, not an advertisement for your OnlyFans. not an advertisement for your holds. Sometimes I'm like, people like see, that's how some women do cosplay. They put on a wig, and then everything else has nothing to do with the character. Like, I've seen like when Frieren was fresh, right? And women were cosplaying Frieren, and it's like Frieren and then some lingerie, and I'm like, it's like a wig and then some lingerie, and I'm like, I don't see Frieren. I see an OF model with a wig. What are we doing? 100% right, because sometimes the people calling something racist are snitching on themselves. Someone thought the first villain in my game was a racist thing because they associate black people with children touching. Crazy work. That is insane. How does one even come to that conclusion?
At conventions would often come up to women dressed in sexy costumes and just grope and grab them without their consent. Yeah, apparently we have to bring that back because these women did not get the memo. I've been a furry for over a decade and attended a lot of fur cons. Sure, sometimes weird shit happens, but honestly,
You mean the cum pizza? I will not forget this information. I know what you're doing there. I know what the furries are doing. No.
I can't believe the dark romance crowd is out here acting like this. Like, me and my buddies in our fursuits are more respecting of consent and bodily autonomy. Get your shit together, y'all. When the furries are calling you out for being freaks, you need to reflect. Something has gone horribly wrong. Not only were the men at this book talk convention assaulted, but women were also assaulted by women. Multiple women, including a performer, reported being assaulted there as well. Even an author there said she was groped and dragged away from her friends and said no matter how many times she said no, quote, "My words did nothing." May I remind you, this is a book convention, okay? For books. Literal BDSM.
And people call me crazy when I say that the overconsumption of corn makes you more likely to do weird shit. I get screamed at. I get weird looks. I wonder why. I wonder why. Would this have happened? Would this have been the case if it was not essentially a corn convention?
Clubs are more respectful than this. There needs to be more studies on how this stuff affects women's brains, because clearly some are unable to tell the difference between fantasy and reality. Ivy Lipton, a doctoral candidate in human sexuality,
and I can promise that there is certainly a connection between the overconsumption of corn and SA or sexual harassment. Most certainly. Isn't that common knowledge? No, it's not. No, it's not. If it were common knowledge, do you think that corn was so normalized? Is that would you think that is the case?
actually wrote about this for EV Magazine. I don't know what a doctoral candidate in human sexuality is, but she's hot, so I trust her. Your brain on orgasms isn't neutral. Dopamine release during climax is a powerful conditioning agent. What you repeatedly fantasize about becomes necessary for arousal. If your erotic imagination centers around abuse, monstrous violence, and submission to non-human entities, your brain is reprogramming itself to crave just that. It's not empowerment, it's neuroplasticity at its...
And it makes sense. We know this. We know. See, Warren 100% encourages people to explore non-traditional hum activities, true and real. Hi, Shadow Clips. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, Horns. I've seen it. It's already added. We know from studies, right? We know from studies that you will get numb to lighter stuff and you crave weirder and weirder shit. That's why I'm saying that an overconsumption of corn is also a pipeline into autogynephilia. Hot take. And other weird fetishes that you wouldn't otherwise have if you would have not consumed that. I don't care what anybody says. This is just the truth. She is right.
its darkest. Scientists, psychologists, and the general public often state that men are visual and women are emotional. When it comes to sex, men can be turned on instantly by a sexual image despite their mood, and women need to be turned on emotionally to get in the mood. So it stands to reason that porn for men is visual and porn for women is in the mind. I'm not equating porn to smut novels, because one is a video of two people actually having real sex, and the other is, well, just words on paper. I am, however, talking about the effect on the consumer.
I'm pretty sure that if a man jerks off to fictional stuff, he will struggle craving actual women. I am almost certain of that. I am almost certain of that. That if a guy would just consume fictional stuff, right? Adult videos, Japanese stuff, right? I'm pretty sure that if he does it long enough, he's gonna struggle doing it with real women. It's how some people end up with the FBI kicking down their door. They went too far down the Gunnar Abbott. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Gunnar Abbott. Yeah, that's an interesting term. yeah. Most certainly. I would, though, as far as I'm aware, at least somebody that I talked to told me that, fun fact, animal stuff and kid stuff is linked to brain damage. So there's a chance that your mom dropped you and now you like animals. The more you know.
We know watching porn is bad for the brain. That's been proven and only rejected by gooners who don't want to give it up. But is reading smut bad? You might say, duh, that's the whole point. Okay, fair enough. So let me rephrase, is reading smut harmful? Should we shame people for things that are wrong, immoral, or harmful? In my line of work, I've been told many times that shame has no place in sex. But if I use my brain for 2 seconds, it's clear that line of thinking is nonsense. Incest should be shamed, bestiality should be shamed, pedophilia should be shamed. I'm not equating monster smut with these things, but there are 50 shades of gray, so to speak, along the spectrum of harmful. Conditioning your brain and body to associate pleasure with monsters, slavery, or sexual violence is not healthy. Basically, they're cooked. Like, women are cooked. They are frying their brains with this stuff. It's a pipeline, right? It's like the infamous evil alt-right pipeline. You know, you start watching Shoe on Head, owning the feminists in 2015, and then in 2025, you're hailing Hitler, right? You know, the alt-right pipeline. And this one's like...
Yeah, the thing is, like, for men, it's like they desire, like, looks-wise, right? Things that women, that, like, regular women just cannot offer. And, for women, it's, like, not just, like, look stuff, but also, like, on an emotional level that most men cannot offer, right? The height, most men cannot offer, right? Other stuff, the money, right? But also like how these men, these fictional men, are treating the women. It's also it's also like that men cannot offer that. Most men. It's just weird. Same with normal Corn. Every time you look at Corn with perfect people in makeup, and you can only get attracted to that, which will be hard for you with people that don't fit it with the Corn actresses. Yep, exactly. At the same time, it also creates insecurity because you are comparing yourself to the dude in the video, right? In the normal Corn, which doesn't help either. Yeah, because then you essentially become like a little bit of a schizo. Because you believe that you now need to get surgery and a bigger pee-pee and whatever.
Like, you're reading Morning Glory Milking Farm, and the next thing you know, you're Mrs. Hands, right? Just say no. Just say no to monster porn. But why is monster smut so popular with women in particular? Like, you rarely see the opposite, and when you do, it's just like a girl with cat ears and fangs, or like a 10-foot tall dommy mommy vampire with giant titties. Meanwhile, women are like, I want to f the pollution monster from
Monster girls. The understanding of monster girls and monster men is like they're like worlds apart. Monster girl is like, it still looks human in most cases. In most cases, right? While the ones that have the monster fucker permit, which is mostly women, that's non-human. That's no longer human. Like, some of these women, they look at muck and are like, wood. Here's my controversy. Most people's peepees are smaller than you think. Your peepee is normal. Most peepees are normal, probably.
Fern Gully. So people on Reddit asked this very question. Let's see the responses. Why do you guys like monster romances? Asking for a friend. Several reasons. 1. Human men are quite often terrible. Romance books with human men are already partly fantasy, but monsters just takes the fantasy bit further. 2. It's sort of
Is she like thinking that like is she believing that all the women out there are like waggery? Like our romance girls in anime? Does she think every woman is like, I don't know, like just like the perfect embodiment of good? I'd argue most human women are also often quite terrible. At least in the Zoomer generation. Okay?
human nature to imagine relationships with paranormal beings and creatures.
Ah, yes. In the 80s or 70s, they were like, I want to fuck a monster. Yeah, no, actually no. This is literally just your addiction speaking. A new court fried people's brains when guys in the top 5% got considered normal, speaking of size according to science. That's crazy.
Been doing it in literature and art for centuries. It's just gotten a lot more graphic now, lol. 3. Unique body forms / parts and so many different kinds of dicks. Scary, mean,
Okay, you're just a corn addict. We get it.
terrifying creature, is sweet to her, kind, takes care of her, protects her, works hard to be gentle, etc. Maximal escapism, minimal association.
I've recently seen the trend of like women saying bring back good men and or gentlemen, and I'm like, or bring back men that do this and that, and I've realized, are you like the women doing this? Are they women that deserve this? Like, they are they desire essentially like, right, this part, right? But are they women deserving of this part? Question. Are you deserving of this? Obviously, this is not doable, right? But this part, are you deserving of this? That's why it's fiction properly to them. Mermaids exist though, but they're still half human at least.
Is sweet to her, kind, takes care of her, protects her, works hard to be gentle, etc. Maximal escapism, minimal association to real-life assholes, the patriarchy, misogyny, and oppression of women, etc., etc. Because
here we have a... Here, my fellow people, we have a professional victim. A professional victim. That's just interesting. This is a professional victim. This is a professional victim. So here's the things I disagree with. The patriarchy. There is no patriarchy. We live in my opinion, we live in a dominator society, where the strong will rule over the weak. If all the political, all the big CEO positions were all held by women, shit would still be just as ass, maybe even more ass. Who knows? Not really misogyny, because, well, that doesn't answer the question why you want to do it with monsters. Is there still male? That doesn't fix it. An oppression of women? Yeah, but in the books they submit to still a man. It may not be a human man, but it's still a man, so There's a matriarchy. There's no matriarchy because matriarchies don't work. They've never worked. Show me a matriarchy and I'll show you a society that's gone.
association to real life assholes, the patriarchy, misogyny, and oppression of women, etc., etc. Because the monsters are less dangerous than dating actual men. As a fat woman of color, modern, contemporary, and even fantasy romances are hard to click to because they are almost always about thin white women and just too realistic. And romance.
Ah, yes! Ah, yes! Sure! 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 Being thin is too realistic! Hey, how about this? You lose some weight, you fat fuck! I don't care if you're a woman of color! You're just a fat woman! You read fantasy no wait, you read fantasy romance? Fantasy romances, right? Because you're fat. I can't do this anymore. Essentially because you're fat. That's hilarious. That's wrong. Most of the books are about misogyny, oppressing, but with attractive dudes. The strong how would I put this? The strong independent woman disappears if the guy's hot enough.
Real life is not always attainable for fat women/women of color. In monster alien romance, though, my size doesn't matter, and it's easier to get into that headspace and enjoy it. I'm sick of the men on Earth and looking for some variety.
I cannot get a real man, so I must goon. That's what it is. I cannot get a real man, so I must goon.
Non-humans haven't betrayed and hurt me, so they feel like a safe haven, if that makes sense.
These are so these are all just professional victims. Here's the thought. If all the men you have dated suck, then maybe it's not the men's fault. Maybe you are the problem. Just a thought.
Plus the unusual dick. Monsters have big, fun-shaped cocks. I love some bizarre peen. Unique genitalia. I don't know what I was expecting, honestly. A lot of women's smut, especially monster smut, is about submission, domination, forced breeding, non-consensual consent. The women are like conquered and taken and
non-consensual consent? So it's like, how do I put this? Receiving the permission to grape the fictional woman or the woman? How does this work? How does consensual how does non-consensual consent work? Like, is it really just I give basically a woman going up to a dude and is like, you're allowed to grape me? Like, how does this work? Like that is the how does what?
overpowered by these monsters. And I think many of these women are reading these books containing monsters and not men because masculinity and dominance in men has been completely demonized in modern society. But the truth is, many women still crave it. You see, the monsters in these stories have those like dominant masculine traits that women like so much, but they're not human men. They have all these traits women desire without.
The problem is that if you that's a self-made problem. The problem is that that's a self-made this is a self-inflicted damage. Because if a man would be that what these women are craving, then he would be controlling or abusive or other buzzword. So then the question becomes, like, do you want to risk it and end up on the, I don't know, the sex offender list? Or do you not do that? I guess roleplay where the person roleplays great, but in a situation that is much more safe. I guess that's the only conclusion I could have here. A lot of women's relationship problems made more sense to me when it was explained like this. Imagine if any guy could sleep with a supermodel. Just use them for they would continue. Obviously, yeah, true. I mean, we are already like, right? Since they're like having like apparently all women have had experiences. I don't know how this works, but the only conclusion that I could come to that so many women say they have bad experiences is either they pick shitty men. They they themselves are shitty, or that it's dating the same dudes. And when looking at statistics, predominantly for younger women, it may make sense that they're apparently dating the same dudes. Because it's not men in their age range. So how does this work?
The problematic baggage human men bring, without being the men they hate or have been told to hate. It is the perfect guilt-free slop. But they don't just want a wild dominant man, they want to tame a wild dominant man. Similar to when a man sees an art hoe with a nose ring, you can save her from her daddy issues. You can do
Dick's so good it could unfeminist a feminist. I don't know how to put it. No. If a woman is crazy, leave her alone. Leave her with her daddy issues or mommy issues or whatever issues she has. She's gonna wake up herself. No, you cannot fix her. No, you cannot fix the nose ring woman. Listen to your common sense. I know. Listen to your gut. You cannot fix her. Move on.
It definitely won't backfire and ruin your life. Go for it. Go talk to her. With many women, there's this desire for, like, danger and aggression, but also the desire to tame that danger and aggression. The desire to be that special woman who can melt his heart. You see, my dragon boyfriend could rip me to shreds and kill me instantly, but he won't because he's nice and he loves me. But honestly, at the end of the day, just like the video I made about the anime girl in a wheelchair where men were saying, this is the average male fantasy, and a bunch of women were like, you wanna rape a disabled girl? When in reality, it was just a distilled
yeah, that was something. Wholesome Chunga's anime about dude falling in love with a disabled woman and she teaching actually him how to live again is like, wow. What, like, they translated this into, you want to oppress women. Like, what? No, it's a cute yeah, maybe if you would consume more pure romance, then maybe you would actually understand. The nose ring stereotype is one of the realest stereotypes I've ever come across. It is, though. It is. It's a woman with a nose ring. Sorry, I'm not a billionaire. Even billionaires can't fix these.
Manifestation of the average male fantasy, which is to protect and provide for a sweet woman and save her. This is like basically the flip of that, right? This is just the distilled manifestation of the female fantasy. Men are seeing this and they're saying, what do you mean you want to milk a minotaur? When in reality, it's just to have a big, strong protector and provider swoop you up and save you. And like I said in that video, they're basically both the same fantasy.
But to be saved, you would need to desire being saved. Like, you would want to be saved, but women nowadays do not want a knight in shining armor. Like, they desire a knight in shining armor, but, well, the problem is that, that's toxic.
This is a tale as old as time, the princess being saved from—
It's like Schrodinger's husband. It's like, you want him to, or Schrodinger's knight in shining armor. You want him to save you, but you don't because it's toxic.
From the dragon by a knight in shining armor, whether the dragon be a wheelchair or student loans, you know? But in this case, the woman is being f***ed by the dragon and the knight sits in the corner and watches or something, I don't know. Maybe it's not that deep. There are some hungers better starved than fed.
Was that? Wait, the knight is destiny? The knight is destiny for Sneeko?
And maybe as women, for the sake of society, we have to starve our hunger for minotaur p***ness. Yeah, that's the moral of this video. So what do you guys think? What is your theory? Why is the monster—
Why the cow? Is that a unicorn cow? Why the, or a regular cow? Why the cow onesie now? Why are you doing this to us?
Romance genre so popular with women in particular? And who is your weirdest hear me out? Be honest. I don't want to hear no Lola Bunny, okay? You all know mine already.
Yeah, she's not better. She's not better.
It's not that he's a fish, okay? He has an energy, okay? He has a vibe. You know what, never mind. And I will see you guys again really soon with a new video. Bye!
This was a painful half an hour. This was such a painful half an hour. Okay. First of all, I have no weirdest hear me out. I have a fiance. She's my hear me out. End of discussion. Second of all, this was horrible. And I can never look at women the same way ever again. Never. I would never look at women the same way. I could never, and I will never. No. They may look innocent, but they're absolute degenerates. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I prefer the one where the princess is left in this castle and the knight lives happily ever after with the dragon. You are not better. Did you just self-insert as the dragon? What can I say? Except you're welcome. I hate you. I would have watched it anyway, so it's not even, you're not even the main reason. Yes, song time. We can do that. We can do that. Sure. But yeah, that was awful. That was awful.
The content.
Calm down. All right. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Bro, you're not better. You're dating a frog, but mine is still a real human behind that frog cover. You want to be straight up the dragon and do the knight. Yeah, but usually it's donkey in this situation. I don't think Kokos wants the donkey. Maybe he does. All right. Hooked on Saving by Kotobra. Well, we'll look at that. We'll look at that. That's gonna be interesting.
I'm on a hook, but I'm hooked on saving dough. I flip my money, make a bakery, I'm on the go. They talking slow, I let them know I ain't got time to waste. I call out a fake sale, so they know that I'm so based. I'll teach you how to save some money, you should listen close. Grocery store items in the bag that do the most. Rice, bread, taters, beans, poor people know what that means. Spending outside can get expensive, use your smart jeans. Tighten up that budget, gotta stay strong and compact. You gotta save all your receipts and keep them things tracked. Coupons, I want you to read them like a school book. Pay attention to a debt like you Tom Nook. I'm on a hook, but I'm hooked on saving dough. I flip my money, make a bakery, I'm on the go. They talking slow, I let them know I ain't got time to waste. I call out a fake sale, so they know that I'm so based. It's incredible, I'm planning meals and I buy them.
To simplify, the song of a broke man. To simplify, this is the song of a broke man.
But when I reach my crib, I grab my food just like I'm the Hulk. You say you got the juice, but I stick with H2O. You pumping up that sugar, I make sure to keep the glow. I'm unplugging everything that's sucking up some power. Even if I only take it down for an hour, I'm carpooling cause of car reliability. My friends an asset and they add to my stability. I'm on a hook, but I'm hooked on saving dough. I flip my money, make a bakery, I'm on the go. They talking slow, I let them know I ain't got time to waste. I call out a fake sale so they know that I'm so base. Subscription or a cinema, I'm ducking and I'm dodging.
So we essentially, right here, you can listen to, what's the word? The national anthem of broke people.
If I'm on a holiday, I'm at home lodging. If I give a gift, just know it's DIY. A gift from the heart, that's what it's gonna imply. An impulse buy is not a move I make. I use my own oven when I bring a birthday cake. I treat a late payment like a cardinal sin. I'm not trying to let a single business win. I'm on a hook, but I'm hooked on saving dough. I flip my money, make a bakery, I'm on the go. They talking slow, I let them know I ain't got time to waste. I call out a fake sale so they know that I'm so based. I'm on a hook. I'm on a hook.
Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. Interesting, very, very interesting, very interesting. Look, I even get my own stream recommended. I'm too powerful. Do you like the Animal Crossing reference? Pay attention to a debt like Tom Nook. Yeah. I've noticed that. Interesting. Yeah, national anthem of broke people. I see no issue. I see no issue. It literally is. It literally is. Crazy work. Very crazy. Interesting. Highly interesting. Okay. What are we doing next? We could do... See? What's your own stream now? We could do the Uma Musume one next. Okay, the other ones I won't be doing yet because the Gumper isn't here, if the Gumper even appears. Though it technically doesn't matter. We could do the Uma Musume one. But, yeah. But first, I'll take a quick break. After this long video, I need a quick break. Then we can do horses. Shadow Clips needs his daily dose of horse. So yeah, I'll be right back. Forgot to turn on music. Whoops! My bad! I didn't mean that. I didn't mean to do that. I thought it was on. It was not on. Never mind. Hi Zoom, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. Whoops, at me when you are doing the Hassan video. I want the reason to hate him more. I heard he abuses his dog. Oh. Yeah. He does. And his previous dog as well. Do you listen to Rammstein? Sometimes. It depends if I'm in the mood. Not that often, to be fair. All right, let's do the Uma one, Uma Musume. We can do the Hasan one right after this one. Another one. Fuji Kiseki, the Phantom Triple Crown of Uma Musume. So we have another Phantom Triple Crown. Interesting. By Pyrex. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. Support is appreciated. We go in. Yeah. Let's see which ones that is.
In the world of horse racing, there are several instances of horses who retired far too early, whether it be due to injury or a tragic.
Yeah, Raishara was one, right? He brings it up right here. Who else was in there? Agnes Tachyon was in there as well. The last one, I forgot which was the last one, but the last one we reacted to also ended quite early. On a good note, though, which is really nice.
Passing. These horses were unable to truly display their talent with the duration of a full racing career. Silent Suzuka and Agnes Tachyon are two well-known examples.
Yeah, Silent Suzuka as well. Okay.
Examples in the Uma Musume fandom. However, there would be one more shining star amidst these what-if stories. An Uma who would be the source of inspiration for Jungle Pocket, one who dazzled the audience and took the racing world by storm. This is the story of Fuji Kiseki, Japan's dazzling star. Fuji Kiseki was born on April 15, 1992 at the Shadai Farm in Hokkaido. The Shadai Farm, as mentioned in past videos, is a major center for the world of Japanese horse racing. This farm is run by the Yoshida family. Most notably, this farm would be instrumental in elevating Japanese horse racing with the acquisition of Sunday Silence in 1990. Sunday would be Kiseki's sire, and the sire of over 1,500 foals.
1,500, by the way. Bro is busy. Bro is really busy. Wow. I'm always astonished when I hear the numbers of how many offspring these horses can produce. Is like crazy, like 1,500. It's just wild.
Sunday Silence was an incredibly strong racehorse from America who would be Japan's leading sire for over a decade. Even in modern day, his lineage acts to shape the racing world. In addition to Sunday Silence.
So you're essentially saying he's the Genghis Khan. He's the Genghis Khan of horse racing. Essentially, when it comes to like making babies, because like, right, Genghis Khan was like making so many babies that people still have his DNA nowadays. So we got so Sunday Silence and Mill Racer result in Halo. Probably. Or is it just like, yeah, so like interesting. It's just interesting. What are these names? Halo, Wishing Well, that's French. Marston's Mill? Hail to Reason. Interesting name. Cosma, that's actually a cute name. Funnily enough, there's like actual people who have this name, not just horses. Understanding. Mountain Flower, that's also cute. Wild Risk is pretty cool. Anguar is also pretty cool. In Reality, interesting name. And Millicent, interesting. Like Cosma and Mountain Flower and Wild Risk.
Kiseki's dam was Mill Racer, an American mare who had a brief racing history before venturing to Japan as well. In Uma Musume, Fuji Kiseki and Jungle Pocket grow close alongside one another. For Pocket, it's Kiseki's guidance in her darkest hour following Tachyon's retirement, and for Kiseki, it would be aiding Pocket in achieving a dream that she could never reach. This bond, much like many others in the series, are based on real-life events. Both Jungle Pocket and Fuji Kiseki shared a lot of similarities in their racing career. Both horses were owned by Yomoji Saito, being the main two horses at Saito's stable. Yomoji Saito was encouraged to become a...
Oh yeah, so I was like, is she the one that just like not a few days ago just dropped? She is. She is one that just recently dropped. I was like, wait a minute. She looks familiar, but she usually also wears a hat, right? In Uma Musume, at least, she wears a hat. Or maybe she just wears the hat in like her animation.
a racehorse owner by Zenya Yoshida after approaching Yoshida for advice on land Saito owned in Hokkaido. These words of encouragement would shape the future of Saito's career, officially becoming a registered racehorse owner in 1992. Following the establishment of his title as an owner, Saito would acquire Kiseki directly from the Shadai farm through one of various private sales the estate has. Even long after establishing himself as a racehorse owner, Saito still fondly recalls the early days of his career, describing the elation he felt when purchasing a new horse and the process of naming that followed. A common practice in Japanese horse racing is using a prefix for all horses owned by a certain group or individual. Examples of this are the Mejido and Simbali horses, named after the farm they were born on. Saito instead aimed to have a deeper meaning behind the horses he acquired. He wanted to first
Wild race outfit having her physique he's out. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. I was like, when I saw like the introduction, right, when you open Uma Musume and like you'll see like the animation of the horse, and I was like, god damn, bro, why are her tits out? I'm assuming probably very likely that this design choice probably came from, you know, the man owning the horse. Most certainly. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't do it otherwise. Or maybe they're just free reign and like they just say like, actually, let's make this horse side boobs or inner like cleavage visible, whatever.
Incorporate his hometown of Fuji City and a meaningful term alongside naming Kiseki, seeking advice from a friend knowledgeable in minerals.
Oh, cool. So she's named after Mount Fuji.
Saito came to settle on the name Fuji Kiseki, which would pay honor to Saito's hometown with Fuji, and with Kiseki translating to miracle or glittering stone.
Woo! Cool. Nice.
With this naming scheme, Saito hoped that Kiseki's career would be miraculous, creating a horse who would shine and traverse a glorious path throughout the course of their career. This term, Kiseki, would also be a direct visual representation in beginning of a new era, being the shining stone on the necklace Jungle Pocket wears throughout the film. This not only is a direct reference to the name Fuji Kiseki, but also pays a subtle nod to the legacy Pocket carried on in honor of the Uma she admired so much. Pocket always carried the stone with her, and only when she faced extreme hardship following Agnes Tachyon's retirement did the stone show signs of imperfection, a direct contrast to the word Kiseki's meaning. Only through Fuji Kiseki would Pocket regain herself.
Running in high heels? Yeah, that's very, what's the word? That must be uncomfortable. But then again, Samus can run in high heels, so I guess.
Continuing the legacy left behind by her senior. With such a meaningful history behind his name, Kiseki would be paired with Sakai Watanabe, who would act as Kiseki.
What is... This horse is flabbergasted. What? This could be like a reaction image. Like, what is bro seeing? Bro's flabbergasted. It was flabbergasted.
Kiseki's trainer and be jockeyed by Masayoshi Ebina for his debut race. While training Kiseki, Watanabe stated that he suspected he'd start slowly due to a struggle with getting Kiseki out of the gate. Even with this bump in training, Watanabe had faith in Kiseki's ability to be able to spurt down the final straight. Win or lose, they wanted to see how Kiseki would perform, treating this 1200-meter debut as a mile race despite the difference in distance. Alongside Watanabe, Ebina would also see firsthand just how capable Kiseki was as a racer. Ebina would recount the fact that the horse would move so quickly and smoothly that he had to do little to control or keep his pace. Even with the short distance of his debut, both Watanabe and Ebina stated that Kiseki still had a lot left in the tank. He ran sprint and mile races as if he were walking. With all these impressive feats, even prior to his debut, the belief was there that Fuji Kiseki could have a possibility to win a race in the classics. On August 20th, 1994, Fuji Kiseki would enter the gate for his debut race, despite being at the back of the pack and a slight mishap occurring on the racecourse. Fuji Kiseki would enter the gate for his debut race, despite being at the back of the pack and a slight mishap occurring on the racecourse. Kiseki would pull ahead and secure the first one of his career. He not only
Ouch, I hope the horse is okay. I hope the horse is okay. I hope the horse is okay. I need some info. Is that horse okay? And the trainer, of course. Ow.
He win this race, but will win with over 5 lengths over the second place horse, Shell Queen. Just as his trainer and jockey had predicted, Fuji Kiseki showed a display of dominating power with his maiden debut. From an early age, Kiseki was highly evaluated as a top horse from the first crop of Sunday Silence offspring, and winning his debut, Watanabe and Saito wanted to see just how much this gemstone could shine. Instead of sticking to sprint races, Kiseki would instead aim to compete in the Momiji Stakes, an ungraded mile-long race held in October. This race would pit Kiseki against the first rival he'd faced in his short career, Tayasu Tsuyoshi. In addition, Ebina would not be jockeying Kiseki in this race either. Instead, Kiseki would be jockeyed by Koichi Tsunoda, the jockey who'd ride Kiseki for the remainder of his racing career. Just like his debut, Kiseki would stay mid-pack for a majority of the race and begin to advance approaching the final homestretch. Unlike his debut, Tsuyoshi would pursue, quickly tailing as they approached the finish line. Keeping the lead, Kiseki would pull ahead of Tsuyoshi, claiming his second win barely by a half length over second place. This result would also be a record time of 1 minute 35.5 seconds.
Okay, we're setting records here. We're setting records. Cool, 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 very cool.
As the year came to a close, there was one race for Kiseki to participate in that would solidify him as one of the strongest of his age group. This race would be the Asahi High Sansei Stakes, which is considered as the most
492 kilograms plus 6. Maybe the gear, I guess? Does that mean? I don't know. Interesting.
competitive race for 2-year-olds in Japanese horse racing. By aiming to win this race, Fuji Kiseki would prove his strength over other horses of his age bracket. A lot was on the line, not only to continue Kiseki's winning streak, but also to make a statement. Kiseki, being the first crop of foals by Sunday Silence, had the opportunity to usher in a new era of racing, showcasing the strength this new dominant lineage would bring to Japan. This race, held on December 11, 1994, will also have Kiseki race against Ski Captain, another strong contender who'd be seen as a rival at this point in Kiseki's career. Not only would this be Fuji Kiseki's first stake-graded race, but it would also be his first G1 participation as well. This would be seen as a display of confidence Watanabe had for a strong performance. When exiting the gate, Kiseki had performed the same as his previous 2 races, keeping his pace and accelerating at the final corner. This would be the closest race yet, with Ski Captain quickly gaining on the lead position. Barely by a head, Fuji Kiseki would win the Asahi High, solidifying his position as the strongest 2-year-old horse of 19.
Oh, that is barely by a head. That is very close. Look at that. That's incredibly close.
1994, 3 starts and 3 first place finishes. Needless to say, the string of victories were already impressive. Fuji Kiseki ended 1994 undefeated, with big plans entering his 3-year-old year to have him participate in the classic races for the Triple Crown. It would come as a shock to no one that at the beginning of the year in 1995, Fuji Kiseki would enter the Yayoi Show. As a quick refresher, the Yayoi Show is widely seen as a precursor race to the Triple Crown series. By this point, Fuji Kiseki had become a star in the racing world, and just like his name, continued to shine on the racecourse. Fuji Kiseki was the overwhelming fan favorite to win this race as well. This strong support came from the undefeated history in 1994, and from the highly regarded pedigree of Sunday Silence. Fuji Kiseki would claim a victory by 2.5 lengths over Hokkai Roseo, cementing his status as a strong contender for the classic Triple Crown. This race would show Japan Fuji Kiseki's brilliant performance and clearly be reflected in beginning of a new era. The way the anime displayed the captivated audience and the elegance with Fuji Kiseki's performance, the sheer dominance on the racecourse, the tension and the payoff all seem to reflect this race perfectly, right down to the emotional reaction of Kiseki's trainer, Tanabe, overwhelmed by
Crying. That's cute. That's cute. That's nicely made. That's cute. Did he cry IRL too? I wonder?
emotion seeing how far her career had come. Unfortunately, just like many horses we've covered before, the final curtain call would come.
Uh-oh. right now, okay? What? So, injury, I hope not death. The best case scenario is just an injury right now. That would just retire him, but I know how this usually goes.
Early for Fuji Kiseki's career. After the Yayoi show, a training schedule was set to have Kiseki participate in the Satsuki show, the first leg of the Japanese classic Triple Crown series. Before proper training and conditioning could begin, it was discovered that Kiseki had a bowed tendon, effectively ending his racing career. This not only caused
Man, well, that is once again, yeah, sure, Phantom Triple Crown. It's an early Phantom Triple Crown, but hey, yeah, okay, it makes sense. The title makes sense. Yeah, sure, yes.
Kiseki to retire early, but once more left a yearning by fans who would never be able to see future races from their favorite horse. Fuji Kiseki was only beginning to enter the prime of his career, with thoroughbred racehorses reaching their peak around their 4-year-old year. The Yayoi show was only a taste of what Kiseki was capable of, and now all the audience could do was wonder what could have been. Even though Fuji Kiseki's career ended abruptly, just like many instances we've seen before, through that retirement,
How did they? I'm curious. How did they solve that in Uma Musume? I'm very curious now. How did they solve that? Like, they probably just gave her an injury, or would they give her a what if? Interesting.
a new legacy would be created. Witnessing Fuji Kiseki race, Jungle Pocket would be inspired to become an Uma Musume just like her, aiming to amaze her audience with a display as magnificent as the race she witnessed at the start of the film. She doesn't only look up to Kiseki, but Jungle Pocket absolutely adores her.
What a face. What a face. Goofy.
Despite her rough and blunt exterior, when around her senior, Pocket's competitive nature melts away, most notably with her tail wagging uncontrollably when she's around Kiseki. In Uma Musume, Fuji Kiseki considers the classic Triple Crown as her ultimate.
That is crazy work. That is... Okay, bros. That is crazy work. Yeah. Okay. My man. That is... Okay. I like her, though. I like the outfit. Aside, like, from, like, the boobs out. That's crazy work. Like the white strand of hair here, obviously, to the real one, right? The green is interesting, right? I don't know what that thing's called. English, I forgot what it's called. Fuck, doesn't matter. She has like a bell thingy? I don't even know what to say. It's crazy. That's an insane design, bro. Why are no, never mind.
Stage. Her eccentric personality and motifs of stage performances are inspired by her mother, who was a stage actress, and
she has very interesting gloves, right? Very interesting. Like, obviously they go to the wrist, but then like the inner part is like empty. Really interesting.
The world of Uma Musume. Just like her mother, she aims to captivate the audience with a dazzling display.
Oh, she has a little gem up there too. Cute.
Display of power while racing. Kiseki also is described as a natural-born leader, and always does her best to care for her fellow Umas, who she affectionately refers to as her darling ponies. In Uma Musume Pretty Derby, Fuji Kiseki's unique skill is called Lights of Vaudeville, only acting to heighten her yearning for this ultimate stage, and her ability to dazzle the audience with an amazing performance. When Kiseki retired due to injury, her trainer, Tanabe, would also retire from his training duties alongside her. It is only at the request of his beloved Uma that he comes out of retirement to personally train Jungle Pocket. In beginning of a new era, Tanabe and Fuji Kiseki have an incredibly strong bond, and are regularly seen together throughout the course of the film. Both act to aid Pocket and encourage her, even during her moments of hardship. This, as mentioned earlier, is a direct reflection of real-life events. Trainer Tanabe is modeled after Sakai Watanabe, who had trained both Jungle Pocket and Fuji Kiseki.
Makes sense, right? Makes sense they would be modeled after the actual person, right? That makes sense. Really interesting. Really interesting.
To Watanabe, he saw Training Pocket as a clear successor to a career that Kiseki could never continue, acknowledging the legacy that could be formed with Pocket's career. This is heavily symbolized in the movie with Jungle Pocket's victory at the Tokyo Yushun, a race which Fuji Kiseki failed to participate in, and subsequently failed to claim a victory for her beloved trainer. Even though we eventually see Kiseki train to enter future races, this unfortunately would be another instance of a happy ending to her career in Uma Musume. That line in the film,
Yeah, obviously, that makes sense. I was already expecting that they would give her an alternative route, right? I'm expecting that, makes sense.
of being a far cry of what she once was, hits so much harder after you realize just how promising her career could have been. In retirement, Fuji Kiseki became a breeding stallion, having a total of 1,876 foals.
Never mind, that is not the Genghis Khan of... That is the Genghis Khan of horses. What the fuck? God damn it. That's a lot of babies out there. 1.8k? Bro was busy.
In his breeding career, Kiseki would be an extremely successful sire in both Japan and Australia. Fuji Kiseki would travel between
Australia, the land down under.
Japan and Australia to ensure that a constant flow of mares could be bred alongside him. This only acted to keep the influence of Sunday Silence alive. Some notable names sired from Fuji Kiseki include Kinshasa no Kiseki, who won multiple G1 races, Isla Bonita, who would be named Japan's best 3-year-old colt in 2014 after winning the Satsuki Show, and Kane Hikili, a successful dirt horse who would win the Japan Cup Dirt twice in 2005 and 2008. Fuji Kiseki would live out the remainder of his life until December 28, 2015, where he died at the age of 23 from a cervical spine injury.
Okay, 23, that's still pretty solid. That's still a pretty solid age, not bad.
By this point, Kiseki had been relocated back to the Shadai farm in 2011. He may have not been able to compete in the classic Triple Crown, but Kiseki still left his mark on the racing world. He'd been the first G1 winner sired by Sunday Silence, and just like his sire, had ushered in countless new foals with an incredibly successful breeding career. A racehorse who showed immense strength and speed, captivating an audience with a dazzling display of potential and dominance, personified in Uma Musume as a kind and helpful Uma with one simple goal: to perform on the ultimate stage and make her mark on the racing world. One who, just like her name, shined.
Now that I thought about it towards the end, has there ever been an instance where the trainer has also been the jockey? Or, like, are these, like, exclusive? Like, you cannot be a jockey and also a trainer, but you can also not be a trainer and, like, interesting. I just, like, thought about this. Like, do they cancel each other? Like, if you're a jockey, you cannot be a trainer? Interesting.
Brighter and brighter with each victory, and even with a career crushed by injury, will lead to inspire a new generation of Umas to come. Did you enjoy this video, and who should I cover next? Be sure to let me know in the comment section down below. Thank you all for joining me, and as always, I will see you all in the next video.
I need a full 1 hour video of Haru Urara and every single race in detail. Yeah, I'm still voting for our daughter Haru Urara. Obviously, she needs that full on video. She needs that, right? Not just like the short one, but like an actual big one, like a big video, right? It would happen for Grass Wonder. It should happen for Haru Urara next, obviously. Yeah, Fuji Kiseki is interesting. Interesting. Had a solid chance of actually being a Triple Crown. Like, actually a solid chance of being a Triple Crown. We unfortunately never got to see that. Good that they gave her a good ending in Uma Musume. Good that it was just an injury and not an accident or anything, right? 1.8 children is crazy. Yeah, I think Phantom Turbo Crown is very accurate. It does fit. It does fit. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty, got that one done. Now, water. Always need water. We might as well get water. We need water. I need water. Okay, not bad. Actually, not bad. Which video do I want to do next? Let me think. Do I do the Hassan Piker one? Or nah? What are we saying? What are we saying? Nah, not for now. I think I will be doing... You know what? This is super short. We'll make this one. We'll do this one. That one sounds interesting. We might as well do this one. It's a short one. It's a nice one. For that, we'll do the Hassan Piker video. Gonna be interesting. Do mothers make strong men? By Brave New Slop. Interesting name. Interesting. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider liking and subscribing. Thank you very much. I would say yes. Mothers make also strong men. I would say that the roles that mothers take is different from the roles that fathers take. But generally, I would say that the mother overall is more of the bigger caretaker in most situations, of course. Now you need both parents to get the complete like package, right? Otherwise, right, we have looked at statistics for example, single mothers and how not having a father affects development of children, especially when it comes to crime. But yeah, we'll jump in. We'll see what points this person will make. We'll see about that. Let's go.
He needs me.
Tarzan challenges us by asking a unique question, one that we don't often see answered in other heroes' journeys. Sure, we've seen the influence of father figures in the development of boys.
Yeah, father figures, right? What is a big father figure? Right? Just like right now, obviously.
In other heroes' journeys. Sure, we've seen the influence.
Like, Iroh, right? Uncle Iroh is a big one. What else do we have? I need to think of like big father figures, right? Like Joel, right? From The Last of Us is a father figure. Ben Parker is also a good father figure. There's a few out there. Sure.
Of father figures in the development of boys into men. But what part does a mother play in that transformation? We're introduced to Kala as a grieving mother who lost her son. Suddenly, she hears the distant cry of a baby, and she's possessed by it. This is the hero's instinct, to charge into danger, on behalf of those who need you. Kala discovers the baby's parents killed by the jaguar.
Yeah, it reminds me kind of My Hero Academia, right? Charging into, like, your feet you just automatically run when somebody's nature. You don't think about the consequences, nothing like that.
And finds Tarzan. Though this is not her child, not even her species, Kala defends Tarzan fiercely. When they escape and return to the tribe, the leader, Kerchak, demands she abandon Tarzan.
But he'll die.
If the jungle wants him, then...
I want him.
Kala, I cannot let you put our family in danger.
Does he look dangerous to you?
Kerchak's rage is intense but brief. Kala's love is intense and enduring. He's no match for her. And that's not the last time he'll make that mistake. As Tarzan...
By the way, Tarzan is such a good movie. It is such a good movie. They would, like, Disney can never replicate anything like that anymore nowadays. Tarzan is such a good movie, by the way.
Grows into a boy, he still struggles to gain acceptance. After making a mistake and endangering others, Kerchak becomes angry with him.
I'm sorry, Kerchak.
You almost killed someone.
This isn't the loving disappointment of Mufasa.
Being brave doesn't mean you go looking for trouble.
Here, there's actual hatred driving the anger. Kerchak feels certain that there's no possibility of growth or redemption for Tarzan.
Kala, look at him. He will never be one of us.
Kerchak.
We see that hatred.
I think more so what this displays is that the mother here like fully accepts Tarzan regardless of his shortcomings or like him being different. It's up there with Jungle Book. Yep, most certainly. Yep.
Passed on to Tarzan, becoming self-hatred. But just as hatred is a powerful force that's hard to put out once it starts burning in us, so is love.
Close your eyes. Now forget what you see. What do you feel?
She teaches Tarzan that mistakes, flaws, and failures are as much a part of our shared humanity as our heartbeat.
Kerchak just can't see that.
Imagine if Tarzan didn't have Kala, and he was filled with Kerchak's condemnation instead of...
Oh yeah, he'd be an angry little human. Well, realistically, he'd be dead, right? If Kala wasn't there, he'd be dead. Let's be honest.
Her faith. Kerchak might have made Tarzan the very monster that he most feared. Thanks to Kala, instead of turning away from others, or worse, wanting to hurt them or hurt himself, Tarzan turns his renewed faith in himself back towards the tribe.
I'll be the best ape ever.
Oh, I bet you will.
As Tarzan struggles to decide whether to remain with the gorillas or leave the jungle for civilization, Kala finally shares the secret of where he came from. She promises him she'll support whatever choice he makes.
I just want you to be happy, whatever you decide.
She sounds so full of grief that you wonder if she's trying to guilt him into staying. But this is the unbearable pain of letting go of someone you love. What makes it an act of love is not that it's easy for her, it's that it's so difficult she struggles to even honor her promise. When Tarzan returns dressed in...
Bro, now he looks like a human. Yeah, I forgot how that... Tarzan with like regular clothes looks like so interesting. Yeah, that's like, right? I feel like people always say like a father's second love is like his daughter, right? Not like in a romantic sense, but like you get the idea. And like a mother's second love is her son, and maybe that's true to a degree here. Sure.
Clothing. It's obvious this was not the choice Kala thought he'd make. She turns away, feeling both the pain of loss and the personal hurt of Tarzan leaving her. He's needed her his entire life, and now he no longer does.
No matter where I go, you will always be my mother.
That breaks her heart, even though that's what she wants for him.
And you will always be in my heart.
To her pain, he offers unconditional love, the same healing force she used to comfort him. Although the movie winds up making Tarzan's reconciliation with Kerchak the emotional climax,
I guess it would need unconditional love, though that's not particularly common nowadays. I feel like for especially love is already very scarce for young boys. So, well, I guess this could be one of the things that a strong man would need, right? Unconditional love from his mother. I could see that, yeah.
Me, this was the more interesting arc. We saw Kala embody the elements of the hero, risking life and limb to protect Tarzan and healing the deep wounds in his spirit. It was easy to view her as an almost mythical ideal of motherhood, But then, suddenly, we saw the vulnerable human being beneath her heroism, struggling with her duty, and reminding us that all this time, motherhood has required inner strength, not just instinct. We're forced to grow up alongside Tarzan, realizing his mother is only human, but loving her all the more for that very reason.
Interesting perspective. Interesting video. Short, but very interesting. I'd say yes, to a degree. I would say yes. Mothers do make strong men to a degree. Of course, again, you need both. You need, like, right? Mothers and fathers do give a different part. We can tell this when we look at children who grow up without either. Or, like, one or the other, that is. And I think the most important aspect that is really needed here, that is really shown by particularly Kala, is unconditional love. I think that's what probably is the main recipe here. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Interesting video. Interesting. Good that that was recommended to me. Made me think a little bit. Wait a minute. Made me also think about my relationship with my own mother. I was like, are there similarities? Not really, but hey, it is what it is. Okay, next one. Let's do. Oh, let's do this one. Let's do this one.
The context.
Let's do this one. This is still a solid one. That would do the Hassan Piker one. This is interesting. We're gonna look at that. Ah, yes. Here we go. Here we go. The Cinder drama, chat. The Cinder drama. The massive Cinder response doc explains in 23-ish minutes by VTubing explained. Yep. There has been weird reactions to the 1,000-page Google Doc, which technically isn't 1,000 pages of words. It's just a lot of screenshots and chat logs and all that stuff, right? I read the entire thing. Obviously, I read the entire thing. I'm not like these people who like quote tweeting immediately and are like, yeah, I'm not reading that. Or like they read a part and are like, oh yeah, she's just doubling down. I read the entire thing to get the full context. And I came to the conclusion that a lot of the people that are part of this doc and part of this drama, the question isn't whether Cinder's innocent. The question is whether the others aren't. As a current time, as like right now, the date is the 11th of October. I don't know when I will upload this. Also, like and subscribe. Appreciate it. Nobody has responded except Nanoless. Nanoless is the only one that has responded, and she essentially confirmed that she has, or at least is at fault in parts. She's at least at fault in parts. As for Shia Lily and everyone else involved, I've not seen anything yet. I'm curious if they can disprove it or not. I mean, technically the accuser's the one needing to disprove it, but yeah. It's just very interesting. I feel like Nanoless was the main issue, and then it's just like high school drama, but with adults. And that's really it. It boils down to Nanoless not having a backbone, and also them shit to fix this, them needing to fix this offline, which of course they didn't do. Or like not offline, but like not on, like in private, that's the word, in private. But in general. Wait a minute. I don't like any of those people anymore. And realistically, there's probably, I'm gonna be honest, looking at what Cinder said, I do in fact believe that these practices that Cinder did might be far more common amongst big indie VTubers that we are led to believe. Just saying. Like the practice of like backstabbing each other. I'm not surprised, right? I'm not surprised that of how common that is. And I'm really thinking that there's probably more that we the normal people, the peasants, the indie VTubing lab docs, do not know. Just my opinion.
The context. Cinder is an indie American VTuber who debuted on June 25th, 2022, and was one of the top.
Also, before anybody says, like, I'm running defense for Cinder, I've never watched a single Cinder stream in my entire life. I barely know to be fair, I barely know anybody in this doc, right? Or in this drama, right? I may have seen occasional, like, Shy Lily clips and stuff, but that's pretty much it. I watch smaller indie VTubers most of the time, or just copos.
Indie VTubers on Twitch, peaking at around 350,000 followers. She would get involved in a massive controversy on April 26, 2025, when Nanolys, the artist for Cinder's models, posted.
And I mean, I did originally also say I felt like this was very targeted and very planned, which made it look weird in my opinion.
Posted a 17-page doc going over her experiences with Cinder and her manager Redacted. Following this document, several others would publish their own statements against Cinder, claiming that she was a massive manipulator who used everyone for.
Also, I do think that she should not work. Like, she can date whoever she wants, right? She can still be with, like, Red, right? Should she be working with Red I don't know. To be fair, even if she, like, announced that she wasn't, he's still gonna be involved in some way, shape, or form. I mean, it's the partner, right? It's the boyfriend. You have no control over that.
The sake of her own growth. Cinder would fire Redacted the next day, and would post her apology statement following that. Cinder remained offline since the incident. However, on October 7th, 2025, Cinder would post a massive 1,000-page Google Doc on Twitter, stating that the individuals.
See, this is not just a summary. I don't know how comprehensive the summary is, right? We're still at the beginning. I would still encourage for you to read it yourself. You don't have to read it in one go. Nobody's asking for that, but do read it yourself. While it is 1,000 pages, it is not 1,000 pages of written text. It's like 110,000 words. It's not that hard. You can get through this quite fast.
Who accused her back in April were all lying. The overview. Cinder's document is divided into 13 separate sections, with the majority of the document focusing on addressing Nanolys, which is 21.2% of the doc, Silverveil, about 24% of the doc, and the overall breakdown of the events from Cinder's point of view, about 23.6% of the doc. In the document, Cinder would state that the purpose of the document is to defend herself and Redacted, take accountability for several things both revealed in the original documents and not publicly known information, and refute misconceptions that came out of the documents. Cinder would state that the document has speculative information that is mostly supported with evidence, and would call out the individuals who harassed anyone involved in the situation. The accusations. Cinder would explicitly call out 3 individuals for being the main perpetrators of the controversy. Nanolys for allegedly spreading significant slander and misinformation regarding her experience with Redacted, Shy Lily for allegedly, quote, orchestrating things behind the scenes and public manipulation, and Silverveil for allegedly lying about all of their interactions with Cinder. She would state that out of every.
Yep. So Nanoless is 100%. 100. I said this in the beginning, but essentially, even before that, it's just that people are stupid, right? It's just that people are stupid, and people were like calling others like we're insulting others over this, right? When I and others said that this really boils down to Nanoless not being able to say no, which is the truth, by the way. I am sorry, but at the same time, if you get yourself so influenced that you would supposedly, well, it's not really 100% true anymore, right? We know that Nanoless asked for exclusivity first, and that she essentially overworked herself. This all boils down to, this should have been done offline, this should have been done in private. Nanoless should get her ass kicked online for now, at least, for pretty much lying, which is what it is. It is lying. She lied, straight up. I mean, her Discord message literally proved that. And then, of course, for obviously, she could have just said no. This all boils down to Nanoless not being able to say no. There was no big manipulation. It was really just she couldn't say no. Anyways, it looks like face picked up Yana Banana. Yeah, and well, the name giving isn't Sakana's name game isn't really on point because like people found the thing. Like people found the account, obviously. And I found it funny that Pippa called somebody else a schizo over it. While this calculation is calculating Luigi length from an image. Crazy. People calculate all that. Send them job application. Apply the job application card.
Everyone involved in this situation, those three had the most to gain from Cinder's cancellation. Cinder would say that because of the extreme harassment and character assassination of her and GamerSupps, a company where Cinder had partial ownership, she voluntarily stepped down from her position in the company. The arguments. Cinder would start her arguments by discussing her status with
and people were like, oh, she made like 1,000. You don't need 1,000 pages to or wait this long to like disprove. Yo, I want the people saying this. I want them to see. I want them to see this happening to them, and writing calmly a Google doc, like any explanation, right? Writing calmly an explanation, of course, right? Makes sense. Get your entire life torn apart. Your entire life is put in jeopardy, essentially. Your livelihood. You put your company in jeopardy. Your relationship is in jeopardy. And tell me you're not gonna wait long until you have collected everything. And looking how much she has collected, well, it would make sense that she would at least wait that long. Would it need to be 1,000 pages? I don't know. Probably.
redacted, stating that the two of them co-wrote the document. She would explicitly say that the two of them are still together after spending time apart, mentioning that while she cheated on Red online and painted Red in a negative light in her first apology doc, where she would claim that she was blindsided by her friends and essentially forced her to publicly call Red out, the two are able to make amends after their time apart, and are actively together again, claiming
I don't know if, the thing is, I don't know if I would tolerate, first of all, being cheated on online, and then second of all, what's the word, being thrown, like, she really threw him under the, there's no other way to put this than that this man was thrown under the bus. I'm not gonna lie. That first document was so ass. That should have never been made in the first place.
that the two have had communication problems for a while that have improved over time.
This entire drama is a communication problem. All of this entire drama is a communication problem. All of it. All of it. The entire thing is a communication problem.
And moved past the problems the two had in the past. She would mention how she lived with Red and his family from summer of 2022 to the end of February of 2025, but moved out after having consistent streaming issues involving her setup. She would also state that Red would continue to work with Cinder as her manager, though would no longer handle work-related communications on her behalf, and would plan to delete the original tweet where she announced that Red was
fired. Yeah. You should have done that in the first place, by the way. Yep, absolute my opinion, you should have done that in the first place.
Fired. She would also list a few things that Red allegedly hid from Cinder, which primarily consisted of communications with the three main perpetrators, Bao, Cotton, and other anonymous individuals. Cinder would move on to discuss the contents of her apology doc, primarily focusing on correcting statements made towards Red and her friends in that doc, reaffirming statements that the two took accountability for, and apologizing to several individuals who don't have their own section in the document. When it came to discussing Red and the statements she made against him, she divided the claims made in the apology doc into 4 separate sections. Truthful actions that Red did alone that Cinder was already aware of, truthful actions that Red did that Cinder was also guilty of, truthful actions that Red did alone that Cinder wasn't aware of until writing the doc, and actions Red did that were false. She would also
obviously makes sense. We can read a few of these back to it. So what I blamed Red for in my apology because he was guilty of doing them. Him telling me how great it would be to work together with Silvervale. Yeah. I feel like the obsession with Silvervale is a bit odd. I'm not gonna lie. I think these two should have never really interacted that much, to be fair. I mean, they share not really anything, so I don't feel like they should be doing anything together. Like, it really makes no sense. And I mean, it's pretty obvious that life lesson, fuck your friends and partner, apparently. I feel like that was not necessary, and I think like to be fair, I feel like she also had like should have just let Silvervale alone. Like, dude, holding a grudge against Bao. Okay, wait, Red, yeah.
Truthful actions that Red did alone that Cinder was already aware of. Truthful actions that Red did that Cinder was
Obviously, yeah. Red was the one with the business-oriented outlook on things from the start. Yeah, I adopted that same mindset myself from working together as time went on. I guess partners do have a strong influence, so yeah. I mean, they can influence values, beliefs. You can do some stupid shit because of your partner, sure. I give her that, obviously. I mean, we currently have a similar drama going on with Germany, where a big influencer was very strongly influenced by his girlfriend to do weird-ass shit. I wrongly made it sound like I was brainwashed into thinking this way in my apology. Yeah, you did.
Also guilty of.
Again, that doc should have never been dropped.
Truthful actions that Red did alone that Cinder wasn't aware of.
Okay, Red and Nano ever talking about a mall Fujiri in November 2023. Red including Bao and Cotton in his conversation, eventual deal with Nano around exclusivity in 2025, and bad-mouthing Bao in their DMs as if they were our shared feelings. Red talking to Nano about Shy Lily and her model in April 2025. To be fair, yeah, it is very apparent that Red was too... I'm gonna be honest. Stuff like that should not be put on anybody else. I feel like that is stuff that you would need to do yourself, to be honest.
Until writing the doc, and actions Red did that were false. She would also list 50...
Okay, these things, right? These two...
that Cinder wasn't aware of until writing the doc, and actions...
He did not manipulate Nano. Well, obviously. It's also that, Nano was not... I'm gonna say this. Nano was not, manipulated to begin with. Nano just couldn't say no and was overworked. From her own statement, we can get this, that she was overworked. She did take too many comms. That's really it. And what it feels like is that she used Cinder as like a stepping stone to say that, well, I have too many comms, I cancel it because of them, and then cancel them because of Cinder, which is just not true. He did not push Nano to not work with Silvervale. She was not a constant topic between them. Okay. I recently got to know Germany makes nations and forts made up of cardboards. I need confirmation. Sure, that is a thing here, I guess.
Red did that were false. She would also list 15 things that she took accountability for in her apology.
Yeah, agreeing with Red to talk with Nano about exclusivity, agreeing to specifically name Silva in the terms, and knowing a deal involving her was made. Guilt-tripping Nano. Okay, though again, I feel like Nano could have just said no. I'm sorry. Feeling overly attached to Nano and her work. Sure. I'm just rereading these because I'm gonna be real, I mostly forgot about this. To be fair, most of it is already gone. Not knowing about what Red had said and Bao to Nano when I should have. Not speaking to Bao about Red's feelings towards her and letting it spiral to the point it did. So she does take accountability. Right? Technically. Because people were like saying, oh yeah, she's not taking accountability for anything and doubling down, right? She does take accountability. Being upset and taking it personally when Bauer hired my video editor. I agree, that one's weird. Being upset when Sacramore told us he wouldn't be working with us again. Confiding in Red about Shy Lily's behavior towards me. Becoming resentful towards Silvervale. Again, I feel like one of her greatest mistakes was this like weird obsession with Silvervale. I don't know. Letting my insecurities and public comments influence my feelings towards Silvervale. I mean, this could just be actually this point. Assuming Spike copied me. Yeah. This is an older one. This is genuinely an older one. The problem was that, like, somehow she got it in her head that everyone who would like be anything like a hellhound would be like copying her. Though I've seen now some comparison between like Shy Lily's outfits and Cinder's outfits, and I've realized there's quite a striking resemblance. Weird. Being very possessive of my design details early on in my career. I know multiple women that did that. She's not alone. Overreacting to Yantail's Hellhound the OC design, which was apologized for in the past. Why does she bring it up here? That it has no point here. Cheating on my boyfriend? Agreed. Neglecting or leaving behind friends of mine? Agreed.
Which included cheating on Red, getting overly upset in multiple instances, and general negligence. Cinder would essentially call out the people who claimed that she took no accountability for her and Red's actions, and would state that while she does understand that Red's actions were ultimately her responsibility, she would claim that she was being blamed for things that she had nothing to do with. Outside of her apology, Cinder would list out 22 instances where she and Red are guilty of doing something wrong, and claim that these were the only wrongdoings that the two
I'm not gonna read those. You can read those yourself.
have done, stating that every other claim that was made against the two isn't true. Some of these instances include becoming neglectful of relationships, attempting to gain exclusivity of different things in multiple cases, being openly distrustful of various individuals, and several other things. She would state that the majority of these instances occurred between August of 2024 till April of 2025. Cinder would state how her relationships with her friends were damaged due to her priorities being focused on her work, and would apologize to them for neglecting them over the course of 2020.
That is what work does to a motherfucker. That is what work does to a motherfucker. Who did she cheat with? I think with another male VTuber, was it? I think. And I think it was also during the time when she wasn't Cinder. I think I forgot most of that, to be fair.
24. She would try to refute the claims that she was just using her friends for her own benefit by showcasing pictures of cosplay items that she created for some of her friends, and would state that her friendships were real and not stepping stones for her.
No, who did she cheat on with? Remember, her manager Red. Red is her boyfriend, and she cheated on him with another guy from her pre-Cinder past
career. She would talk about how she and Red would dedicate an unhealthy amount of time towards her work, to the point where work was being done almost 24/7. Cinder would claim that the money wasn't their driving force for their work, but rather an indicator of success, but did acknowledge an instance where the claims of her being, quote, money hungry would be the strongest, as the instance involved an intermission on one of her model debut lore videos that required viewers to donate bits in order for the intermission to end. However, she would state that the motive.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy shit. That is crazy work. Not gonna lie. Yeah, that is kind of greedy. That's kind of greedy. Hi, Angelo. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Yeah, that's for sure greedy. yeah, that's greedy.
Motivation behind this wasn't to garner monetary gains, but to implement interactivity into the debut. She would.
Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Yeah, I won't let you live this one down. That one's greedy.
Briefly go over a section in her apology regarding how she viewed her friends as competition, stating that Red was the driving force behind this narrative. Red would pitch in with his own mini statement, where he would state that, quote, everyone was competition. While Red would state that the competitive mindset wasn't an excuse to hurt other creators, he would.
I'm gonna say this, and this may upset people, but I'm gonna say it. This is the that is the upper climate of indie VTubing. I'm sorry. It is the upper climate of indie VTubing. I would say it is the climate of like the top 20% of VTubers. I am so sorry, but that's the truth. And you know that's the truth. If you are in a similar size and you may make similar content, then you are competition. Sorry. Today is my birthday. Happy birthday! Awesome! Happy birthday! Nice. Enjoy your birthday. Eat nice. Have fun. That's important. Always celebrate your birthdays because, well, harsh truth is that you never know when it's the last one. So always celebrate those.
Would state that he did view Silverveil, Bao, and Shy Lily in a negative light, and saw them as, quote, direct competition in the negative sense. Cinder would go on to briefly apologize to 3 individuals in this section that didn't have enough to talk about in their.
No, I'm gonna. I don't know who this one is. Interestingly enough, well, obviously I know Cottontail and I know Tricky. Unfortunately.
her own respective sections. With Tricky, Cinder would apologize to her for ditching her during a trip to Japan, where the two in red were planning to go to the Godzilla store, but ended up going there without Tricky due to her being asleep. With Cottontail, she would apologize for avoiding her due to a situation that Cinder didn't have any involvement in. Red would throw in his own apology to Cottontail for asking Nano to not work with Cotton. With Nixu, aka Iomaya, Cinder would apologize to her for some—
I do in fact not know who that is. I do in fact not know Cottontail looks good. How do you mean that, Joe? How do you mean that? In what way? Both IRL and VTuber model? By any chance? Or is there a risk to your channel? That's also something, like, if you are not, a few people that I have contact with told me that, if you have not connections to, like, these upper people VTubers, right? If you don't have that, or you're, in, like, you're not liked, then you may struggle a little bit.
suddenly canceling an agreement between the two, and failing to follow Nixu's terms of the agreement, where Cinder failed to verbally shout out her Patreon as part of the agreement. She would blame this on being unprofessional. Getting into one of the major sections of the document, Cinder would talk about Nanolith, the primary artist for Cinder, and her claims of—
It's the primary asshole here. Straight up, I'm gonna be honest. She is.
Manipulation, slandering others, and dragging her into drama. Cinder would claim that Nano's claims were the basis for everyone else to post their own statements, and said that after reading Red's DMs between him and Nano, Nano lied about her experiences. This section contains over 100 pages of DMs between Nano and Red, with the two—
If that's not enough to disprove anything, it's just crazy. It's just crazy.
occasionally providing context and additional information where Cinder and Red felt that it was needed. To try and get through the DMs, most of the screenshots in the beginning were general interactions between Nano and the two in their respective DMs, with the occasional updates and discussions for commissions, as well as the occasional praise for Nano's work. Red would pitch in from time to time talking about how Silvervale didn't like Cinder because she wasn't responding to Cinder's raids the way they wanted, as well as saying that Nano was always open to talking about drama. Screenshots of Red speculating about Silvervale's thoughts and behaviors.
Interesting. You work around it like your other video? What do you mean? I'm confused. Did I not pay attention? Their context missing? Did a reply get nuked? What are you talking about?
Towards Cinder were shown, with some even being emphasized. Red would claim that calling Silvervale the enemy of Cinder were Nano's words, and not theirs. More comments from Red would focus on emphasizing the positive relationship between Nano and the two, as well as trying to clarify some of the more questionable messages from Red that Nano used as evidence in her doc, such as claiming that Red never asked Nano to cancel anyone's models.
Yep. That also your SAO video. If I stream that, I cannot do that on stream. I would need to I can only react to that off screen as I'm intending to do. Because if I don't, I'll get fucked.
Though Red would later admit to offering Nano money to not work with Silver on a model. Red would compare Nano's models to, quote, rare trading cards, by saying how the more models Nano made, the less valuable they'd become for the people who have them, stating that each model becomes, quote, less special as Nano makes more. Cinder would pitch in as well when it came to her own DMs with Nano, stating that the infamous—
I mean, that's kind of true, in a way. Sure. Again, that is all through a business lens, but yeah, logically that makes sense, right?
It's Just Business DM was used in a way as an attempt to reassure Nano that if she ever had to change the status of Cinder's commissions for whatever reason, it was just business and nothing personal. She would state that, without any of the context of Red's prior discussion, her DMs with Nano could be easily taken out of context. The two would talk with Nano about her wanting to cancel her commission with Bao, which would be a decent chunk of this section, where they would claim that Nano wanted to do this out of her own volition and was scared to do so. Though Red—
Yep, that is the whole key point of this entire ass whooping of each other. This entire thing boils down to Nanoless not having the balls to just cancel with people. This is all what it boils down to. Again, the question is not whether Cinder is innocent. She's not. The question is whether the others aren't. Which it appears very much to be that the others aren't. And there's like at least 10 people involved that aren't innocent.
Red would admit that he shouldn't have weighed in on his personal opinions regarding the situation. A series of interactions involving exclusivity discussions were also included, where the two claimed that Nano brought up exclusivity first through a hypothetical question. In a later interaction involving exclusivity, Red asked Nano to not take on any brand new model clients, and to not make any new models and outfits with Silverveil specifically. A deal was made, though it would be cancelled a month later due to her not being willing to cancel on Silverveil. Cinder would state that she had no part of this agreement, to which Red affirmed to be the case. When Nano was making a model for Shy Lily, Red would soon have issues with this, as he had concerns that Lily and Cinder had a negative relationship with each other. He would open up to Nano about this, claiming that he thought Lily really had issues with Cinder. This would be the last set of messages that Red had with Nano through DMs, and would also be around the time where Nano would stop talking with Cinder. Nano would soon add Red into a group chat with her and Nano's manager, Akira, where they told Red that Nano would be on an indefinite hiatus from working with them due to burnout. Red would accept this decision, but Red and Cinder would hint skepticism regarding.
Yeah. Again, what it all boils down to, this woman had no spine and didn't cancel her commissions with others if she was overworked. This all boils down to her being overworked. Realistically, is Nano still active? Yes, she is. And she straight up just admitted it on Discord, by the way. She made like a lengthy post on Discord. I don't know if he included it, but basically she just straight up confirmed that she was in the wrong.
Regarding the reasoning behind this decision. After some time passed, Nano would post her document to Twitter. Cinder claimed that the two attempted to reach out to Nano through DMs, but would soon delete them after. Nano would then cut off communication with them. When it came to Bao, Cinder apologized to her for neglecting her as a close friend, and for Red's general resentment towards Bao, that ended up causing Cinder to feel similar resentment. Cinder would acknowledge that she knew of Bao's planned model with Nano, and felt bad that Nano cancelled her model because of her. Red would also apologize for his resentment towards Bao, and admitted to reassuring Nano that she could cancel Bao's model as a way to take an opportunity away from them. Cinder would include roughly 60 pages worth of screenshots containing various interactions of the three, though a lot of these screenshots would be interactions between Nano and Red, as a way for Cinder and Red to confirm the things that happened in Nano's section. Instances where Red developed negative opinions about Bao were included as well. Red would bring his opinions up to Cinder, where the two would fight over it. A unique interaction would be between Red and Sacramore, the music video editor for Cinder's music.
Interesting, yeah. I'm remembering more and more stuff from reading that. I really read it quite fast. Maybe I should have not done that. So everyone is cool now. No, they're not. I would say actually this 1,000-page document is the start of something way bigger. I feel like it's the start of something bigger. Because as of now, the only ones that have technically responded, the only one that has responded, as far as I'm aware, is Nanoless. And nobody else has responded yet. No Shy Lily, no other people, right? No Bao, nothing, right? Though Bao, for Bao, I'm just like, she's really completely innocent. If I'm gonna say this, Bao is completely innocent. She just essentially got into the crossfire. Essentially, she shouldn't even be part of this drama. She just got into the crossfire. She's like Bao and Spite. Both of them are essentially completely innocent. They just got into the crossfire. I wonder why the tone of the file sounds so legal. They hire a legal expert, maybe. Interestingly enough, I don't think they're gonna bring it to court though, because well, it will probably just be not worth financially. Also, it's hard to prove because as it is right now, it's a she said, he said. Though if the other parties don't respond, that says a lot.
The group Boss Rush, where Sacramore stated that he was going exclusive with Bao, where Red admitted that he was skeptical of Sac's reason for going exclusive, and began feeling resentment towards Bao, later claiming that Bao was very negative about her own music and was taking it out on her fans, but wouldn't provide screenshots to back those claims, instead linking a tweet that, quote, indirectly supports the above claim. Red would acknowledge that he misjudged Bao's intentions and situation, and apologized to Sak for being misinformed and hostile towards him. The majority of the remaining screenshots and comments were taken from Nano's section, though there is a portion where Cinder stated that Red pressured her to not interact with Bao professionally anymore, to where she said that she refused, but would choose to keep her distance with Bao. Red would admit to doing this. Cinder would also admit to neglecting their friendship, which caused Bao to feel isolated and confided in Numi about Cinder's actions. Numi's section primarily focused on Cinder apologizing for neglecting Numi's offer to be a part of her concert in February of 2025 by prioritizing her business venture of representing V-Card over Numi's.
Yep, Numi is also technically completely innocent. Again, somebody that should have not. I don't know why. When I read this, I was like, some of the parties that they do technically deserve a separate. Like they don't really. I don't know. They don't really like. That's not the particularly problem. Sure, you're a shitty friend, but you shouldn't apologize in the Google Doc to them. I guess if you have no other choice, right? If you're like blocked everywhere, I guess you couldn't reach out to them. But regardless, they should really focus on them. It didn't really focus on the main issue with it, which is the main perpetrators. The courts usually don't entertain these types of cases. It is really just high school drama. That's the problem. Red sounds sus, not gonna lie. He is a bit of a dick. Yeah, he is actually quite a bit of a dick. I'd say he's a bit of a dick.
Concert. The roughly 6 or 17 pages of screenshots that followed contained several sets of interactions between Cinder and Red and Numi, as well as between Cinder and Shy Lily, regarding their upcoming collab with V-Card. Generally speaking, the interactions with Numi consisted of Red and Cinder.
Hot take. I've seen the Spite carts, and I'm schizoing right now. I'm gonna be schizoing right now. Spite was put in as a replacement for Cinder. Finance dick, absolutely. Hot take. I don't know how far this is. I cannot tell how far this is planned, but I'm almost certain that Spite was added in as a replacement.
Talking about the upcoming concert, where Cinder would be performing an original song composed by Numi, and the interactions with Shy Lily consisted of planning for the V-Card collab. Cinder would end up choosing to focus on the V-Card collab and her position as a part owner of Gamersubs, and would end up turning down Numi's request in a convoluted matter. This would lead to Numi confronting Cinder about it, to which Cinder apologized to her about the miscommunication. Numi would accept Cinder's apology. Cinder would be able to attend Numi's concert as a viewer, and told Numi that she would be at her next concerts, though it ended up not happening due to the controversy. Shy Lily's section focused on talking about her response.
Okay, non-issue, really doesn't matter. There's no bad blood between those two, makes sense. Okay.
To Cinder's apology. Cinder would state that Lily was the first person Nana reached out to about this controversy, and claimed that Lily orchestrated the collaborative effort of canceling her, with her
Again, personally, I don't think this should have, like, initially, there's some parts that don't really need to be in the document, in my opinion, but
response being the final nail in Cinder's coffin. The following roughly 12 to 13 pages of screenshots discussed Cinder's interactions with Shy Lily, specifically their V-Card collab, as well as previously mentioned information from the previous sections again. Regarding the V-Card collab, Cinder admitted that she leaked information about V-Card ahead of the release date, with some of that information being completely incorrect. Shy Lily would be openly annoyed about this happening, and stated in her stream that, while she won't say who leaked the information, official sources were the only ones that had the correct information about V-Card, with Cinder claiming that Shy Lily stated that Cinder wasn't an official source of information, despite her having the information and being a partial owner of Gamersubs. Cinder would apologize to Lily about the leaked information, to which Lily accepted at the time. The two wouldn't directly talk to each other for some time, until Cinder offered to play Split Fiction with Lily, to which she rejected. The last DMs between the two would involve troubleshooting OBS. Cinder would state that Shy Lily would never greet or thank her for 2 of the raids she did.
I mean, yeah, true. Also, is like, is this really a friend? Like, if I'm gonna be honest, if you rarely interact with somebody, like, if it's like just over like some issues or other stuff, I am questioning. Like, this feels less of a friendship than Lily seems to show. I'm sorry, but when I look at this, now thinking again about this, it appears to be that the friendship ain't that deep. I feel like the friendship ain't that deep. to begin with.
From there, the majority of information was taken from Nano's section, though it would include an interaction between her and Bosca about Shy Lily's lack of communication, to which Bosca stated that Shy Lily only used Discord for business purposes. Cinder would send a message 5 days prior to the documents being published, to which she would get ghosted. The second largest section in Cinder's document talked about the individuals who were involved in canceling Cinder, which Cinder claimed to be 12 different people, though she suspected that more people.
Here we have yep, that is the one that people are currently riled up the most, that I've seen people talk about most. Obviously, Nanoless is like number one, right? It's either Lily or Nanoless. Nano was the source of all the Discord screenshots that were the starting point of all of the claims that followed. She posted the first document. She's the starter. She's also the one that is kind of it's one of those friendships that you hate and just doing formality. That appears to be the case. Yeah, that appears to be the case, right? Nanoless is the main perpetrator, because she couldn't say no, and her reasoning for her not being able to have the balls to cancel on people if she's overworked. Simple. Shy Lily was the first person Nano contacted about Red's DMs. She was involved in everything from start. Yeah, I do think so too. Numi's involvement is evidenced by Shy Lily's knowledge of my private DMs with her about her concert. That is definitely certainly sus. That is sus. Also, I'm like, if you're that good friends, like, right, you accept the apology, like everything's fine. I wouldn't, like, somebody could ask me about, like, DMs to a specific person. I would never hand out DMs from a specific person to another. So that's the first one. The other three girly pops. I like how she puts that. I don't believe they were a major part of planning anything that happened. And had no malicious involvement. They were only brought into this help correct thing the rest of them talked about. I don't know which one she's referring to. I need to think. Probably Spite is part of that of the girly pops. Bao. Red's messages to Nano about Bao were at the heart of their claims. She was included as soon as she was able after her surgery. She posted a document minutes after Nano. Yeah, that's also. I think still Bao got mostly into the crossfire. I don't even think should even be involved in this, but hey. It is what it is. That should have been done privately, again. As all of this. Buff Pup and the other three Ichiban members. We said that Buff and the other three Ichiban members were also included in their calls together. This looks like... Release the girly pop files at this point. The water of the stream was made private within a week or two of it happening. Interesting. Buff stream from basically said she and a lot of other people were involved before things were made public. Yeah, this is essentially just like the confirmation that this was a planned character assassination. Now, I just wonder why. Sacramore. Bao's video editor Sack had his document written and posted shortly after Bao's. What Red said to Nano about Bao in January was about him too. Okay. I don't have evidence of anyone else being included on this list, although there's more people I suspect to have at least been aware of what was happening beforehand, if not also involved in the planning themselves. Who knows?
Had some form of involvement. Cinder would emphasize Shy Lily's involvement in this section, as she claimed that Shy Lily manipulated Nano into believing that Cinder and Red were manipulating her, leading to Nano's doc being made and published. It's in this section where the majority of comments made in the entire document were labeled as speculative. Cinder would provide a 17-day timeline that discussed the events that happened between April 11th and April 28th, 2025, where Cinder would source previous sections and VODs to provide a general overview of the events, while also providing speculative comments regarding the details, such as potential events that may have transpired, whether Nano's manager was actually her manager, and whether Nano's screenshots of DMs were taken in different time zones or not, though Cinder feels more confident in the last matter. Cinder continues this section.
Let me read. Interesting, incomplete info, hiding evidence. Hiding evidence. Why, if you were like so squeaky clean, right? If you were like completely in the right and squeaky clean, why would you take down a VOD that had incriminating, that had possible incriminating evidence. That's a bit weird. That surely is weird behavior. Before going over Nano's document, we discovered that some of Nano's screenshots are dated in 2 different time zones relative to EST, some an hour ahead and some 2 hours ahead. For our screenshots to show this, Nano's account would have been physically locked into in 2 different time zones when taking them, sometime between. Weird, right? It feels like you want to make them make them seem like it happened earlier or later than what you're saying. This info this nulls the whole doc. Not particularly.
Different time zones or not, though Cinder feels more confident in the last matter. Cinder continues this section by beginning her dissection of the documents with Nano's doc, already ripping into Nano's first sentence with 4 separate paragraphs. Generally speaking, Cinder is refuting Nano's claims of manipulation by allegedly pointing out instances where Nano either failed to provide the full context or made up information entirely. Most of the arguments in this portion of the section.
I'm gonna read these slowly, I think, because the main problem really is Nanoless here.
Where Nano either failed to provide.
No, based on working with a redacted Red, Cinder's manager, and Cinder over the years, that I'm sure they speak for each other, and there's no reason to believe Red was acting without Cinder's consent and knowledge. Whenever I use they or them, it refers to both of them acting as a team. Okay. So it was an assumption made to pin all the blame for Red's words and actions on me, and there was no way Nano or anyone else could have definitely say that in every single instance this was the case. It's not true. The only evidence shown to argue this case was the 3 total screenshots of my DMs with Nano that were from 2 conversations almost 2 years apart from each other, where I was told more or less what happened between her and Red beforehand. Nano's entire document purposely refers to both Red and I as one throughout it to push this assumption necessary to the narrative as fact. I mean, yeah. If Red is the only one you're interacting with, you simply cannot know if Cinder thinks the same. There might be a chance. The chance is obviously higher because he is the boyfriend, obviously. But you don't know if Cinder actually agrees with this. That's the problem. That's why this assumption is wrong.
Provide the full context or made up information entirely.
Dude, he's way too fast. I know in 23 minutes, but hope he's fast.
Where Nano either failed to provide the full context or made up information entirely.
Spreading rumors while manipulating me, that's all in our best interest. Nowhere in the screenshots presented does Red say to Nano that anything would be all in our best interest. Red has never said anything like this to Nano. Well, she does have the screenshots, so that is very much proof.
Entirely. Most of the arguments in this portion of the section had previously been made in Nano's section of the doc, primarily focusing on Nano's desire to cancel other commissions and her desire to go exclusive with Cinder. Cinder would list out speculative theories regarding a few questions, but mostly speculated that Nano was manipulating screenshots after Nano sent them to others. Nano
might be due to sending screenshots in 2 different time zones is questionable, because that means you need to actively change the time zones. So here comes the question. Why? So, Detective Poker, what is your conclusion? As for now, I'm saying that, like, Cinder isn't as evil. She's a bad friend, for sure. No denial about that. But she isn't as evil as people make her out to be, and I feel like this is a targeted character assassination to get rid of competition, of great competition, because realistically, the only one that could realistically really benefit from this is Shy Lily. And if she's the orchestrator of everything, she benefits a lot of this. And the main idiot in this entire situation is Nanoless. Because she could have said no. She was the one first asking for exclusivity. She wanted to cancel commissions. It feels like she was essentially using Cinder as a reason to cancel commissions. She doesn't look like an asshole.
Linked messages to Shy Lily due to believing that Red was lying to her instead of Shy Lily, and Nano had Shy Lily write the document instead of writing it herself. Cinder would move on to talk about Bao's document, where the general claim of this section is that Bao, along with others, was misinformed about the events that transpired, due to Nano and Shy Lily lying to them about the information. Generally speaking, Cinder stated that the majority of Bao's doc was full of false claims, in which Cinder claimed that Bao would only make these claims if she was told about the information by someone else. Cinder would use screenshots from Nano's section as her evidence, but would also—
Well, Bao can only know of these things if somebody would have told her, right? This makes sense. And information can be faulty. Nobody's innocent here, it appears.
reference Bao's stream on April 27th to assert claims and provide context. Her speculations would include Shy Lily contacting Bao to manipulate her, Bao's second model never getting cancelled, and Nano not wanting to work on Bao's model in the first place. Cinder's discussion about Shy Lily's response would be the most argumentative out of anyone else mentioned, as Cinder believed that Lily's response was what cancelled Cinder in the first place. Generally speaking, Cinder mostly focused on refuting claims of choosing business over friends for the sake of money and slandering others, though would make some choice words towards the end. Unlike the previous breakdowns, Cinder would only use around 7 unique screenshots as evidence for her claims against Lily's response tweet, choosing to emphasize her personal experience and thoughts. When it came to Shy Lily's response stream, Cinder would go into extensive detail, with this portion taking up the majority of the section alone. If we ignore the number of times she just says petty, which is 7, Cinder's main points were that Lily dodged collab opportunities and DMs out of her own volition, rather than avoiding problematic situations, deflected problematic things that she allegedly did, as well as Cinder claiming that Lily admitted to, quote, everything she claimed was slander and manipulation that turned Nano against me in the first place. When it came to the speculations, Cinder claimed that Shy Lily did this out of envy and gained a lot out of lying. Lily encouraged Nano to lie in her—
I mean, that is very true. That is very true. Lily did get quite a lot, and also like people were suddenly also looking at her like her viewers and realizing that there were a lot of bots. Interesting. Just a side note. I mean, it could be the case that, well, if Lily has her hands everywhere in there, then it could very well be the chance that she did this out of envy. Sure, that is an option. That is very much an option. That is very much. Nanoless as well, right? Nanoless could gain a lot from this too.
And Lily would manipulate Nano and others to push her narrative. She would make 3 different conclusions in this section. With the general conclusion, Cinder would state that while Red did create an assumed story based on his experiences that painted those involved in a negative light, the others could have done the exact same thing towards Cinder and Red. Cinder would state that she forgives her friends for partaking in her cancellation, as she believes that they were led on and manipulated. With Nano, Cinder would state that she felt betrayed by Nano's doc, and believed that Nano's intentions were originally malicious. Cinder believed that Shy Lily grossly manipulated Nano into speaking out, and planned to continue using Nano's work until they can be replaced. With Shy Lily, Cinder would direct the majority of her negativity towards her. She would be confident in Shy Lily being the overall mastermind behind Cinder's cancellation, and stated that nobody would have a reason not to believe Shy Lily.
I'm confident. Okay, right? This is really, really interesting. Now looking at this again, I'm confident Shy Lily wrote Nana's document for her. It could be? I mean, it could. See, there's a problem. Somebody must have asked for information and spread the information to others for this to have worked. It cannot be Nanoless. It doesn't feel like it's Nanoless. I feel like Nanoless is not capable of doing that. So it must be somebody who has a lot of really a lot of connections, and that fits Lily quite perfectly, to be fair. And again, while I don't think Cinder is squeaky clean, my theory is that the others aren't, and there's a lot more skeletons in the closet. I still believe that this is the beginning and not the end.
Which she allegedly used to her advantage in deplatforming Cinder. Moving past that segment, Cinder would dive into the largest section of the document, Silvervale. Cinder would be upfront in saying that the two were never friends, and asserted that Silver hated her and Red for years. She would claim that Silvervale confidently lied about Cinder when she had the chance. Just like with the other sections, Silvervale's section mostly contained over 100 pages of screenshots, but did try—
God damn, boy! Wow! Now that I realize how many it is, right? I didn't count the screenshots. I just read that thing. Damn, bro. That's crazy. Again, I didn't count the screenshots. I just realized how many it actually is now.
Have a fair amount of original commentary and analysis. The main focus of this section was disproving the allegations of copying Silverveil's design and overall personality by showcasing the history of Cinder creating her original concept based on her previous ASMR persona and taking inspiration for other VTubers and their outfits. Cinder would talk about how the two met through a mutual friend, where the two somewhat hit it off, though wouldn't have future collabs due to Silverveil preferring to play alone. When it came to the meet and greet photo at TwitchCon in 2023, Cinder would state that the photo wasn't planned and was taken by Red without her or Silverveil's knowledge. She would also include a series of attempted interactions with Silverveil through DMs, however, most would be met with silence. Cinder would also talk about how some of Silver's Twitch moderators reached out to Red and applied to be part of Cinder's moderation.
Again, I have the full straight up opinion that she should have never even, like, the moment, I think she should have had a little bit, like, that's the problem also, these people have no communication skills at all. Like, if you can tell that somebody, like, has no interest in interacting with you, why don't you just stay away? Like, if Silver does in fact hate you and Red, right? Let's argue that. Let's argue that. Then there's no point in interacting with her. Just stay away at that point, okay? Red is an idiot, Cinder's gullible, Nano's spineless, Shy Lily's the mastermind. Yeah. That could possibly be all the things here.
Team. Although the main moderator in question asked Red to keep their DMs private, Red would put up the DMs up into the dock. It's through these DMs that Cinder would find out about Silver blacklisting Cinder's emotes in her chat, and eventually Cinder's name as well.
Yeah. See? Okay, It depends on, did she do this because she just didn't want to hear it anymore? Or actually out of, like, I don't know, malice, I don't know. These two should have never interacted with each other.
When Cinder talked about Silver's statement, Cinder stated that Silver only knew what information Nano shared, and claimed that she only agreed with the narrative that the others decided upon by emphasizing Silver's apparent negative feelings towards Cinder. When Silver made additional statements on streams like the others, Cinder would use roughly 30 pages of this section to try and refute the statements made. Most of the rebuttals focused on Cinder claiming that Silver didn't tell her to go away when she felt annoyed towards her, and blame Cinder for all of her failures. In her conclusion, Cinder would state that Silver is a, quote, master emotional manipulator, and was envious of Cinder's success to the point of, quote, see.
Yes. I mean, yes. Like, if somebody is annoying me, I'm just gonna straight up tell them, fuck off. Okay, so the entire situation between, like, Cinder versus Silverveil could be fixed with one thing. With one comment by Silverveil. Fuck. Okay, yeah, two words. Fuck off. That could have literally been it, actually. These people have no communication skills, and it shows. Oh my goodness.
Breathing over her existence. Cinder would also speculate that Silver never liked her and copied her, not the other way around, and tried to call out Silver for collabing with Shy Lily, despite claiming to prefer streaming solo. Deputy Aru's section is on the smaller end of this document, as it primarily focused on two particular tweets.
I see that to be a weak point. I may see that to be a little bit of a weak point because, well, just because she prefers it doesn't mean she would exclusively just, like, not collab, I guess. That's a bit of a weaker point.
From Aru that claimed that Cinder treated her as a tool to get to Silverveil rather than a friend. Cinder would claim that this wasn't the case, but rather it was Aru who offered an opportunity to meet Silverveil through a collab opportunity. Cinder would state that Aru admitted to lying in her tweets and included about 14 pages of DMs between the two, where it mostly consisted of the two talking about the potential collab, getting art together, and hanging out off stream. No speculative theories or breakdowns are presented in this section. When it came to Spite, Cinder apologized for the harassment Spite faced for being similar to her, and admitted to knowing about Spite being excluded from working with Nano because of Cinder's personal feelings. She would then claim that Spite was contacted by Shy Lily, who encouraged her to make a public statement that is, quote, made up of allegations without evidence and is purely based on conjecture. I don't know if I pronounced that right, but whatever. Similar to Silverveil's section, Cinder would begin with providing her evidence that she did.
Yeah, I think Spite was, again, it appears that Spite, Bao, and Numi were like really caught in the crossfire. I feel like especially Bao was caught in the crossfire. Spite not so much. She's just there, I guess. She's just there. She doesn't, there's not much to say here. Yeah, one is definitely certain. It is a targeted attempt at character assassination. That is for certain. That is for sure. That is certain.
Didn't copy Spite, and went into additional detail regarding the summer, goddess, and sleepwear outfits, as those were some of the main points Spite made in her document. While she states that most of their teasers and tweets were coincidental, Cinder does admit to making a tweet in spite of Spite after she believed that Spite was copying her. In her speculation portion, she would claim that Spite possibly copied Cinder, not the other way around, due to various circumstances. She would also talk about ASMR VTuber Nyan Tales and how individuals harassed her over similar designs, though wouldn't mention how she liked one of the individual's tweets, and would state that the two resolved their issues. She would conclude with a statement about VTuber designs and the general idea of copying others, stating that she grew to be less concerned with others taking inspiration from her design, specifically the fire inside her ears. After her breakdowns and decoding of the previously mentioned individuals, Cinder would issue a formal apology to her community, stating that she regretted disappearing with a poorly made statement and wished her community the best.
Bro, that first doc, holy fuck. This was not just shooting you in the foot. This is like using a cannonball, just removing the entire lower half of your body. That doc was so poorly made. It was horrible. It was horrible. That doc was ass. Like, really ass. That was a horrible doc. No.
In the future. Red would also throw in a brief apology of his own. Cinder would also call out the individuals who harassed others for the sake of defending her, stating that they are disgusting people who don't belong in her community, and apologize to those who were impacted by the mentioned individuals. To conclude the doc, Cinder stated that she plans to come back as Cinder in the near future, and is excited to get back into content creation. The responses. Generally,
yeah, not gonna lie, Mizu Tamari was right the entire time. This guy has been right the entire time, completely, and and all the people that were essentially already saying so there were multiple people. There were multiple people, right? There were multiple people saying that this isn't going, that like this, there's something fishy about it. And they were ruthlessly attacked and blocked by others, and like, how could you attack my Oshis? And like, they were right. Everything that was named in the, like, a lot of people, everything that was named in the document, a lot of people already speculated that, which is really interesting. Yeah, they for sure hired a professional for this. Someone from the legal background for sure could be.
Generally speaking, the responses have been very mixed, with a spectrum of positive and negative tweets being made commenting on Cinder's doc. The general pattern of responses are the following. Cinder is still to blame for everything. Cinder is more at fault, but others have some fault. Everyone involved has equal amounts of fault. Others are more at fault, but Cinder has some fault. And Cinder is 100% forgiven.
I'm gonna say, the category that is in this have not read the doc whatsoever. The category that are in this, these people have not read the doc. These people have read parts of the doc. These people have read the doc, mostly. These are pyropubs, and these are like the people like me who are like, you're all retards that should have been kept in private. I would argue that the others are more at fault for the simple reason that they put it online instead of keeping it private. That's my stance.
In terms of direct replies on Cinder's tweet, the responses fall towards the negative side of the spectrum, with many stating that Cinder shouldn't have written 1,000 pages as a defense.
Again, this argument is faulty because I'm gonna be honest, whether it is 1,000 pages, 500 pages, 100 pages, 20 pages, 10 pages, most of the people on Twitter have already made up their mind, and they would sit there and be like, too long, ain't reading that. You're still at fault. Most people have not read this doc. Most people have not read this doc, and the people that have read the doc, are more inclined to be somewhere here.
Contradicting herself on multiple occasions, and that while Nano may have lied and over-exaggerated details in her
I wouldn't include this bitch. This bitch is incredibly retarded.
Document, there is still a decent chunk of padding, contradictory statements, and misinformation that goes beyond her counter-arguments against Nano. Outside of Cinder's tweet, the response are more mixed, but generally fall in the moderate sides and the middle of the spectrum, though there are still plenty of people who fall on the ends of both sides. Focusing on the blue section, some of the main arguments made include that most people have a predetermined bias that they don't want to change.
For some odd reason, I have to agree with Nyara. I don't know, like, the worst person you know made a good point, and Nyara is into that category.
And anyone who didn't read the majority of the document made their opinions too early.
Yeah, there's a lot of summaries that are completely useless, and not gonna lie, the Mugen video is gonna be horrendously ass. Not gonna lie, the Mugen video will be horrible. Okay, well, we're pretty much at the end of this video. My full opinion is that this is all blown out of proportion. This should have never been public to begin with. Nautilus is a liar. As for Shy Lily, I know she has her hands in there. That's what my gut feeling is telling me. I don't know how deep it goes, but for me it is very clear. These upper VTubers, it's just a fight. It's just a war up there. It's just like none of these people are squeaky clean, and that makes it, to me, it gets more and more clear the more I look at this. It's just like, yeah, I don't know, like, even if you're like a pre-debut, small indie, mid-size indie, do you really want to support this climate? Do you really want to be part of these people? Me personally, not. I'll just do my thing. I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to deal with this. Like, I'm just looking at the sidelines and enjoy the slopathon, the slop fights, whatever you want to call it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. I didn't expect this would be turning an hour. God damn it. God damn it. Alright. Next up. I should tag Coco's. Or the Hassan Booger.
Alright guys, doing.
For the Hassan. Let me quickly tag the Cocos. Real quick. Okay. Give me something funny now. Okay, please. I don't even have anything funny today. I don't really have anything funny. They're all either interesting or just I don't know. Lore. I have lore too. The funny stuff is out of the window. Not Hassan. Eventually I have to do it because I have to tag Coco's. You'll get some memes, fuck you. We'll do memes.
I can't.
There. Memes. I have something. I need to take a break anyways. I'll be right back. I need to take a bathroom break. Lore. You can send me some lore if you want to. That works as well, fine. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I am back. Okay. The big cat boy's laying next to me. Perfect. Let me check something real quick. Also, do we have new videos? Right there. We do not. Okay. We do not have new videos. No, we don't. Okay. Let me check something. It's important. Very nice. Okay. Dude. It's so crazy. The information I'm getting is actually crazy. So my older brother bought a dog for 1.5k, right? The problem is that he will never be able. He can't react to game theory videos, right? Yet they're gonna absolutely violate me. They're gonna absolutely violate me. So that man essentially bought a dog that he won't be able to take care of physically. That man is so I have the most retarded older brother one could imagine. Not only literally marrying a demon, also buying a dog he can't take care of. I hate it here. I really do. I really hate it here. I really hate it here. That poor dog. That poor doggo. He has an older dog as well, but that poor girl. That poor girl. Which breed? As far as I know, a Shiba Inu. Apparently. But there's no way he can physically take care of that because they need a lot of care. They need a lot of care. They need a lot of walking, all that stuff. But that man is nowhere able to take care of that dog because he's physically not able to do that. I guess he just wants to flex that he can buy a more expensive dog, but it doesn't matter. My dog was $600 without any issues. That will come with issues. Anyways. Joe, do you have a video for me or not? If it's too long, though, that'd be horrible. If not, we do pointlessly gendered. That's fine, too. But I need a video that's not too long. Get that dog away, please. Not gonna happen. It cannot be too... I would love to, like, for it to be, like, in the 20-minute range. I'm not doing, like, another 31 or 40-minute. That'd be too much. Already 1 hour goes to chew on it already. No poke? What do you mean no poke? That's too much. I'm sober today, so no vid. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's do this instead then. r/pointlessly gendered. Livask L. Interesting. We're gonna look at that. Also, if you like this kind of content, please consider subscribing. We'll jump in. The first one already. I won't stop laughing at this gacha game ad. To be fair, that is pretty normal. I don't see the issue. That's pretty normal. I don't know. When I look at the character designs, they're usually like that. Not gonna lie, they're usually like that. Like male character really bland, female character like hot.
I can't stop laughing at this gacha game ad. Pick your gender, male or mythical female. Ah yes, the three genders.
Ladies, men, 237S. Okay.
Ladies, men, 237S. Are you a boy or an apricot?
For men, apricot. Well, I guess... See... I think the ones specifically, like, with men on are probably specifically either targeted specifically for men. This could be, like non-gendered, or just, like, woman.
I like apricots better for your hair.
Because there is overall more, like, hygiene products for women. SCP-237S. Wait. Weird. Yankee Candle. On tab. Bacon camouflage man down.
These manly candles for all your no homo needs. What the hell is camouflage supposed to smell like? Insecurity. Women's soap scents. Lavender, spring, nectar, passion fruit and hope. Men's soap scents. War, pestilence, wood, pain, Fiji.
No? I would say that most men's soap aren't that good. I'm gonna be real.
Can someone please tell me how maths for boys is different to maths for girls? No.
Well, technically, well, I guess it would just like, technically it is actually good. It's a representation thingy, right? More women, right? More equals more gooder, but also technically women are worse at math. I'm sorry. That is true. Sorry. It's just like it's same, for example, with writing and reading. Boys are usually worse at writing and reading. This is also the truth. That's why they're probably also that's not probably not the reason why they're gendered. It's just probably to associate more with it.
I don't know if I'm crazy, but can we all agree that 15 is male and 16 is female? Or like the numbers? No. Women don't care how late it is. They'll take a shower. Whoa, 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 whoa. Men too, what do you mean? Why would you attempt to make his and her mugs in a language that specifically doesn't have gendered pronouns? This is taking me out. The perfect toddler playset for girls.
Same reason why you would invent Latinx. Same thing.
So boys don't deserve organized eating?
But wait, aren't these dinosaurs? Isn't dinosaurs usually a boys thingy? Technically? Wait.
Yes, they don't. They want to be a girl group so bad. You are men with pee-pee and balls. Ma'am, this is shapes and colors. Gendered food for him and for her. A baby change station only for the women's room. What if you're a guy looking after your kid? What then do you do? Company creates. Well,
it's actually kind of funny. I mean, it makes sense. Interesting though. Baby change station only for women's rooms. That's really interesting. Huh.
Okay, what then do you do? Company creates world's manliest soap that looks exactly like a bunch of nuts and bolts.
That's actually kind of fun though. That's actually kind of fun though. I see no issue with that. Why is that pointlessly gendered? I think that's kind of fun. That's kind of fun.
Okay, this is pretty cool. I like this. So apparently in Sweden, male restrooms cost money, but female ones don't.
That's bullshit. And they're talking about equality here. That is some bullshit. That is bullshit. That is bullshit. I'm never going to Sweden.
Why is that? Boys like, I prefer less makeup. Okay, so wear less makeup. What the hell does that have to do with me?
That is nothing. Wait, what? That's not the context men say that. It's usually when women say like, I have to wear makeup, well, in like the context of like dating, and then guys say they prefer less makeup.
Alright, we really need to draw the line at gendering poop. When your partner tells you he/she cheated on you, I know there's a temptation to ask, with who? Resist it. Instead ask, with whom? Speak good English no matter the circumstances. You should take doctor out of your name. My dad's tape measure. Serious tools for girls. When a woman meets a woman, and when a man meets a man. Bro complete.
By the way, that is not true. This one is not true, by the way. So how this works is that women do this with everyone, by the way. Interestingly enough. Of course, this is just like, right? Women do this actually with everyone. Straight up. We have looked at like staring. Obviously this is woman and woman and man, so I don't know. I think probably this would be more accurate than this one. Not gonna lie, but here's a fun fact: when men stare at women and women stare at men, women stare more. The more you know, they look more.
A woman meets a woman, and when a man meets a man. Bro completely stopped listening to a genre of music because I wore pink. I had a customer ask me, do you have any cookbooks for men? And I think the saddest part was that we did.
See, the only man that looks good in pink is Vegeta. He's the only man that looks good in pink.
Ask me, do you have any cookbooks for men? And I think the saddest part was that we did.
I know more men that can cook than women. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna lie. I know more men that can cook than women. I'm going next year to Sweden for IKEA. No, good luck paying to take a shit. Congratulations. Personally, I look at look at eyes, hair, shoes, hands. It confirmed that he doesn't have a weapon. Obviously, apparently, especially now.
If it wasn't for women, this is how most guys would live.
True. I would probably remove everything else. A mattress and a TV does it. Problem solved.
That we would be living in garages. Me, when I tell people berries, peaches and cookies and noodles are girls, but eggs, apple, garlic and beef are for boys.
What are you talking about? Well, if you're talking about like in Germany, then well, berries would be female, peaches would be female, noodles would be females. Female, eggs would be female. This would be neutral. And garlic. Male. So cookies would be male, apple would be male, garlic would be male. The more you know.
Miserable that there is no way to avoid being treated as either a man or woman. Enjoy some aspects of masculinity. Enjoy some aspects of femininity. But I really don't want to be any of this. Just be a tree. Dogs are men's best friend. Cats are women's. My barber called me pronoun boy and made me pay extra for my cut, so I checked the website.
Face, I disagree. My room looked like the room he showed in a tornado passed by. Okay, well, I heard you have mommy issues, Cricket. I heard you have mommy issues. Clean your fucking room. But hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Shots fired. Based.
Nearly double. At Amazon headquarters. Designer. Guys, what do men want as gifts? Guy 1, box. Guy 2, sheet. Guy 3, egg. I want to be friends with boys the way boys are friends with boys.
You couldn't be. You couldn't be. That would horrifyingly backfire. That would horrifyingly backfire. You know why? Boys are too rough to each other. Like, if you would talk to a female friend the way you talk to a male friend, that would result in this exact image. This wouldn't go well. This just wouldn't. Like, you would never survive if your guy friend told you you're fat fuck. You should lose some weight. That wouldn't fly.
I once had a friend weld shut my mini fridge on my birthday, and I couldn't get to any of my booze. Women can't handle this type of friend. Kids globes, because for girls, the entire world is pink, and only pink, right? There's a trend, and I think I've only seen it in the last 5 to 6 years, of grown men crying when they see their bride walking down the aisle. I have to say, it's extremely gay. Men shouldn't cry at such.
We have come full circle! Liking women is gay!
Such things. It should be reserved for extreme moments of pain and death. Okay, well, I think men shouldn't get upset over people crying while they see their bride walking down the aisle. Thanks, FaceApp. Very cool. This is a female filter. This filter is only available for female faces. Then what's the point if I'm a female using a female filter? Just because you...
By the way, now I have a question. Is it gay to to like a female filter version of you? Many such questions.
You have body hair doesn't mean you should leave it. Body hair is literally normal. For a man, yeah. Oh my god. Everyone gets body hair. Does this person not know? Why pink? Have you seen The Simpsons living room? Yeah, but she said boys, so why not blue? Because colors don't have a gender, and that's literally the theme of the room.
Yeah. 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 They don't have.
I mean, colors don't have a gender, but they do have a gender associated with them. But pink did used to be a boy's color. I know what they mean though. This hotel has different toothbrushes for different genders. The queen one looks better, I won't lie. Some females won't.
Are women's teeth different? Did you go into your girl version? No, but I know some some TikTok comments that were saying that they go into the female version of themselves. So I was asking so I could report. Seriously though, I did see one. Crazy work.
Date a guy that lives with his mum, but will date a guy that lives with his wife. She's doing boy drugs? What's that? Everything but... Okay, there's no such thing as a boy drug. A cafe, but it serves only girls.
Well, there's probably drugs that, guys probably take more than women. I'm assuming that that's probably a gender divide in drugs.
Foods like Caesar salad, French fries, breakfast sandwich, grilled cheese and tomato soup. Driving school only for women. My new clothes came with a rather peculiar washing label. Oh, give it to your mom or wife. She knows how to do it. When you're...
I mean, that's kind of true. Though I can wash my clothes myself. Man grenade path blaster. Crazy.
Masculinity is too fragile, but you want a bath bomb? Ah yes, the three genders, girl, boy, and mischief. Pretty flowers.
And then I'm no longer a guy. Pretty flowers for girls' room. Yeah, obviously.
For a girl's room. My nephew wanted one of these. He likes the colors, but I told him he can't. They're for a girl's room. Do you do any that you would be allowed to have? I'm willing to repaint the bedroom blue if that helps. It's just a flower.
Dude, just get the fucking... It's just the flower, for fuck's sake. Grilled cheese a woman food? Maybe.
It's not that serious. I'm no bird expert, but I'm guessing 4 females and 1 male.
Made it unisex, true. See? I get what this meme is saying. I get what this meme is saying. So basically, if you want to put it like that, right? You see in the clips of like... There are things men can do that women can't, and it's just them staying silent. And like the woman losing it because she doesn't get it. So maybe that's what it is.
I thought it would be 4 males trying to show off for the 1 female. Girls think this is the same car. It's so clearly not. The wheels all have different flowers. Make sure you don't accidentally have a women birthday. Happy man birthday. Have a splendid one.
Yeah. 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 I mean, men do spend their birthdays likely more differently, wildly than women do, I guess.
Apparently croissants in particular are feminine pastries. Even saying it is already too much. Eating croissants is a feminine trait. You will never catch me eating, or you can write it. That's pretty feminine.
It's pretty feminine, femboy. I thought we talked about BJ's. Booner. I mean, that could be too. Maybe that was meant. We will never know the original intention. Thinking about boobs is a feminine trait. You should be thinking about reclaiming the Holy Land.
Thank goodness Cole's stock pink ladies work gloves. Imagine what would happen if ladies had to wear blue like men. I found this terribly gendered bathroom sign while looking for a local restaurant. We've got blah blah.
See, the problem is that we're talking pointlessly gendered, right? We're talking about pointlessly gendered, right? But products aren't particularly pointlessly gendered. You know why? If they weren't gendered, then why are they, right? There must be a reason why they're gendered, and the reason is you're probably more inclined to buy something that it says lady or man than just like work gloves. It's a marketing strategy. That's why they're gendered. So they're not pointlessly gendered. They're gendered with money in mind. Otherwise, they wouldn't be.
Blah, and we've got blah. Even dogs aren't safe. The queen and the boss. I'm in Bolivia at the moment, where they.
I mean, this kind of makes sense. You know why? Overall, male dogs are bigger, right? Male dogs are bigger than female dogs. So technically, they would need more food. So technically, not completely pointless.
Unsafe. The queen and the boss. I'm in Bolivia at the moment, where they sell water geared specifically towards women. It's not flavored or altered in any way, just plain old water in a pink bottle for the vibe. Under a post where a guy is keying
As long as they're not differently priced, I don't see no issue.
cars. Ain't no way I could sit through this BS. For real. Driver had to be a woman. No way a grown man letting this slide. Some women wouldn't even let this slide. Tall bad. My sis wants to be tall. My dad thinks that's not womanly. Yes, women's genetics aren't womanly. How dare you be tall? Bro, why put pink on a boy cat though? Bad enough they force.
Yeah, I feel like if you're tall as a woman, at least for dating, you're kind of fucked. You're kind of fucked. And I mean, like, actually, like, you're like as tall as the, like, you're gonna be fucked if you're like as tall as the average man in your country. So yeah, it's not, while it's not womanly, it's kind of, what's the word? Unfavorable for you as a woman.
Rainbow stuff on kids and other people, but now you're trying to turn out animals too? Man, I swear God needs to destroy this world and start civilization all over again. This stuff is getting ridiculously out of hand. Brother, it's pink. Are you good? It's not that deep, bro. I don't think we need to genocide ourselves because of a few colors. Straight people are so wild. Today my coworker informed me that cafes are for women and bars are for men, and her husband refuses to enter Starbucks in case they think he's gay. What's up next and incredibly unnecessarily gendering? I would hate to be this insecure. So the bar he goes to only has guys in it? That doesn't sound very straight. Maybe that's why he doesn't want to go to Starbucks, because he'll meet all the dudes he met at the bar. I'm disgusted every single time someone does a gender reveal, and it's a gender I already know about. What kind of reveal is that?
Huh? Wait a minute. What do you mean? This is not... It's like revealing the gender of the baby. Yes, there's only 2, but still.
Yeah, true. They should start revealing themselves to be aliens. This one's going to have 10 brains. Because manly men deserve clean hands too. No, men don't deserve anything in this life. We deserve pain. That's what we were born for. Gendered garbage cans. How can garbage cans be gendered? Do they understand what we're putting in them? Alright. A local restaurant offers a woman's meal that is half the food of a man's meal, but for only $1 less. Okay, people must be buying it because it's on the menu. That's
Yep, people are buying it because it's on the menu, and I guess... The question is, can you still order the woman's special if you're a man? Because that could be a smart saving strategy, while it would be less. I guess one is, it must be there so people are buying it.
That's crazy. Why do people still think only mums clean? Your mother doesn't work here. Please help us clean this bathroom. It was spit spot clean this morning. Why is it red? Is this mother a killer? I always...
Because the harsh truth is that only moms clean. Yes, that is unfortunately the harsh truth. Only moms clean. Not only, but like most moms clean.
Thought the holy word of God needed to be more pink and frilly, but it says it's for everyone, but it's for women. Good thing there are...
The woman's Bible. I wonder if it's like a joke Bible and it is like clean, a cook. Like the 10 Commandments are like, you should clean for your husband, you should cook for your husband.
Man candles. I couldn't illuminate my house without crushing my fragile masculinity otherwise. This week, in unnecessarily gendered products, we've got men's bread. Wow, we're really at the point where you can get a men's umbrella. What's so special about it? Real men don't make selfies, they make self-trees. I have absolutely no idea what this means. I'm with you, I have no idea. How to style a masculine bed. If you guys saw a photo of my bed, just the way I kind of have my bed done, I don't really sleep with a blanket anymore. His bookmark and her bookmark. Building sets and girls building sets.
I guess. Again, these are not, there's, right? it cannot be like if they were pointlessly gendered, then you could just pick one of it or the other, and the reason why they're gendered is for financial reason. So there's a reason why these things exist, because people buy them. That's the crazy part. People buy them. Now, do we know if the results would be the same if they are gendered, not gendered? Probably not. Like, we don't know the result. However, knowing that they are the way they are, they probably made more money that way.
For girls and for everyone else, I wonder if the demons it summons are also pink, with a bright pink flower in their head, a tiara as well. Is it safe to feed this to my male dog? Peanut butter pie. For a good girl. No, their anatomy's different, they can't handle the same food. Men and women can do anything they want. Disagree. Men and women can't do anything. Disagree. You're making this so difficult. Single men do everything for themselves, but you never hear
men and women can do whatever they want. No, they can't. Men will be most likely be bad at certain things. For example, caretaking, like taking care of things, like children, animals. Men are probably more likely to be bad, while women would be more likely to be worse at physical jobs. You won't see a woman on an oil rig, or it's gonna be very, very rare. The correct statement would be women can do things. Women can do some things, and men can do some things. That would be the right thing. When the girly pops die, and you have tea, that's what you pull out.
Single men do everything for themselves, but you never hear a man calling himself an independent man. It's just being an adult.
Yep, that's very true. That's very true. Oh, you pay your rent? Wow! Incredible. Oh, wait. You pay your own bills? No way. Crazy. Yeah, no shit. You're just being an adult.
The pink tax has come for our cat toys, and it's even more expensive.
Depends if the color... Is it really the pink tax? It really depends. Is the color more hard to make? It would also be like, are these the same, like, is this from the same person?
It's just being an adult. The pink...
Is this from the same? I don't know if that is from the, it's probably, yeah, right, it's from the same person. But here comes the question. Something must be different to ask for a different price, so my assumption is two things. Hi, Country Factory. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. The pink tax poke. There's two options where this is the case. So for ones, these were bought more often, and these were bought less. It could also be, for example, that depending on the color, right? Maybe the color is like harder to get. Maybe they use different materials too. Who knows? So that could be the reason, right? Otherwise, if it's the same, then you could technically just report it.
Tax has come for our cat toys, and it's even more expensive. Poor men, they deserve the best. Why are men okay with doing nothing on their birthday? Imagine celebrating the day when all of my problems started. Because celebrating yourself over and over and wanting to be the center of attention is for children, women, and narcissists. Everybody here had a successful birth. It's not an accomplishment. Get over it. Even Redditors won't let us celebrate.
Dude, just like everybody here had a successful birth, it's not an accomplishment to get over it. Well, technically it is. Out of a bajillion sperm, you came out, so technically it is. Also, we don't celebrate birthdays because like it's our birthday. We celebrate birthday because you never know if it's also the last one you'll ever have. That's also a reason, can I ask why the previous person asked you goon to your girl version? Something here remind me just with the girl filter in this video, about a guy saying that on TikTok that he gooned to his own, like, his female version. I do not have pet Jews. What are you talking about? I may be German, but I'm not having Jews anywhere. Calm down. Calm down. I might be German. But that's it. I only have a crocodile and a deer and an apple. That's it.
Birthdays anymore. GG's. Made a more accurate hierarchy of my needs. Beheld. Rice. Rice is a self-fulfilling
Rice. Yep. Rice is good. Rice is very good. Rice is very nice. I agree. Mm-hmm.
need. Behold is a basic need. Okay. Hey OP, are you a chicken? No, because they wouldn't be able to write this. It'd be quack, quack, quack. Why is your profile picture a chicken? Is it gay to prefer pastels? Very gay. Only gay people like pastels. Your body switches sex of its own accord. Pointlessly gendered products are never even semi-decent quality. I mean, those just don't look good. Man, do you need to get that excess pet hair and fluff off you? Then you need the man lint roller. The only difference, the color.
For men. Again. These are gender because of financial reasons. Hello, am I cricket to you? Yes. Well, I guess, yeah. Yeah, you're also in the basement then. What do you do to those animals? Nothing! They are safe! One is super hungry and I'm basically at the verge of bankruptcy, but that's pretty much it. And the other one says he lives in my balls. I did not give him the dear one says that he lives in my balls. That's really it. And the apple just sits on the couch the entire day. Which are humans? Yes, they're humans.
Color of the first sheet to stop it sticking. It's masculine. You can't be caught using a pink lint roller. This just in. Men don't shop or drive. GOP senator says roads and bridges are a woman's problem because women do the shopping.
I mean, there's some truth to that. Men shop less. There's some truth to it. Men are less... men spend less money, interestingly enough. There is some truth to this. Now, with the street... With the street, however? Yeah, I don't know. Nah, bro, you must be wrong. But for shopping? Yeah. Wait, what's the thing on the screen earlier? That's a lint roller. Men can't use pink lint roller. Apparently not. We can't. Again, the only man that can rock pink is Vegeta. Anyways.
Stop it sticking. It's masculine. You can't be caught using a pink lint roller. This just in. Men don't shop or drive. GOP senator says roads and bridges are a woman's problem because women do the shopping. Good night, everyone, except the person who created this.
Wait, what? Huh? I'm confused. I don't get it. Okay, we have like a beer here and like sports, and then on this side, cleaning stuff? I don't know. Weird. Odd. Weird. No, just men spent... Not just men spend less money, men gain more money. Maybe that's why. No, it's also that men overall spend less money. Overall. Women are more inclined to shop and shop more. That's just statistics. We have some of the statistics showing that men generally spend less money.
How to determine the gender of a fish. Shoe sale, sports. It's just two...
Well, now that explains it.
stereotypes which are obviously stupid. No pink champions allowed. Lil Angel and Lil Champ. I'd rather be an angel than a champion, wouldn't you? Girly tape. It's sellotape just for girls. Today in unnecessarily gendered products, we bring you the delicate bath sponge versus the men's sponge, even though they're made out of the exact same materials. If your ABCs weren't gendered, you learned them wrong. How would anyone know that this is masculine deodorant for men unless we present it with nuts and bolts?
Yeah, maybe I would. Like, I don't see the particular issue with some of these. Like, sure, they're gendered, but again, that drives the money. Otherwise, people would be potentially less inclined to buy it. I mean, I spent money on games. Yeah. Of course, there's men who spend copious amounts of money, right? Gacha whales and stuff like that, right? But overall, when we talk about like just like overall spending behavior, then men do spend less money. Why is this video so genderful? Because this is r/pointless gendered. Pointlessly gendered.
Girls refuse to be safe unless glitter is involved. Ladies only credit card. I don't get it, but it does come in rose gold. Thanks, Lipton. I didn't know I needed
Irresistible Lady Lipton. Interesting. Interesting.
Gender-specific tea in a pink wrapper. Average boy during puberty. I need to hurt myself. What? What? These are two extremes. Is there anything stupider than gendered candy? Well, I did not know this was aimed towards women.
Maltesers, a British confectionery product from Mars, UK, 1937, aimed at women. Aimed at women. Interesting. Interesting. I did not know that. I did not know that. I'm not doing gacha. I'm not a gooner. I do gachas. I just don't spend money on them.
At first. Maltesers are very good. I was just trying to find something for dinner. Why? This one's for the lady, and it's called a wimpy burger. They just made everything smaller.
Wimpy burger. You're a wimp if you eat that.
Pay more and get less. It's just a blatant scam. Donating money. Wikipedia. Female Twitch streamers. This isn't that wrong.
That's not. Yeah. I don't see how that's. Why is that here? Why is that pointlessly gendered? Why is that in pointlessly gendered? That's just straight up the truth. That is just the truth. Actually, yes. Yes, actually, yes.
I don't dare to think about what will happen if.
This is Germany. Frauenbratwurst. Männerbratwurst. Why are they? Wait. Interesting though. They have different stuff. They're the same amount, but they have different stuff in there. So this is like with sea salt and Mediterranean spices, while the other one is like with the roasted onions and cheese. And there's like, interesting enough, that's just like the same thing, but like more expensive. I guess that one's more fresh. This is fresh. Interesting. That's a statement, not a meme. That's a statement.
If I accidentally eat the wrong bratwurst? Well, do you want to find out? Yes, because we need to split the Bible.
The word of God is different for women than it is for men. I don't know. What would even be the difference? What would even be the difference? I don't like, huh? I guess they're colored differently. That's already the difference. One is for men and one is for women.
This just isn't the Bible then. Starting the gendered socialization early is clever. It makes future relationships easier and gender equality more palatable. Well,
I see no issue. Well, there is a very much. There is like very much a truth though that boys and girls prefer different things. Not always, but we do have like the proof. Again, studies. So you're like, find out which stuff is for men and women. Not really. It's more so that these things are just like gendered for no reason. There is a new German bakery in my state, so I might go now. Good luck.
damn, I bought these, not realizing I couldn't use them. They're for men only. Of course, the pink one will be more expensive. Apparently men don't deserve bright colored macaroons. Now
let's go back a little bit.
They're for men only. Of course.
See, the reason there's a reason why this is bullshit, right? Well, why people complain that it is complete bullshit. The problem is that there's a difference, and they're made differently, and since they're made differently and use different things, then the problem is that obviously they're gonna be more expensive. There is a harsh truth that the razors for men and the razors for women are different because our skin type is different. Men's skin is substantially enough different from women's skin. That's why one is more expensive than the other, because the other one needs to be more carefully made than the other. Simple. That's the reason. Simple. Well, I think in Arabic they separate which thing male and female. Here we do that too, with like adjectives, right? We have like 3 adjectives: male, female, and neutral.
Plus, the pink one will be more expensive. Apparently, men don't deserve bright-colored macaroons. Now I can finally wash my dishes. This annoys me. Female bathroom purely Lepidoptera? I'm going to piss in the men's sink.
Yeah, butterflies, you know, when it's just regular bugs. I don't know, that's kind of, yeah, sure, I go along with that. That one's pointless, sure.
Please don't. Women. I feel so unsafe walking alone at night. Average male experience walking back home. Oh no, I forgot about the fog that kills boys. Women can
also see fog. See, I would say that even as a man, do not walk home alone. Well, what are you doing, man? Fun fact. Men are more victims of violence because of that kind of type of behavior, right? You're not safe. If a dude jumps you, he jumps you. There's no way you're getting out of this. Men are not, like, the lie that women cannot walk outside and men can at night, it's just a lie. It's just pointless. That one is also just pointlessly gendered because, well, we still get our head kicked in regardless. So no, it's not safe for men or for women alone at night.
also see fog. At CVS, I didn't see any women's handkerchiefs. Men's handkerchiefs. Aren't handkerchiefs just disgusting? They seem disgusting. I can't tell if these are the most self-aware or the least self-aware greeting cards. Girls in their 20s versus boys in their 20s. Girls don't feel sadness. This manly fork. So manly. For men, push-up bars. I think you mean press up. What's the worst thing this company has done? They had a 100-year monopoly on girl movies, spent $4 billion on Star Wars, a boy movie franchise, only to try and make it a girl franchise and ruin it for everybody.
That is true, though. What do you mean? That is true, though. That is true. This isn't pointlessly gendered. That's true. And they know this because Disney has recently dropped statements. Disney has dropped statements that they want to focus more on boys, on young men. So, yes, that is true. And yes, Star Wars isn't a girl franchise, it's a boy franchise. You know how I can tell? Because the vast majorities of people that watch Star Wars are dudes.
I don't think that's what made Star Wars suck. I think
And yes, that did make Star Wars suck because, well, the forced idea of having a female character is the problem here. A female main character. If that wasn't the case, it would have been very, like, people were mad that Finn wasn't the main character. And it was Rey. That should tell you enough.
Movies just got worse. Will it yiff? She keeps me housed, he keeps me pregnant. The adults of before, that's from the devil. But today's adults, that's very woke. Because apparently men—
True though. True though. It's not like that. In Arabic, there's no adjective. The genders are in nouns. For example, you know that in Arabic, hair is male. Interesting. No, I did not.
Men only deserve to survive. Survival tool for men. The truth. Women after getting 89%. Men after 50%. How girls describe—
That's actually kind of true, yes. I would say yes, that's kind of true. See, the problem is that men are way more chill with, what's the word? Having bad grades. Because we're already getting bad grades based on our gender. Even our grades are gendered.
their ex versus how boys describe their ex. Women biologists. I became a biologist because I love animals. Me too. Man biologist. I will name this spider Hot Wheels Sisyphus. Female cops when they slightly feel uncomfortable. Is this like saying—
I agree. Men wouldn't name newly discovered animals differently. I agree. They would get really horrible names.
They shoot people? Not specific, but does anyone else get annoyed by these kind of comments? No, I don't. No. Girls can collect headphones too. Gendered baby rattles. Pink lights in the bathroom in case you needed a reminder of your femininity while pooping. Don't touch my garbage. How girls be defending the guy that cheated on them 17 times. There's no man option. Presumably—
True. That's all I'm gonna say.
So women won't get confused. Pre-snacks. Men are simple. Men be like, this is true, we are very simple. I'm not annoyed at this. Dr. Playset. The exact same toys in 2 colors. They needed to point out pink purple is for girls and yellow red blue is for boys. This seems fair and legitimate. What's going to happen to me because I bought the regular protein and not the women's protein? Why the hell are the shirt buttons on different sides?
Yeah, that was also a marketing trick a while back, where like people, especially like female sports fitness influencers, whatever you want to call them, the girlies basically said that men's protein is different from like women's protein is better for women. It's specifically made for women. I'm like, no, you're just lying to sell a product. There's no gender difference in protein. You're just lying. But that was a marketing trick that they had like a while ago, like 2-3 years ago, maybe.
It's for men and women. I don't know, but I don't think it's that serious. A feminist can do everything a man can do. We are poor women, let us survive first. Didn't the men want the women to get on the boats?
Again, this is wrong. This is incorrect. I would also say that a man can't do anything a woman can do.
Man, when a man loves truly, he acts like a child. Woman, when a woman loves truly, she acts like a mother. Me, I hate kids. Also me with kids. I think I'm very good with kids, but I don't really like little girls. They are so loud and annoying. Women are incapable of standing normally. I didn't realize how much masculine energy I had until I lived with only women who journaled in the morning, drew in sketchbooks, collected Polaroids of all their friends, did face masks in the middle of the day, and sipped wine and baked. I had to learn how to be softer, and I'm still working on it. These his and her ab wheels. But hey, at least there's a blue tax this time, so...
Again, I would assume that the material would need to be made sturdier depending, because, right? Let's see. It already has, like, different stuff on the packaging, right? And I would also mean that the material would need to be sturdier, because the physical power of a man and a woman are different. Therefore, there's likely more pressure applied to this ab wheel for a dude than it would be for a woman. Therefore, it makes sense.
But hey, at least there's a blue tax this time, so women don't appear in it. It's a mirror. No, it's a magnifying mirror for men. Her adventure versus imagination adventure cars. These boys and girls bathroom passes. When I was in school, we just had 2 general passes, and if both were in use, you had to wait your turn. His and hers AstroTurf flip-flops for every occasion. These vitamins for girls, because apparently boys need a different kind of vitamin A, C, D, and zinc. Girls giving presents. Here's a beautiful present I spent hours wrapping. Thank you. Boys giving presents. Here's your presents.
I mean, that's not wrong. That's not wrong. I would say that women would put more effort into like presenting a present. I don't think dudes do that much. Like personally, I don't do that, but the women in my life do a better job. Not that they're doing an amazing job, like they put much more effort into it, but they do put a little bit more effort.
In their shipping boxes. I was too lazy to wrap them. Bro, I didn't even expect to...
Like for Christmas gifts, I was always remembering that like I didn't care about like there being like a wrapping, but my mom and my sisters cared.
Present, thank you, King. Hey Ace, tell me what's wrong with this picture. The future of Frozen, now available. Soft serve crafted by robots. Men's wildest, hear me out. Girls most tame, hear me out.
Yes, that is, sorry, but that is the truth. Yep, that is absolutely the truth. I am 100% certain. After like looking at what women like read in like romance novels, what women read, definitely.
Yeah, the girls do be saying some crazy stuff about hearing me out, I won't lie. Pants were invented for men, not women. It's impossible for a woman to wear pants, jeans, yoga pants, dress pants, leggings, dungarees, without sexualizing her body, since they highlight her legs, curves, and rear end. Women who want to be modest should not own pants at all. That's a lot of words for nobody will smash me. This guy's filled with lust. There's German barbecue cookbook with recipes for him and for her being a vegetarian and for him eating meat. I was going through stuff and stumbled upon my dad's old school books. When I grow up, I want to be a fireman. And girls can either be... what? Girls. That barbecue...
Is it even meant this way? Huh. I mean... yeah, I guess it would mean that, sure. Sure, yeah.
Mad. And girls can either be... what? Girls. That barber cut my hair 1 millimeter shorter than I said. I'm never visiting him. Okay, well, girls don't go to barbers. Boys after 21 years. So...
yeah, we do. We are loyal to our barbers and sports team, games, whatever it is. Okay, I'm back. Apparently my phone just died, so I'm back with another phone. Damn.
Oh, fragile. What, for men but for men? I'm confused. Oh, blue pink, I guess. Has anyone got that Thursday feeling? Why not join us today in our sun-trapped beer garden for a few refreshing ice-cold tenets for the gents and a lovely gin and tonic for the... I don't know why this was posted in the subreddit. I think this was a massive reach. This is...
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Some of these, like, they're pointlessly gendered. Most of these are not gonna lie, gendered because money reasons. Not all secretaries are women. Yep, but there are more likely to be women. Again, just because of job decisions. Like you would likely, like for example, teachers. Most are women, not all are women. Again, just job choices. But yeah, some of these were unreasonably gendered, like the bathrooms, and some of them were like, why is this gendered? So some of them were like, yeah. It's just crazy. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. All right. I need to tag somebody because I need to make a need to pick a video that I want to watch the entire time already. I will tag him real quick. Maybe he reacts to it. If not, that's fine. But I need to tag this man real quick on Discord. Where is he? Where's that man? I didn't have that man in my DMs anymore. I killed him. Rip. There he is. Oh boy. I just checked my and beard is female in Arabic. That's interesting. Okay. Okay, tagged him. Now, first of all, water. I'm yapping so much. Crazy. I'm surprised that this apple hasn't pulled up yet. Anyways, we got this one. The Hassan dog abuse situation by Sensitive Society. Yeah, if you haven't heard it, Hassan Piker abused his dog on stream with a shock collar. Yes, it is a shock collar. People have looked it up on Twitter. They have looked up the model. We can tell it's a shock collar. No, Hassan's dog did not hurt herself, like a claw or anything, or like got stuck at something. That's just not truth. We also got some what's the word? Some clips from his older dog that passed away that he pulled his tail. Interesting. Anyways,
alright guys, no intro, no nothing, no hey, subscribe.
Here we go. It's gonna be horrible.
Drop like, share with your mama. No, well, not yet. Maybe till the end. This isn't gonna be your average Hassan bad because politics part 67. Besides this,
yeah, Hassan bad because dog abuse. Look at this little baby over there. Look at her. She's doing nothing. And even again, even if it wasn't, that wasn't the case, even if it wasn't the case, the truth is that forcing a dog to lay in the same corner for hours on end, or you getting upset that she moves, is still abuse. I do not care. You wouldn't put a child in school. You wouldn't force a child to stand in the same corner for 4 hours straight. You wouldn't do that. Why would you do that to a dog? Again, I have dogs. I have dogs. I love my dog, and that is not what happened.
Stupidity that he continues to do and say, but that's not what we're talking about today. Today we're going to be talking about something extremely concerning. So there's this post going pretty viral on Reddit. It has close to 30,000 upvotes in 4 hours. It says Hassan reaching for something and seemingly shocking his dog to keep her in camera view. So this is the dog that people are talking about, and despite the fact that I don't like Hassan, I was pretty willing to be charitable towards him and be like, come on guys, there's a lot of stuff to criticize him for, but animal abuse, that's a new one. Like, I get it, he's
just put him on the list, and people are like, yeah, it's just damaging his reputation that this is being spread. Shut the heck up. That man has no reputation. Here's Krok. Hi, Krok. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. At least it's not as bad as Eliza Kuzmenko. Interesting. Never heard of that person.
Cringy, whatever, but come on, animal abuse. Hassan, my favorite socialist, my favorite champagne socialist, he would never. Until I watched the video and I was like, oh, this ain't good. And if he doesn't get banned for this, he will never be banned, alright?
He does not get banned for this. And if they're going to ban him, Dan Clancy's gonna be like, hey, yo, Hassan, when you gonna take a vacation, by the way? And then he's gonna ban him for the vacation or like the break. You can't work with that. Like, Twitch is in the trenches. Twitch is ass.
To literally execute a dog, and Dan Clancy will get on his knees, grab that Lizzie, and go to town. Here's the video in question.
But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay?
Ironic that he talks about violence here. Like, look, the baby's she's not doing anything. She's not doing anything. She's just walking around.
It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing? You're being such a baby.
See, I think what his my opinion here, right? His reaction. He did not expect for her to yelp. He did not expect for her to yelp. His reaction is simply, fuck. That was a mistake. And now he got nervous because people are going to use that against him. That is what I see. I see a man shocking his dog. And, anyways, we can tell that, like, she didn't hurt herself. He was reaching for something. We can tell he was reaching for something. Son still got some defenders, the loner box, and that one girl that adores him, obviously, yeah. I mean, obviously, Denim's Frogan, right? These people. You don't know Eliza. You don't know Eliza? Skinned 2 dogs just because she's curious. The fuck? Sounds pretty much immune to the law at this point. Yeah, he pretty much is.
It's just, you're making her stressed. She just literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom.
Now, the conspiracy theory, and I don't think it's a conspiracy theory at this point, what he seems to be reaching for and then putting down, the streets are saying that it's a shock collar. This looks absolutely horrible. And even if I'm being charitable towards Hassan, and he was never reaching for the remote for the shock collar, why did he get mad and upset when the dog was just moving out of bed? It's like, Hassan, you are 40 years old. That is not a prop, all right? That's not a little plushie. That's a living creature that you have.
But he's treating her like a prop. He's treating the dog like a prop. Not only that, it's also that he forces her to lie on that bed for hours on end. That to me is animal abuse. I am sorry, but that's the truth. To me, that is animal abuse. Now, who's hearing from Denim? Oh, look, there's a roommate. No, it's something else. Charlie is he is being harassed by his Hassan's community. It's for something else. Basically, he's getting sued for using footage from, like, remember the hurricane that was, like, really devastating in the US a couple of months back? I think Hurricane Milton was the name? And he used footage of people. Essentially, just like max 2 minutes footage from people, and they're threatening to sue him over like these 2 minutes of footage. This has nothing to do with Hassan.
In your house that you use as a prop because big dog equals cute for all the retards that watch you every single day. No matter how you flip it, it's weird. Whether he A, had a shock collar and was, shocking the dog because he got out of bed? Yeah, dude, he's supposed to move. Once again, he's not a prop. He's not a fucking dog pop Funko that just stays on your shelf, not moving for the rest of your fucking life. But you don't want him to move because you don't want your precious prop to ruin the frame while you're spewing political slop. And Hassan did respond to this, and it was legitimately the stupidest response ever. Top 5, honestly.
Is there like a fucking LSF video or something? Is that why there's like hella people coming in here and screeching?
I love this argument. Oh my god, people are concerned about my dog. Holy shit.
People are screeching. Or are people just actually concerned that you're abusing your dog? Maybe just that. Like, dude. Hassan versus accountability. This is gonna be a long fight.
So annoying.
Is that what's going on? Oh, classic. It started on D, then H3, then LSF is the classic pipeline. I'm gonna fucking die, dude.
The thing that Hassan always says and does is this is cut out of context, guys. There's so much more context to it, but we actually, for one of the rare times, we get the full context of something, and he's like, nah, Reddit and Twitter and my haters are lying. It's like, dude, we saw it in real.
We saw it in real time, bro. We saw it in real time, and not to mention all the political violence you were essentially advocating for. Aside from that, we saw what you did to the dog, whatever the reason is. I don't think shock your dog should never be tolerated. Of course not. I mean, here in Europe, it's like most countries have banned it, right? Shock collars are banned here. If you use them, goodbye. They're gonna take your dog. And you're gonna pay a juicy punishment for that. Obviously in the US that's not the case.
Real time, what do you mean? Nah, I blame Ethan for this. I blame all the slop tubers for this. But dude,
Yeah, he was essentially blaming the far right and pro-Israel people for the situation when this had nothing to do with that. Nothing. Nothing. This was nothing. This had nothing to do with that.
Press the shock collar button. What do you mean? We all saw it in real time. Nah, Ethan pressed it. He came over to my house and he pressed the button to harm my dog, so I look bad. Just trust. It's the Nazis out to get us. It's the ops. It's the slop tubers. Even though I pressed the button and then I got mad at my dog for wanting to get up. Like, no matter which way you flip it, you look bad. Why were you upset by it just getting out of bed? It's such a weird thing to be mad at.
Yes, I am incredibly abusive to the not only best trained, but also
if he's the best trained dog, then why does he have a shock collar? If he's the best trained dog, why does he have, even if it's not a shock collar, let's say it's a vibration collar, why does he wear a vibration collar? I can smell the lies from here. They're stinky.
The best behaving and most spoiled dog on the planet.
If anything, this just makes things worse. If he behaves so well, why does he still have it?
When Kaya yelped, yeah, she yelped because she fucking clipped herself on something when she was getting off the bed.
This is legitimately the easiest thing to disprove. Just show us a close-up of the collar. And you could be the animal abuse allegations. But did he do that? No, he'll probably do it tomorrow when he streams and be like, see guys, this dog doesn't have a shock collar. I very obviously did not take it off and put a brand new one. My whole thing is, why not do it in real time? The dog is right there. I'm sure you could get up, pick up the camera, or bring the dog your way and show us that he does not have a shock collar. But does he do that? No. Which is extremely suspicious of him. Why not show it to the people so the haters and the ops...
He showed the collar, and then people looked up the model and realized, wait a minute, that's not a vibration collar. XQC already pointed it out. That's not. It was blinking. That's another thing. What's the connection between the Israel and Palestine? Hassan, if you don't know, is a far left, actually left extremist, political streamer. Not only that, he advocates for essentially the murder of people that he doesn't agree with. He also supports terrorism. For some odd reason, he's also fairly anti-Semitic, as far as I understand. There's like multiple other situations as well. He used his identity as a Muslim to like as a shield. What other things are there? They made like an ethnicity tier list once. So he's actually also kind of racist. Aside from that, yeah, there was multiple other things that Hassan did as well.
Just shut the fuck up and they move on. I don't know. Why is that so hard to understand? I know that I would. If I was getting allegations that I was a dog abuser, I would just be like, here guys, let me bring my dog over here. Let me show you the collar. But he never does that, which is extremely fucking weird. Close up of KS collar.
In the same positive association with Israel. So all this does is breed resentment against Israel. And also, depending on how violence. Okay, it's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Jesus Christ, what are you doing?
There's no glass on the floor.
Also, I think, let's say she gets clipped. Let's say she clipped. It doesn't even make sense because, for one, she lays down immediately as if she knows that she has to lay down immediately. She lays down immediately. That has not. No, no. There is no way this is not a shock collar.
The dog didn't slip. Dogs don't cry like that out of nowhere. I fail to see what Hassan meant by, oh, you know, she probably clipped herself somewhere. Isn't this supposed to be a bed? Hassan forcing his dog to sit in bed for hours so she can be a background prop for his stream as well. And this person shows us a shock collar, and I guess in a different position. Kind of looks like this with the one that the other dog had, Hassan's dog. This person says, yeah, it's a shock collar and he shocked her. I use them too, but I will say my dogs don't yelp. You gotta turn that shit down, not leave it on 10. And there's also this.
There's also another clip of a lady in his stream saying that essentially the collar's too tight. It should be 2 fingers in there. She can't even get in one. Basically, he's choking his dog. So that might add to it as well.
This video that keeps getting removed from Reddit. And just check this out. Removed by moderator. The fat, greasy moderators are trying to protect Hassan here. No one shall criticize my favorite champagne socialist, guys. Says the person that's making about $2 per day. Moderating for free, but I digress. But thankfully, we have a copy of it and we're gonna show it here. Hassan's guest says his dog collar is too tight.
And now it's mainstream. I love her. I think her collar's too tight.
Well, it's here we can.
It's a what? Please, Hassan, finish that sentence. I love how he catches himself there. Oh, it's a dog. Sure. Yeah. Let me unease that, dude. What the fuck? Like, I don't want to jump on the whole Hassan is a dog abuser narrative, but. I mean, he's not doing himself any fucking favors.
I think her collar's too tight.
Well,
I mean, with the video resurfacing of 8 years ago, of you know, pulling on the tail of his older dog. Well, I'm gonna say it. I think you're full of shit. You saw the clip of that about... Yeah, I saw the 6-year clip. So you can't even pull out and be like, yo, actually it's AI because it was uploaded in 2019. So yeah, I've seen that clip. You use a shock collar and your dog yelps. You deserve to be allowed to be randomly tased. Yeah. True.
It's here we can.
It's you have to be able to get 2 fingers, and I couldn't even get 1. I think you're choking her.
She's like... It's because she has a lot of neck meat.
Neck meat?
Yeah, neck meat. What a pathetic excuse.
Poor dog is fucking choking to death and he's like, that's just neck meat. Come on. I mean, I knew Hassan was a fucking grifting political slob tuber. The last thing I expected him to be is a potential dog abuser. He's definitely not helping the LA.
Well, he is showing tendencies of sociopathy, so technically... It always being a sociopath always starts with I'm schizoing here, but being a sociopath usually starts with animals, so I'm not surprised here.
Once again, take the shock collar away. What about it being way too fucking tight to the point where you can't even put 1 finger between the dog and the collar. Do you know how tight that needs to be? How is this allowed on Twitch? Not only is terrorist propaganda allowed on Twitch, but also light animal abuse is allowed on Twitch. And XQC had something to say about this, and I have to say, he cooked.
I'm not even gonna be a hater. I'm giving it a fair chance.
Hassan the soy boy.
Is
hand over.
For
a better press. Still moving. Now goes forward. I'm assuming probably has a, let's say, a Steam Deck, right? Hand forward. Now that was his arm forward. Now his hand going forward probably. See, a little bit more.
Go.
Bang! It would be in the next 3 frames. Chat. The likeliness.
I might have wasted $5.
There's a good chance. I rarely believe that XQC has anything to add to anything realistically. But even he knows that this is likely a shock collar. Very much. Just realized something. Aside from the abuse, he's also an extremist and confirmed himself as Muslim. I don't know if he follows like Islam. I know, however, that he used his identity, like that he used like being a Muslim as like a shield from criticism. That much I know. Whether he actually follows it or not, I cannot confirm. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If your dog has a lot of neck meat, get them a bigger collar. That's not that hard for a person with so much following. Yeah, especially if you're like especially if you're like a millionaire and you live in a very expensive mansion, you would be able to afford a new collar. That makes no sense. I have a Muslim friend. They said Muslims are not allowed to touch or have dogs. I think this man is controversial. Yeah. Again, he just used it. He uses it as a shield. I am pretty confident he once used it as a shield.
Yeah, the likeliness of this being is like 98%. I'm not being weird. You see the arm movement, right? Looking. No more arm movement now. A little bit more. Tiny bit more. A little bit more. Now it stops now. Guys, 99%.
Shout out to Detective XQC because I agree with him. We needed to see the collar and he didn't. He didn't show us at all. He just played it off as people.
He did show it later. But it just made the case more clear that it is a shock collar.
Coming from Reddit or Ethan Klein fans hating. Dude, why not show us that very moment? It doesn't make any sense to me. If I had dog abuse allegations, I would want to clear those immediately, like within the next 2 minutes if I'm live streaming. Here's the view of my my keyboard and everything I have on my desk right now. But he never does that, which once again is extremely suspicious. If you only knew how bad things really are.
I mean, yes, if the dog could understand how bad things are, he'd walk away. She'd walk away, she'd leave. Also, how would the dog even scrape itself? Its foot is not anywhere to even touch anything on the floorboard, especially since its paws were not moving. Its legs were, but not the paws. That also, it's like, I don't think there's nothing, right? It's the bed. This is the bed. There's nothing like she could like get like stuck on. There's nothing she could get stuck on. I didn't do it. Don't believe your eyes. Yeah, that's pretty much, he's trying to gaslight people. That the thing that happened did not happen.
How much do you guys want to bet that Dan Clancy also has a shock collar and it's pressed by his son at least 5 times per day? Make your bets in the comments below. If you ban me on Twitch,
Dan Clancy is a special caliber. Anyways, hi Jacob, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. That man like allows straight up children being birthed on live stream while like an OnlyFans advertisement runs in the corner of the same woman. Yeah, nah, bro. That man can just like Reposo.
Bitch, Dan, I'm gonna turn this to 11. I'm gonna shock you just like my puppy. And even I tweeted, what a piece of shit he is. I knew he was bad, but doing this to a dog because it wasn't staying still. He's not a fucking prop. That's a dog. You retard. Do you guys want to take a wild guess on who is defending this behavior? Think about it for 5 seconds, and I'll give you the name in the next 5 seconds.
Denims, Frogan, there's probably a lot of other people.
That's all right. You guys ready? I know you guys are subscribed. You hit the like. You have notifications on. You're watching all the new bangers. All right. I'm about to drop the name, and let me know if you had the same name in mind. The person who is defending Hassan is Anissa Jamha.
Holy fuck! She looks like a zombie here. Goodness. Then there's a difference between psychological manipulation and cheap denial. I made the pre-order for Pokemon Legends ZA yesterday on my Switch until the 16th. I can't play. Stuck with a game you can't play. Yeah, this is not surprising. Interestingly enough, why is this cuck's wife even involved? Aren't you supposed to pay your debt from Creator Clash? I don't like this woman at all.
I am a big dog lover, love training dogs with positive reinforcement, as you can tell with Marlin and Fiona on Ian streams. No one knows this because no one's watching Ian streams, alright? But okay. I've met Kaya. I saw Kaya while Hassan was streaming. She never had a shock collar on. She was good at her placed command, but that's very easily accomplished.
See, the problem is that these people lie for each other, right? That is the core problem. These people lie for each other, right? So you can't take anything from his friends seriously because they're all yes men, and we know they're all yes men, so they wouldn't even go into anything that is criticism because they're friends. Because they're friends. They're friends. So you can't. Like I said, people looked at it on Twitter. They looked at the collar. They found a similar model, not the exact model, but a similar model that has a similar layout. It looks similar. It is absolutely certain. I'm absolutely certain this is a shock collar. Like my dog got its claw stuck on its bed, and he did whimper once, but even it wasn't a full-on scream like his dog did. This is like pain, right? This is like actual pain from the dog, shock and pain. My dog has got stuck. My dog is like running around in the garden, taking everything with her that stands in her way. She full on ran into our fence with full speed. Did not care. Yeah, no, bro. Yeah, no, bro. I've had dogs for as long as I can remember. I grew up with dogs. They don't do this. They don't scream like that. If they get like stuck anywhere. That was the name I looked from before. Hassan Sim. Hot take. I'm absolutely certain she has had sex with Hassan. That's my hot take. I cannot. I'm like Dokes out here. I know that she had sex with Hassan. I just can't prove it.
With a positive reinforcement. I would be very, very surprised if this was actually Kaya reacting to a shock collar. Now, something that I want everyone to understand here is that you cannot trust anything that Hassan, Anissa, and Idub say. Did you actually think Anissa was going to be critical of Hassan? Of course not. This person says, even if it's not a shock collar, why does Hassan want her to stay in the same place for hours? I agree. Girl, I haven't even seen you defend your husband this hard. Chill, I agree. I don't think I've ever seen Anissa tweet this fast. She tweeted this like 5 minutes after it came out. Only if she defended iDubbbz this quickly. As a dog owner, wouldn't you check on your dog if they yelped in pain? I see the only reason why someone wouldn't if they already knew what hurt them. Then she also tweeted this for no reason. Also, Ethan Klein is 5'7" at least. How is this relevant? Again,
My belief is that he did not expect her to yelp. My reaction to this is that I am believing that he did not see her yelping. According to his reaction, he was confused and didn't know what to do in the situation realistically. That's why he was like, oh fuck. He was really just, oh fuck, because he did not expect her to scream in pain. That's what it looks like to me. He did not expect that. Chances are, he has probably pressed it multiple times on stream. But this is the first time she actually screamed. And that's why we know. Or maybe he did not pay attention and just pressed it out of, like I don't know, out of it being used to it. So it's just a scream of agonizing pain. Yep. I agree with your hot take. She glazed his body verbally. Yeah. And also, the way she looked at him in, streams that she was on. Someone please arrest him. This man is literally advocating for murder. They're not arresting him. That's not happening. He's free to go. He's not even getting banned on Twitch. Meanwhile, if one of my female VTuber colleagues shows hips on stream, they get banned on Twitch. You can have little children on Twitch and not get banned.
Your normal pills, you're fucking insane, and you need therapy 5 times per day for the next 10 years. Something is wrong with this chick. But this is when I ask you guys, what do you think of the situation? Do you think it was a shock collar? Do you think this was valid? What do you think it is? What is your theory about this? Let's see what he says tomorrow, but at the same time, I don't care what he has to say tomorrow. What is he gonna say? He was supposed to say something today while he was live and show us that collar in real time on stream. Not tomorrow when he could just take it off, put a new one to be like, see guys, Kaya doesn't have a shock collar. It's all my haters who are trying to end my career and get me banned off Twitch. I blame Ethan and I blame Tectone for this and all the slob tubers. That's what he's gonna say. I don't trust him because he didn't show us the collar in real time.
The truth is that I believe that this is a shock collar, that he has used it, that he did not expect that she would scream, which explains his confused reaction. First thing. If it was not a shock collar, that means that the vibration collar is too tight, which still caused pain. If she got stuck, that would not make sense. There's nothing to get stuck on here. He did not get up, even though she screamed in pain. I would have immediately checked my dog immediately. He didn't do that, except he knew that was going to happen. It's just nothing. And he has shown the collar later on. People have looked at the model. It looks similar to other shock collars of a similar size, same layout, everything the same. It was blinking, all that stuff. I am absolutely certain that this man is using a shock collar on his dog. And he should get banned for it, but he won't. The reason he didn't check on him is because he would have put the remote somewhere and not make any sound. Well, the remote is right next to him. That's why he could push it even. You could see how he was reaching for it. But yeah, he didn't even check for the dog, so this is a pretty clean case to me. Anyways. Hug your dog. Pet your dog. Treats are nice. And like, comment, and subscribe. Man, horrible shit. Maybe I can find, wait a minute. Can I find the short clip? Let me see. Can I find the short video? Maybe not. Can't because I have a cat. Then do it with your cat. I cannot find the clip. Okay, here's maybe I found it. No. Did find a short though. Going to feed my frog and I'm naming the cockroach Hassan. Crazy. Cannot find anything, unfortunately. Of your pet. They truly depend on you. True and real. Well, I found the shirt from XQC. I guess. Well, I found the short that XQC is on, but I guess it really doesn't matter, right? I guess it doesn't matter if XQC is in the background. I just want to show that, just to show it off, what this man is doing to his previous dog. Doesn't matter, really, does it? Cockroach piker. True and real. Very, very true and real. Wait a minute, let me click on another video.
Proportions.
I get it. It's just XQC in the background. It doesn't really matter. Hopefully nothing happens to me anyways. Can't really... You get the idea, I guess.
Like, are you stupid? It's not what he says. Bro, the tail, are you good?
Come here. Stay. If you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you. Okay.
You hear that? He is very much a dog abuser.
Like, are you stupid? It's not what he says. Bro, the tail, are you good?
Come here. Stay. If you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you, okay? In front of everyone. Stay.
Stay. If you run right now, I'll fucking kill you. Like, I'll actually kill you, okay? In front of everyone.
Come here. Hey. Motherfucker, come here. Stay. No, come here.
Hey.
I just can't
slow-mo.
Come here. Stay. No, come here.
Why the fuck would you say something like that to your own dog? Why the fuck would you say shit like that to your own dog? There, just to show what this man is capable of to his own pets. Just to show that, just so you know. Crazy work, absolute crazy work this man has been doing. Wait, when the vile bullshit I just heard? Yep, that is Hassan Piker. And his previous dog. That's what he did to his previous dog. Pretty much. The more you know. The more you know. That's what he did to his previous dog. Fuck, there are 1,000 places where you could have pick the dog up. Yeah, and he pulled him on the tail. Yeah, I'm not gonna show more of this because I don't want to risk anything, but it's crazy. It is actually crazy. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Just so you guys know, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. I'm drinking something again, and then I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. And then we're gonna like 2 or 3 more videos. And then we're good for today, I guess. But yeah, just that is what this man does to his own pets. Crazy. All right, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. So what the fuck? The only bad thing I said to my dog is calling my dog fucking idiot lovingly. I just call my dog little fat. That's it. Though she really isn't. She's just bigger than most males of her kind. She's like, oh, she weighs almost as much as me, but she's also ginormous. But yeah, it's just horrible. It's just horrible what this man is doing to his dog and his dogs in general. Terrible. Anyways, we got this. Next up that I want to look at next video. We're gonna look at. Let's do this one.
Oh!
Instantly getting exploded by Dylan Page, I guess. We're doing this one. This one's interesting and less depressing. So yeah, we're gonna look at this one. No one noticed. Social media is dying by Dylan Page. Well, yes, social media is dying. The more you know. Like a random bug in your room and wash with your country. Yep. First of all, we have data supporting the fact that that we reached social media usage peak, and it's now way less social media and just now content. Even the Zuck said that it's not really social media anymore, and well, with more AI stuff flooding the gates and Sora AI now as well, Sora 2. Yep, we are in trouble. We are in trouble when it comes to like social media, but also just like content consumption in general. And it's gonna be worse and worse.
Oh, since we last spoke, shocking new data release just show.
Yeah, so Americans' time on social media is still rising. Looking the trend, the global trend, right? Global average is dropping. North America is rising. Europe is dropping. Asia Pacific is also dropping. Believe it or not, if I see a bug, I go full lethal mode. I'm trying to crush it with nearby everyday objects. Violence.
Shows that social media peaked in 2022 and it's been gradually declining ever since. We witnessed history after.
To be fair, I only think it peaked in 2022 due to the pandemic.
22-year-old inventor ran the world's first muscle car off of fuel he converted from plastic waste. Japan is about to elect their first female prime minister in history. Bad Bunny is called.
Yeah, but she's incredibly, she is very conservative. So, she's apparently more conservative than Shinzo Abe, so it's going to be very interesting.
Causing a major NFL boycott, and holidays in China are absolutely terrifying. All that and so much more. Subscribe to the channel if ya give it up for this bloody Spooktember studio. Woo! All the Empress is doing. Now, I have hurt my back, so I cannot do any whipping, and this one's like majorly hurt. So let's stop the yapping and let's get cracking. You're lucky I'm doing this video stood up. I was about to do this, the first ever sitting down video. That would be crazy, and I didn't, and I still got a whip in, so you're welcome. Okay, let's kick today off with a story that absolutely shocked me. I mean, no one is really talking about it, perhaps because no one's really noticed, but social media usage actually
Yep, it's dying. It's dying. Hi, me. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Yeah, social media usage is dying. It is, it's not just dying, it's also that, like, everything's content now. Like, the social media stuff is, like, not needed really anymore. And, everything's been flooded by AI. Everything. Sora can, like, recreate anime nowadays. It's, like, crazy work. What else is there? You have like Stephen Hawking doing like crazy stunts in his wheelchair and like races and shit. We laughed at the horrendous Will Smith AI video. And now sometimes I'm like, I need to look closer because I'm like questioning, is this real? Like, is this actually happening? Like, they've been jailing Jinxie for explicit like there's an AI video of like Jinxie being like putting under arrest for explicit Clash Royale pictures and videos. I'm like, bro, what? It's like, and sometimes like gay Logan Paul or stuff like that. It's just crazy.
Peaked in 2022, and it's been steadily declining ever since. And the thing is, I was actually planning to talk today about the Sora app and how over the past couple of days, all of these huge creators, I'm talking Mr. Beast, Casey Neistat, they've all been talking about how scary the future of content.
Yeah, they're also like using MLK and Kennedy and who else was it? Michael Jackson for these, right, as well. And we have like all these like crazy historical figures like doing weird dances and shit. It's just crazy. Yeah, remember that one fireworks city in China for decades? Nothing's wrong, but last time the firework turned into a real fire disaster in the middle of the crowd. Crazy work.
Content creation is and social media because of it. But in the research for that, I stumbled across this. Now, big credit to the Financial Times for doing this analysis, but as you can see from these charts, every single age range has seen a decrease in time spent on social media. Surprisingly, with the age range 16 to 24 being the most pronounced. They've decreased the most. In fact, the only age group that hasn't seen a significant drop is the age category of 55 to 64, which I guess it does make sense since they are still adopting social media to start with. Now, the second chart.
Yeah, they're still working on it to figure out how this works. Craving apple pie today, nice.
It gets even more interesting because the reason for using social media has also dramatically changed as well. Now, it's no shock that the era of using social media to, keep up with your friends and be more so.
It's just content. That's really what it is. It's just content. It really is. People just use it now for content. Everything's content. I'm content, your mom's content, everyone's content. The fucking neighbor's cat is content.
Social in that regard has kind of just disappeared entirely. But what is kind of shocking is that the biggest reason to go on social media for most people remains to keep up with celebrities, which actually also peaked in 2022 and has been declining as well. And I imagine those kind of things like keeping up with celebrity can fall into the category of like, what is the latest Mr. Beast upload? Like that, not like, what is Kim Kardashian doing today? Now, the category that has kept on rising is to fill spare time. Now, I think that one in particular is probably the most worrying and is the one that is worrying content creators like Mr. Beast, Casey Neistat and stuff. Because if one of your main primary reasons to go on TikTok or to YouTube is just to fill spare time, you're much less concerned about watching an amazing work of art made by a master film.
TikToks. That's what people like scrolling in TikToks. That's really what it is. And like brain rotted AI. Internet's full of glitches. Twitter's boring. Reddit is toxic. YouTube is dead. Kinda, yeah. Social media has become less social. The irony, yeah, pretty much, yeah. And the thing is that people are still not touching grass though.
Maker. You're kind of just there to get a couple hits of dopamine, to have a few chuckles, and then just get back to what you were doing. I mean, it's like a not that deep. It's not that deep, bro, kind of scroll. And I think that's the difference between mindful scrolling and mindless scrolling. And as we can see by the data, mindless scrolling is on the rise. Then there is the most fascinating chart of all, in my opinion. As you can see, the global average of time spent on social media is decreasing. And the exact same you can see in Asia and Europe. But the only region that is actually bucking this global trend is North America. You guys over there, you're still climbing somehow when the entire other world is going down. In fact, by 2024, Americans' usage actually reached levels 15% higher than Europe. So the big question—
That explains a lot, actually. That explains quite a bit, actually. To be honest, I don't have TikTok. I do have TikTok, and I don't recommend. Mostly because It's essentially the breeding ground for everything that's horrible. It's the headquarters of any buzzword you could find. It really is. It really is.
Question is why? Why is social media technically dying right now? And even more bizarrely, why is that exacerbated for younger people? Now, there's a lot of answers to that question. There's not just one. But if I were to throw my little 2 cents in the wishing well here, I feel like this is evidence that we're starting to see a distinction being made between good content and content that you can't stop watching, because there is a difference. And the difference is that's what determines how you feel after you get off the app. It's kind of like the difference in feeling you get after you binge eat unhealthy food out of addiction versus eating an unhealthy meal on the weekend because you know you've earned it. But the problem is the algorithms that run social media massively blur the lines between what's good content and addictive content. I mean, that's literally brain rot content, isn't it? I mean, no one's gonna say that brain rot content slop is good, but it's also very popular and addictive.
Yep. You can waste a lot of time just scrolling and scrolling, and it's like, it's just slop. Like, it's crazy, right? Everything that I see is, like, if I use TikTok, everything I see that is AI, I just immediately nuke that. I essentially have no AI stuff on my timeline if I use it, right? I just nuke that. I just go, like, not interested in, like, all categories, right? So, like, I don't have that issue. But then I look at, like, what my sister consumes and my mom consumes, and it's like, it's all AI. It's all AI. All of it. It's just all AI. It's just everything is AI. It's so weird.
But the problem is because the social media algorithms prioritize watch time, this in turn forces content creators to make content that keeps you watching over content that makes you feel something, that makes you think, that tells a meaningful story, that sends a powerful message, that helps you learn something. And I mean, the list goes on. And I mean, the distinction between these two types of content has never been more clear to me than when Speed was getting a tour around Mr. Beast's studio. Now, Jimmy was showing him a bunch of these sets for an upcoming video, and one of them was the ceiling and the walls. They were filled with spikes. And as the video starts, they slowly start coming in. And this is all while it's closing in, where the contestants are trying to figure out a puzzle. And when Mr. Beast explained the whole reason for doing this, he said this.
Yeah, this is the intro shot. It's gonna be crazy. Because, like, you click on a video, spikes are instantly coming down, people are solving puzzles. How do you stop watching? It's so cool.
Right.
Yeah.
Classic.
Yeah.
Classic Mr. B.
And when I heard that, it just suddenly hit me all of a sudden. It was like, his main thing was, how do you keep people watching once they're on? Not what amazing.
Yeah, because watch time is not a thing. If you don't keep people watching, your video dies. If people click on your video and immediately click off, the video is dead immediately. The video is effectively dead immediately.
Basic story or, video do I want to create? And I'm not saying that Mr. Beast content isn't good. You guys know I glaze Mr. Beast a lot. But I think a lot of people are questioning the future of social media, especially right now when apps like Sora are just flooding the internet with this.
It's just fucking Mario, high-speed car chase.
Crazy content that we're all like, what the hell?
Park now! I'm sorry, officer. I just... Don't move! Latch is locked! Open it right now!
AI Mario is crazy. AI Mario is actually insane. That's crazy. Does Nintendo know that? I hope that, like, all of these, right? All of these, like, the AI thingies, right? They essentially, like, come together and just, like, fucking, like all of the things that have been used in AI, like Nintendo just, like, straight up goes and sues these fuckers at this point. I'm like, yo, Nintendo, lawsuit, how about that? Been drawing for years, and AI is actually unhealthy. It's just drawings from AI, how good it is. It feels like it loses something, and yet brain rot content, TikTok always use it. Well, that's how it is. That's how it is, and it's not going anywhere. That is too late because there's no laws around it. The only way to stop it is laws, but nobody's concerned about that right now.
He's still southbound, weaving through traffic, 88 miles an hour. Out of the way! Mamma mia!
I think it's going to start to matter a lot more about how people feel when watching the content rather than just people watching the content. And I think if it's just addictive watching because you can't stop, then you're going to see trends like this continue. Anyway, sorry, I should probably cut this one off sooner rather than later. This is supposed to be a Monday rapid fire. Just passionate about the subject. Moving on. But talking about good content, guys, over the weekend, we may have just witnessed history. So on Saturday, 22-year-old inventor Julian Brown ran the first ever muscle car on plastiline, not gasoline. Plastiline is his 110 octane gasoline that he converted from plastic waste. Now, as you can see from his live stream that he did in Atlanta, he turned the car on to show.
But the question is that even like feasible? Like, does that even make sense? Because I would assume that you need a lot of energy to turn that from plastic into like fuel again. So I don't know. Might be rough.
The crowds watching, I think there was like up to 1,000 people there, that there was no fuel inside, and sure enough, it couldn't start. Then he proceeded to fill it with a canister of plastiline, press the button, and boy, it started, and the rest is history. Now, to be clear to everyone that I know is rushing into the comments right now, Julian Brown didn't invent pyrolysis. Converting plastic to fuel is a well-established process that has been around for decades.
Yeah, obviously. Maybe he did improve upon it? I don't know. People in 2023, AI won't be able to take over the world. They can't make a proper video. People in 2025 cooked. Yeah, true. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, this was, to be fair, it's gonna be worse. Like, it's gonna get worse. Give it like another 2 years and it's over. Like, legitimately, it's over.
But what Julian Brown did invent is the world's first ever continuous solar microwave pyrolysis reactor. That is a world's first. And this reactor fundamentally changes how renewable and expensive this process of pyrolysis is. And what needs to be stressed even more than just that is that he did all of this without the backing of large corporations, and he was able to do this all by himself in the backyard with a box of scraps.
With a box of scraps!
Now, he says that
Bro is the Tony Stark of energy.
the reason for doing all of this is to send a message to the world that people are no longer gonna wait for big corporations or big government to do what needs to be done.
We are done. It does not matter. We're not gonna wait on some big corporation, some big government to do what needs to be done. If we need to do it ourselves, we will do it ourselves because this is our world.
In fact, in May, he got his plastic diesel scientifically tested and it passed with flying colors. In fact, the lab even said that Julian's diesel released better emissions than regular diesel.
I thought it was surprisingly well distilled. I thought it was surprisingly clean as well for plastic. And it blew my mind that plastic could be redistilled into diesel.
Now, he says his ultimate end goal is to get this into the world and where it needs to be.
Let's get it in the world. Let's get it implemented how it needs to be, because that's the whole point of why I started this.
Literally, like, right? Plastic waste, turn that into gas. Turn it into diesel. There's just a lot of places where diesel is used. Why not? Turning it, like, fish it out of the ocean if it's still usable. Turn it into gas again. It's just perfect. Like Tony Stark, true and real.
And so that's the strive and the move, without a doubt, to get this where it needs to be.
So, big congratulations to Julian. Protect this man at all costs. Moving on.
I'll give this man 2 to 3 years and homie's gone. We'll never find bro again.
Also, talking about history being made, Japan is about to make history of their own because Sanai Takachi is about to become the country's first ever.
This is gonna be very interesting. She is very conservative. She's very conservative. It's gonna be interesting for Japan.
Female prime minister. And the thing is, you're probably thinking, oh, that's a pretty liberal and progressive move by Japan. Well, no, actually, it's the opposite. Sanai is actually a hardline conservative. She's anti-immigration and actually anti-liberal. In fact, she isn't even a conventional feminist at all, but rather in favor of traditional values. Because she opposes things like married couples having different surnames, same-sex marriages, and she's also not in favor of women inheriting the throne in Japan's royal family. And Japan's ruling party, which is ironically called the Liberal Democratic Party, they elected her as their next leader. And that's a move to actually attract more.
Funnily enough, the terms are kind of switched here. See, at least for example here in Europe, liberal does not mean like liberal in the American sense. Liberal here means in the conservative sense. I don't know how different that is to Japan, but if they call themselves the Liberal Democratic Party, I mean, they can still be conservative but democratic, so that doesn't cancel each other out. I guess you could be conservative but also still liberal, I guess.
Or conservative voters. And while she hasn't been technically voted in as prime minister yet, her party is the biggest in Japan's more powerful lower chamber, meaning she's by far in the lead to be elected when lawmakers make a vote later this month. But why this is so significant is because, I mean, kind of like we're seeing all over the world right now, political parties in Japan are now also leaning more to the right to secure the votes and the power that is needed to be in government. And it just highlights how so many countries are leaning more to conservative values and conservative politics right now. But the question is, what do you guys think? Is she one?
The problem is that we currently live in a time where we are getting more progressive. And with getting more progressive, we have noticed shit gets worse. And I think the general population has realized that, so now we're making a move backwards to see if that fixes the problem. I don't know if it does. If it does, good. If it doesn't, then the problem's somewhere else. But yeah, that's the reason. Also, like, the regular population realizes that, like, progressivism does not result in what people need. That's why they're pushing back.
What Japan needs right now, or the complete opposite? Let me know your thoughts. Moving on. Also, staying in Asia, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but oh my lord.
I've actually seen this, yes. I've seen this on, was it in... I think it was on Twitter, yeah. There were like millions of people. We're stuck here. It's crazy.
Lord, China holidays are terrifying. Now, the country is currently having their Golden Week national holiday, which spans a massive 8 days. But when your country has a light population of 1.4 billion people and they're all trying to travel across the country for a little holiday, you get absolute chaos. I mean, look at that. That's got to be one of the worst traffic jams I've seen in my life. Like, how many lanes is even that? But also remember, that's just the people driving. Most people in China get the train. So, if you want to know the actual numbers, their national railway saw a record-breaking 23.13 million trips on the first day. That has never happened before in China. That's record-breaking. That's like taking the entire population of Australia and getting them...
See, they thought that by taking the train, they would get an advantage. They would not get stuck. Well, that didn't help. They still got stuck.
All to travel on the train on one day. And in fact, over this holiday period, the Ministry of Transport say that they are expecting to see 2.36 billion trips over the holiday period. Billion! But the crazier part is that China's not even a stranger to this kind of thing, because in 2010, they had the world's worst traffic jam in history. It lasted 12 days straight. There were some people stuck in their cars for 5 days without being able to go anywhere. Point is, no matter how busy you think that your transportation is, it cannot be China busy. Moving on.
Hey, maybe not busy, but incredibly late. Germany.
Also, last episode we spoke about how Netflix and...
Peak, by the way. Good decision on the people to unsubscribe from Game Pass and Netflix, especially Netflix. Good.
Microsoft were getting cancelled at the same time. Well, it was only a matter of time before another company was in the firing line, and this time, it's not just a company. It's kind of an entire sport. Thousands of people are now trying to boycott the NFL. I guess that's kind of a company, but also a sport, because of an announcement that they made that Bad Bunny will be performing the halftime show at the Super Bowl. Which, hearing that, you might think, why are they trying to cancel them for that? Isn't he like the or one of the most listened to artists in the world right now? Yeah, he is, but you'll be very unsurprised to hear it's about politics, because of course it is. Now, you may or may not know that Bad Bunny has been a longtime critic of Trump, and he actually recently canceled his shows in the US in response to the ICE raids. Now, that pissed a lot of people off. But then, despite that, he accepts the offer to do the halftime Super Bowl show, which many people call...
Yeah, for once, I am absolutely certain that this is a money move. So yeah, actually understandable. Not just because of his politics, but generally understandable because the guy is a money sucker, a dick-sucking money sucker.
It's like a culturally American event. And then, just to add the icing on top of the angry cake, his songs will be exclusively in Spanish, not English. In fact, even the US Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem commented on the decision by saying that the NFL are weak and that they will not be able to sleep at night. And that also that ICE enforcement will be at the Super Bowl and in her own words, will be all over that place. And then the situation, it gets even crazier because it kind of reached a boiling point over the weekend because Saturday Night Live was hosted by Bad Bunny and he spoke in many parts in Spanish. Proudly. He also said things like NFL fans have 4 months to learn Spanish.
If you didn't understand what I just said, you have 4 months to learn.
And that everyone is happy about this decision, that he will perform, even Fox News. And then he proceeded to cut a clip of Fox News saying some very positive things about him.
And I think everyone is happy about it, even Fox News.
Bad Bunny is my favorite musician, and he should be the next president.
Now, as you can imagine, the back...
Yeah, I can understand why they wouldn't want him there. I'll be real. I wouldn't understand what they don't want him as the people. You lock children in cages. Super gets fame and money and boost. Yeah, but I can understand why people don't want him here. I don't like him already.
Backlash for this was huge online. People started posting things like, stop watching the NFL. Hey NFL, Bad Bunny purposefully insults the fan base that made you incredibly wealthy. I promise there is a line, and if you push over it, will mobilize the right against you, and you won't recover for a long time. They're even calling Bad Bunny a racist, saying dump this racist asshole. And the thing is, these posts have been getting thousands of reposts and millions of interactions. But then on the other end, I think it's worth noting that Bad Bunny is an American citizen. Puerto Rico, where he was born, is American. It's American territory. So those who support him are arguing that Spanish is clearly part of American culture and that this is all just an attempt to marginalize the Latin American community in the country. So the big question is, what do the NFL do from here? Will they fold under the pressure and tell Bad Bunny, actually, no, you can't do the halftime Super Bowl? Or will they stick to their metaphorical guns? You got to emphasize that when you're speaking about America. Anyway, I think that wraps today's video. I hope you guys had a fantastic weekend. I hope you guys enjoy the spook season. It's not 100% yet, but it's getting there. Anyway, I am off to record a Page Bros video talking about 2 weeks later, it was the iPhone 17 worth it? Am I sticking to my iPhone 17 or am I switching back to Android? So, better rush off. Love you guys. See you on Wednesday.
Anyways, NFL won't. Probably not. Okay, here are my takes. We're cooked. Social media. We're cooked. Social media is dying. AI is gonna take over. That's pretty much clear. The traffic in China is rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. That's genuinely yeah. You're cooked there. You're cooked right there. Nice that we can turn plastic into fuel. That man's gonna be gone soon. And for the NFL thing, I can kind of understand why people are upset. Kinda. Not because there's multiple reasons to be upset for. Will that change anything? Probably not. But yeah, I can see it. I can see why. I can see it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Let me move myself over again. Let me move. Moved. Of a man. Of a man. Okay, that works. Okay. You're a bit too far over there. That works. Okay. Let me see. Water. Too much yap. Water. Okay. Let's see. What do I want to look at? Ah, I got it. I got it.
The US Fed.
Let's talk fertility rate. Let's talk fertility rate. That's a nice short one. Everyone else is too long. So yeah, we're gonna throw that one in as the last one of today. Let's talk fertility rates. Let's talk fertility rates. It's not just you. No one wants kids anymore by fads. I've reacted to fads here and there. Interesting. Just wait for the next 30, 40 years and then you see if this racist inbred still exists. Who knows? Who knows? Here we go. Here we go. My opinion is, for once, there's money-wise, right? Financially, it's not worth it to have children. And also, societally, there is a lot of change, right? Even if you give people financial incentive, they still won't have that many children. Reason being is that having families is demonized.
The US fertility rate drops to another historic low. Births in Japan hit record low. Italy's national birth rate is declared a national emergency. Nearly every country is due to shrink by 2100. There's little to no doubt that there's like an ongoing fertility crisis. People are choosing to not have babies anymore. From South Korea to the United States to Norway to Taiwan, pretty much every rich country. And you might not think this is a problem, but it is a problem for a few reasons. The reality is that people are living longer than ever at the moment. When people start to live this
Yep. This only affects countries that have a lot of money. This only affects... It can't... See... It only affects countries that have a rich lifestyle, if you want to call it that. Whether you're rich in that system, that's another story. But yeah.
It's long. You need new workers to replace the ones that are retiring. You need new workers to pay taxes that will eventually fund the pensions of those who retire. And you need young people in the workforce to take care of those older people. In the 1960s, there were 6 people of working age for every retired person. And by 2035, it's expected to be 2 to 1. This is one of those topics where if you ask 5 different people, you'll get 5 completely different answers as to what the reason.
I'm gonna straight up say I won't be retiring. I can say this with most confidence that I will not be retiring. I will not be retiring. If you don't get into the position where you get a private retirement fund, you are fucked. I will not be retiring.
Is people tend to have quite strong opinions. Some people might say it's a cost of living issue. Some people might say that it's to do with declining rates of religion in the world. Some people might blame women's liberation movements for
It might be all of the combined.
example. Either way, no matter what people say, they're typically pretty certain that either their experience or their belief is the reason why on a global scale people aren't having children. I think we can do better than that, because when I see that there's a problem that is affecting Norway, the US, Taiwan, and France, I tell myself that there's got to be like a better answer that we can give, right? Because these countries are completely different. The childcare situation, for example, in Norway is vastly different to the childcare situation in the US, which is vastly different to the UK. So I feel like we can get a better answer than just this one-line solution of, oh, it's the cost of living. I think we can do better. If you'd asked me, to be honest, like even just a couple of weeks ago, I would have put the blame squarely on the cost of housing. In fact, there's this one chart that lives like in my head rent-free.
Yeah, a main I would say a big portion is the cost of living. I cannot afford a house. I'm in the generation that cannot afford a house. We'll never afford a house. That's just the rough truth. And my fiance wants we want to have 4 children. That's gonna be rough. And I'm in the privileged position where my parents have a house big enough where that is possible. Others don't have that.
It's a chart that compares the growth of house prices to the growth of incomes in the UK. And intuitively, to me, it feels like that's why people wouldn't want to have kids. And to a lot of people, it feels that way. But I want to challenge my intuition, and maybe we can reach a more nuanced answer as to why this is.
Though I also have to say that a lot of the poverty that happens, a lot of people that get into poverty, a big reason why these people enter poverty or don't have money is because they were never taught how to use money. They have an issue that I call, I have no money, yet I must spend. The problem is that there's a lot of people who don't have an income problem, they have a spending problem. And they would live much better if they would actually spend their money on things that they actually would need. foreign poker. What's the salary of the teacher in Germany? Yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be rough. I gotta make it somehow.
Is more of a global problem than necessarily a specific localized problem. For example, this is a piece of research from the US, which tried to establish what the effect of a $10,000 increase in housing would be on people's decision to have kids. Unsurprisingly, if house prices go up, it corresponds to a 2.4% drop in the decision to have kids if you are renting. However, if you own your home, you actually become more likely to have kids as house prices go up. The net effect of this is that when house prices go up in the US, more people actually want to have kids, which is really counterintuitive. But there is some variance.
Oh, interesting. So it can't be the housing. And I'm assuming Frog will also work. No, she wants to be a housewife.
Because in the UK, the effect of increasing house prices is a net decrease. And this is just one piece of evidence that immediately helps us understand that we can't just think of this problem as a one-line solution. Clearly, housing can't explain the full picture. I think the cost of having children is another huge factor that people typically fall back on when they explain the reasons why people aren't having kids. It's too expensive. However, it seems that even paying people to have kids isn't working very well. Taiwan spent
Obviously, yes. Yes. It could be very much a cultural issue. Like I said, there is a great attempt at annihilating the nuclear family. There's a great attempt at annihilating families in general, which I have noticed, and many others have noticed. So I think it is also due to propaganda reasons. I'm gonna straight up call it propaganda because that's what it is. Because then you can invite people into your country, right? You can get a bunch of immigrants who will work for less than the native population. That is just also something I've noticed.
more than $3 billion trying to get its citizens to have more children, and it's had no success at all. In France, they've spent even more money, about 4% of their GDP, on various measures to encourage people to have children. To put this into perspective, if the US spent 4% of its GDP on family measures, that would be the equivalent of the entire defense budget. So countries are actually, some countries at least, are actually spending a huge amount of money on things like tax breaks, things like direct cash transfers, and things like childcare benefits to encourage people to have kids. So clearly there's a bit more to this whole situation than meets the eye initially. And I think we can maybe look at some of the research and evidence, because there is a whole body of research and evidence to engage with. And I've tried to find the best bits to share it with you, and I'm curious to hear what your opinions are on these different aspects. What I do find really interesting is like how the narrative has changed around this topic, because a couple of decades ago, overpopulation was all the rage. All of the discussion around the number of people on Earth.
The problem is that the overpopulation issue is not a European or US issue. The overpopulation issue is an Asia and Africa issue. We have no overpopulation in Europe. We have no overpopulation in the US. We have a overpopulation issue in Africa, in India, in those places. Other Asian countries likely as well.
Revolved around the fact that there were too many people, and we have two people to blame for this. First of all, we have this dude here. His name is Thomas Malthus, and he is an 18th century economist, and he was the first major figure to really write about this idea of a population boom. He saw that the quality of life in 18th century England was dropping pretty quickly, and he said that there was just too many people, and that we'd get to a point where there wouldn't be enough food to sustain the growing population. And a couple of decades later, another professor wrote about the same topic. His name was Paul Ehrlich, and he wrote a book called The Population Bomb. And people really believed them. To kind of put into perspective how scared people were of overpopulation, I want to share a quote by the chairman of the Federal Reserve in the US, who said that overpopulation could be more explosive than the atomic or hydrogen bomb. Even on the other side of the world, in China, these fears of overpopulation promoted China's decision to implement their
Yeah, the one-child policy, which generally fucked the country up for generations to come, because, oh well, surprise, surprise, they didn't go the way what they wanted it, because now they have an aging population and not enough children.
Child policy, the whole package of laws and regulations designed to stop Chinese people from having more than one child. If we fast forward to today, those fears were like clearly unfounded. I think most of us understand that food insecurity is a distribution problem and not an agriculture problem. And instead, we've ended up in the situation where underpopulation is the problem, where there are not enough young people. And I want to take a little bit of time to talk about the US specifically, because I think they've got some really interesting factors that paint a different picture of the fertility crisis to the one that you might have in your head at the moment. This is a graph of the US fertility.
Also remember that 28% of our generation, right? Us Zoomers, 28% of us were aborted. The more you know.
Rates. And it's the kind of graph that makes you want to jump to a specific conclusion or a one-line answer as to what's going on here. But the real interesting part of this graph isn't what it looks like now. It's what it looks like when you kind of break it down by demographics. And thankfully, The Economist has done this for me. If we look at birth rate divided by age, we see some really interesting trends. Somewhat surprisingly, the fertility rate amongst women over 30 has actually been steadily rising since the 1990s. However, you might see something else that's quite interesting. Birth rates amongst 15 to 19-year-old women in the US dropped dramatically. The actual figure is 77%. And they actually explain that more than half of the drop in America's total fertility rate is driven by women under 19 choosing to no longer have kids. Around a third of these births would have been unplanned, and the majority of these births would have been on low incomes as well. In the UK, we actually see a similar trend where women at age 20 are having half as many children. Unlike richer women, these young women are not going to compensate by having more kids in the future. And I actually want to take a brief second to have a little aside and talk about the fact that often the most vilified group of people are actually the most important group of people to society. I'm sure you've heard young single mothers described as a burden on society or as lazy. But clearly these women were actually like the backbone of the economy. It's an aspect that I feel many people don't actually think about. Obviously, it would be unreasonable to...
But obviously, there also come a problem with single motherhood. There is no deniability that single mothers have worse outcomes when it comes to their kids. More crime, bigger failures in schools, raising single mothers themselves. Now, are the single mothers completely follow this? No, the men should stay if they can. If they're not committing crime or anything, obviously. But also, women should make more conscious decisions on who, first of all, they're going to sleep with and who they're going to marry. Like, be a bit more careful. The fuck are you doing?
Say that the reason that no one is having kids is purely because teen pregnancies are down. The economic aspect of it is clearly important. It's clearly relevant. I don't think it's a coincidence if you look in this graph that the countries that have the lowest fertility rate in Europe, countries like Italy, Spain, and Greece, are also the countries with the highest youth unemployment, the countries where young people live with their parents for the longest, and the economy is in the bin, basically. And if you just ask young adults why they're not having kids, a lot of them will say that it's simply because childcare is too expensive. What I do find interesting, though, is that the fertility crisis is one that affects the whole world. And it affects countries that spend an incredible amount of money on social programs for kids. So this is a quote by Robert Reich. If you don't know who Robert Reich is, he was US Secretary of Labor. He says that Norway spends around $30,000 per child on early childhood care. Finland spends $23,000. Germany spends $18,000. And the US spends $500 per child. Obviously, the US has a huge childcare spending problem. It just doesn't want to invest in...
Ironically enough, those 18,000s, you don't see those anywhere because they're not really, right? You have to pay for, getting to kindergarten and shit, right? Here in Germany, at least. And most people cannot afford that. And second of all, there's not even enough slots to put your kid in. So, that's another reason.
Young children. But Norway, which is...
I need to work. Who's taking care of the child? Yes, nobody.
Spending incredible amounts on early childhood care, is still seeing a below replacement birth rate. And when we talk about this problem, we tend to lump men and women in together as if their experience of having children is identical, when there are actually some pretty significant differences that can at least help us explain some more of the trend towards choosing to not have children. And one of these big factors is the fact that women's earnings drop significantly after having a child. And that drop persists decades after they have children. This is not so much of a problem for men. Men who choose to have kids don't earn significantly less than men who don't choose to have kids. And they don't also experience a short-term drop in the amount that they earn. Gender-based differences in terms of the experience of childcare, I think are a remarkably important factor because ultimately you need two people to have a child. This tracks with the work of...
The problem is, how do you fix that? Because one of them has to stay at home. One of them has... You could switch it up, sure. But the outcome would be worse. There's a harsh truth to be learned, and that is that women don't go into jobs that pay as much. Right? That's a big problem. So the reason why it doesn't drop for men is because men don't need to drop out of the workforce. And if they do, they usually... Like, if they have to, then usually they would make less than the woman to begin with. Therefore, it's not really worth it. Right? There's a truth to be said that men just make more because they choose different jobs.
Dr. Matthias Dupke, he's like the guy to talk about family economics. It's his like area of specialty. He talks at length about the differences between low fertility countries and ultra low fertility countries. In the countries that have the lowest levels of fertility, there is a clear trend of women taking on a greater percentage of the burden of childcare. So in the really low fertility countries, the percentage of childcare duties that is taken on by women can be as high as 80%. In countries that have slightly better fertility ratios, this percentage is much closer to 50-50. There's still a huge stigma in some of these countries, particularly South Korea and Japan, where women are still expected to spend huge amounts of time at home taking care of children, but they can't survive without having a career, or they simply just want a career, which is also very reasonable. The decision to have kids is, in some extent, a signal of optimism, right? A signal in the belief that you'll have a good future, your kid will have a good future, and the world on the whole has a good future ahead of it. And I think these disparate factors all play into a single idea of optimism about the world. There's a really good research group called Our World in Data. They're amazing. They compiled some data on how optimistic people feel about the world. And you can see that there's this concentration of rich, low fertility countries at the bottom of this graph. And I think it helps us at least explain somewhat why the countries that are even trialing just direct one-off cash payments are not seeing remarkable improvement. Giving someone a one-off payment doesn't necessarily make them feel like the world is going to be a better place in the next 5, 10, 15 years.
I feel like that if you want to have like some success, the harsh truth is that you need to drop taxes significantly once somebody has a child, and then drop taxes again when somebody has a child. Not just like a one-time. Of course, a one-time payment is not going to save. Is not going to change anything, right? It's a one-time payment. What do you do like the next time? Nothing. A one-time payment is pointless. What you need to do is like drop taxes for a prolonged period of time.
On the other hand, places like Taiwan have tried extended maternity leave, and that hasn't worked because that has actually increased the risk for women. They're going to be out of the workforce for longer, and they're going to struggle to recover the income that they once had. There are these macro factors like the gender wage gap, which are kind of creating like a negative pressure, and it's not enough to buy.
The problem is that there's no gender wage gap. There's no gender wage gap. The gender wage gap, for example, here in Germany is like barely 2%. It's like 2 to 6%, and it's not due to not getting paid the same. It's there. It's like 0 to 6% actually. Because here you need to pay the same because otherwise, you can get sued. It's, for example, that the pay gap really just comes down. The overall pay gap really comes down to job choices. That is the main issue, but if you get the same job and the same position, you won't make less, at least here. So that cannot be an explanation to why the birth rate is dropping here.
Balance that negative pressure. But importantly, it's also worth mentioning that a lot of the drop in fertility is actually a good thing. It represents that people have agency. People can actually choose whether or not to have children, especially women. In fact, we use the term fertility crisis when it's not really a fertility crisis, it's a worker crisis. Governments aren't trying to create self-actualized, happy, positive individuals.
The problem is that Scandinavia, as one of the most happy happy regions, is also the one taking the most antidepressants, so that can't be the solution. When we look at you can call it a worker crisis, but it will be a fertility crisis because, well, without workers, you will run into a lot of problems. A lot of the government support systems are based on taxpayers. Without taxpayers, it becomes a crisis because how are you going to afford healthcare when it usually actually is free? Like, I will experience our healthcare system completely collapsing. That thing will be gone. I give it 10 years and then everyone has to pay their own healthcare. That's going to happen. We're going to implement the same system as the US because that shit's fucking dying. How are you going to pay a pension? How are you going to pay your retirement? That is for example, here it's a generational contract. Without more people, no retirement. Which is what I'm saying. I won't be retiring. That won't be happening because there's no people. And oddly enough, right, with all the immigration, right, the fertility rate should technically increase, right? Again, it doesn't. What does that tell us? The people that come here and immigrate into countries don't have children either. It's like an infinite loop. Everything you do fails. And in addition to that, I also feel like there's a lot of anti-family propaganda. You can see this in media, right? The guy's a bumbling fool. Always, like, dads are really badly portrayed in media. It's horrible. Obviously, that's going to have some effect.
They're trying to create meat for the grinder.
You need the meat for the grinder because otherwise, you will be meat for the grinder even longer. That's the problem. If you don't provide meat for the grinder, you're gonna be meat for the grinder longer. They're trying to push working until 73 here. Imagine you go into a job at like 16, right? Which can happen, right? You start an apprenticeship at 16 and you're gonna work until 73. Yeah. Smart. Longer the grinder. You are just in the grinder for longer then if you don't have children. That's literally what you're gonna get. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Alrighty. I'm gonna end here. Water. But yeah, I'm gonna end here. Guys, yoink. I've yoinked myself into another screen. Horrible, I know. Wow. Anyways, have a good day or night. I will see you tomorrow. We're doing reactions tomorrow as well. Don't go nor gump. Have a good day or night. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Farewell. Goodbye.